Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Wow, that was a really lame outro there on that one. We need to get that fixed. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. God damn it, Reese. I am your host for the OCA podcast, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is FDD&M.
And joining me tonight is whoever you're going to put next to the queue, Reese.
Every night, not just tonight. FDM.
Yeah, pretty much every night. With us as well.
Also spectating is Random 11.
Oh, God damn it.
I'm here.
And Green Line.
I'm here as well.
And Lance.
All right.
Okay, that's great. If you would like to support this show, you can do so. Let me rephrase that. I would love for your support in the endeavors for making.
You find us at all entertaining.
No,
tonight.
I am not asking. I am telling you that I would love your support, and I can't wait to see it in my bank account. You can do that with the OCA Podcast Patreon. That is one way to do so. There are other such ways, such as the Anime Collector Patreon, which won't cost you a penny until I finally pull the trigger on like 12 plus videos that I've been working on.
So don't
and
worry,
there's more.
At least here.
There's more. Happens. Yeah. You can also rape us monthly or just once or anal per month. And there's all sorts of other things here. Our Amazon affiliate links, Right Stuff affiliate links, Humble Bundle, which I forgot the password to, but you could also support us with that. Those are the ways you can support us. I would very much appreciate it if you did. Another way would be if you shared this video with your friends or left a like. I could enjoy that. And if you want to support Greenline, there is a new video in the doc that will take you to his channel. It's about shipping an anime. And there's only one egregious error in the first 1 minute.
Oh no. Game, I'm so sorry about that. You'll have to...
You should be sorry.
You should be
later. So
no, there was not a single amount of fact checking that went into whether or not Brad Bird worked on X-Men.
Oh, did he not? I could have sworn he
No,
did.
it was Bryan Singer. Brad Bird did The Incredibles.
Okay, my mistake then. I will put that in my video then. I'll put that.
Disney's
there needs to be
versions of the X-Men.
There needs
Greenline,
to be...
you can snip it out on YouTube's editor. I'm not even kidding.
No. What we need is we need to petition YouTube to have a fact check thing, like for the COVID misinformation.
Right. Actually, Bird didn't work.
There's factual inaccuracies in this video. Brad Bird did not work on X-Men.
Yeah.
All right. So I hope you guys are all doing well. I haven't really said hi to chat in any meaningful way where I click on them. Hello, Mega Mug. Oh, I'm sorry you have to hear it, but I'm going to play it for you anyway. Yep. Okay. So Karen Strassman, who this person put in the parentheses Miyuki, I don't know what that's about. said, I saw this a couple weeks ago. Oh shit, December. I saw this a couple months ago. and I have been holding on to it for a while. They said that Karen Strassman got deposed. I don't think that's what they meant to say, as Anna, as she was replaced by Monica Rial. Then they went on to say, if she gets blacklisted at all for future Bleach dubs like this, parentheses, her tweets are very heavily right-wing in nature. And then they go on to say, would they redub her characters in Lucky Star and Bleach? And then people talk about, recast it for Monica Rial, irony. Anyway, so there's a lot of. I went and checked out Karen Strassman's Twitter, and I did not see anything that I would deem right wing in nature. But there you go. So,
but it's Twitter, so everything that isn't like totally in line with what they think is right wing.
Yeah.
So.
Anything that
Well,
is completely sucking you off.
Right wing literally means not left wing enough, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry to say.
You know what that means? This is the top of the top 10 anime betrayals that Green Line's ever had.
Right. Hey, still in Bleach. All that matters.
Why is this not playing? Okay, I'm going to refresh this. Good job.
It's probably gone now.
Yeah, the tweet's deleted.
The tweet is deleted.
Dear Lord.
Hang on, what? You're the divine dragon?
So yeah, if you could stomach even listening to that for an entire game.
Spoilers.
Spoilers.
So the divine dragon.
Let me just remind you that if that didn't soil your appetite enough, apparently Fire Emblem Engage English translation is also possibly the worst in the franchise.
Ouch.
Yeah. So I really do not enjoy reading all of these, but we'll just go ahead and look at a couple here. So basically, well, let me just read the headline for the next article. Fire Emblem Engage translation worse than feared. Censored all romance, as well as implications of romance, discussions about female beauty, and any mention or implications of a character's age was removed. So, as you got here, the gazes of men glued to the sight of me performing housework so flawlessly, which she changed to wash, rinse, dry, starch, fold, every step with precision and grace. Like it is so cringe what they've changed it to, but I'll be honest, a lot of the original lines are also super cringe. So I think I'd just steer clear of the game altogether. So they went from your hands are so warm in reference to this person being bandaged by somebody else to I owed you for patching me up the other day. That was so kind. Thank you for not letting me bleed out. And then this one, this character refers to an individual as Oni-chan, right? Big brother. So they took out Oni-chan and I love you and replaced it with, oh, Marmar, I missed you so much. And then the word woman.
I assume that's her brother? Like that's,
so this,
God forbid, like.
Is it? She's talking to Marth, right? Or is he in this?
At least
he is technically, but I mean,
at least they didn't change it to Big Brother.
So this character in Japanese, Lewis's character is that of a hime danchi, a man obsessed with pairings of women. So basically, the opposite of a fujoshi, a hime danchi. Okay, now, so he says princess
fudanshi.
No, fundoshi. Are you talking about a loincloth? I don't know. Anyway, so he says here, Princess Ivy among ladies, all smiling happily. Just imagine that scene makes me so. They changed it to the Princess Ivy among dear friends, wearing a wide grin. What captivating thought! So, I mean, he was annoying before, but now he's like insufferable. So they've done a great job making me not want to play it. If two female allies are adjacent within 2 spaces, this unit takes 2 less damage during combat is his admiration bonus, according to the English dub. Gatekeeper of the Flower Garden is what it's called for the Japanese.
Oh my.
Anyway, I don't want to read it. There's a lot of shit here. You could read it if you want.
Well, let's put it this way. My brother was telling me about like how, yeah, so far he made it sound like there wasn't much of romance. It didn't feel like it went all that far, and I guess maybe it's the translation that's mainly to blame, and not necessarily
but seriously, both of these are awful. Like, tell me, which would you rather hear? What's popular now are muscular beauties like myself. It's ladies like me that gentlemen seek. Or do you think your perfectly folded clothes are going to help put a dent in the corrupted?
Man.
Wow. Zing.
The other thing I heard is that this is the first time that Fire Emblem's been made like completely in-house, so like story and all. And I was thinking that might be actually a bad thing.
Let me be clear.
Because
what gentlemen like are women like me. And that's a fact. Which got changed to, you are looking at the very picture of elegance and grace. My condition defines pristine. These are so cringe.
This would be as if, what is it? Nintendo had like a bunch of studios working on Pokemon, and then it's like, oh, Game Freak's doing their first one all on their own. And it's like, oh, we know how that goes.
So yeah, anyway, if you want to read any of these, you can. That's up to you. I'm not gonna bother.
Fudanshi is a thing, and it's a boy who's obsessed with yaoi shipping.
So Hime Danshi might just be another way of saying it, referring to like highborn, because Hime is princess. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
You're a princess who does it.
Who gives a shit? So also, apparently, Monica Rial is voicing an 11-year-old who I guess dresses too sexily for the modding community. So they've modded out all of her outfits except for the most modest one. So that's a thing. I don't care. Who gives a fuck what people do with their modding? I am not going to control your. You put her in a hijab. I don't give a shit.
give her proper adult proportions and give her a slingshot.
Make her a giant. Make her a dog. I don't give a shit. Let's see.
Make her a lizard.
All right, so Luigi the Mouse 64 has come with some biting critiques of Monica Rial, saying that all of these men can sing better than Monica Rial the Squawker.
Yep.
3 cheers for that.
I do recall saying that Monica Rial's at least a good singer.
In what?
That's a joke. I didn't add on. No one prompted.
Okay. See, I didn't even follow it. I was trying to give benefit of the doubt.
You have to add more sauce to your words, or people think
Monica Rial should not be anywhere near kids. Oh, yuck. All right. It's already bad for changing dialogue about the sex, romance, and beauty. All right. It seems like you already know everything we're going to cover before we even start the show. I'm just going to go ahead and move on. So now here's the thing. So Karen Strassman, alleged right-wing tweeter, has been removed from Fire Emblem in some way. I don't know if she was even originally cast. I don't follow this shit because I don't care about Fire Emblem and I don't play modern games. But I would like to point out, remember we talked about this last podcast? Joshua Seth, famed voice of Tai in Digimon, has a podcast in which he asked his Twitter following, "Today I'll be interviewing Daman Mills for the Voiceover Champions podcast. He is known as the voice of Frieza, blah, blah." Anyway, and then people said, like, ask him why he's such a pedo and all that shit. I just wanted to point out that since last podcast, even more episodes have released that he has talked about on his Twitter. So it just seems like he's sweeping it under the rug. So if you want to take on cancel culture by joining it, it's working, I suppose. That's cool. Although I will say that I think it's extremely likely that behind the scenes, Joshua Seth gave Daman Mills a phone call and said, yeah, so let's just go ahead and wait on this until for a few months until people forget, and then we'll release your episode or something like that. Or we'll do the recording, down the line when the heat dies down. I very much expect that to happen.
Well, his tweet says like he's recording that day or whatever, right?
Yeah, but regardless, I'm saying that I don't think he called him up and said, "You disgusting pedo who says the N-word on Facebook, you can't be on my podcast." I'm just saying, my guess is that it didn't go down like that. Footnote, are you listening to his podcast?
I haven't yet because I have way too much stuff to listen to.
Are you planning on subscribing to it and catching up and keeping tabs?
I've been meaning to catch some of his latest stuff. Yeah.
Okay,
but,
so I'm putting it on you. If the Daman Mills episode ever drops, you got to let us know. All right.
All right. It will be done.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it.
No, I'm forcing it on you. You don't have a choice.
Oh, okay. I'm all good with rape, I guess.
Yep. So, kind of a hot button issue that I've been holding off on talking about for over a month. Number of newborns is set to hit a record low of 700. Well, it's already passed now, but it was set to hit a record low of 773,000 in 2022 in Japan. Okay. Now, the Prime Minister, Kishida, says it's now or never to stop shrinking population. Japan has, in recent years, been trying to encourage its people to have more children with promises of cash bonuses or better benefits, but it remains one of the most expensive places in the world to raise a child, according to surveys. Japanese government wants to give people an extra 80,000 yen to have babies. So again, we've sort of hinted at this before because I just didn't cover it back then, but 80,000 yen is like $800. Like, if you're going to say, hey, why don't you have a kid that's going to cost you $1 million by the time they're 18? Here's $800 to make that a little easier. It
that
just doesn't
even pay for the hospital bill of the birth.
Right.
It doesn't even pay for the abortion. What?
And so on top of that, Japan is having all sorts of issues as to why they're not having kids. Part of it is it's costly, right? But another part of it,
it's like in the top 3 most expensive places to raise kids in the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll look at that in a second. But part of the reason is that it's expensive. But another part of the reason is that the men there are not pursuing relationships anymore, right? They have made their porn too good. No,
their tanga's too strong.
Their anime is too fucking hot.
Right. So anyway, because they couldn't get men, over 500 women in Japan have used overseas sperm banks as demand's growing. So it's really getting quite popular to get a Danish baby. No,
well, it's not.
The sperm bank is located in Denmark.
Yeah, but it's mostly American and
it's mostly American and European donors. Now, I saw this as well. Kishida is cautious about same-sex marriage. So it's not exactly what's happening, but it kind of feels indicative of what I've talked about, where in Russia, it's illegal to tell children that gay people exist. And I've talked about the fact that we would be going to war with Russia since the start of the podcast, where I had mentioned that in Russia, the reason why they are, going to such extreme measures to not have homosexuality in their country as to the best of their ability is because they're trying to grow their population, because they've been gearing up for this war for decades now. Okay. Now, I don't think that that's Japan's reason necessarily for the same thing. That's not actually what's happening here. But yeah, they want to survive. Obviously, a declining population is indicative of a lot of hardship to come. So coming back to this, births plunged to a new record low last year, as we just talked about. According to official estimates, dropping below 800,000 for the first time, a watershed moment that came 8 years earlier than the government had expected. Now, the median age in Japan is 49. That is the highest in the world, behind only the tiny city-state of Monaco. And Japan is also the 3rd most expensive country globally to raise a child, behind only China and South Korea, countries who see shrinking populations is a worrying sign for the global economy. And it seems like Well, I don't know. I just brace for some shit. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if I would tell you to have kids. I don't think it's going to solve any problems right now. And then lastly, I just thought that this was kind of funny in the sperm bank article here. They have this line where they say, so the organization is called Cryos, and they said in their Japan branch, they expressed their willingness to begin recruiting donors in Japan, saying that, quote, women who want children will not give up and will turn to person-to-person transactions, which involve risks such as infectious disease. So I think the problem is that we've made having a baby by yourself too convenient. That's why they're not pair bonding in Japan. No, but also this argument struck me as funny because it's the same exact argument that the abortionists make. It's like, well, look, if a woman wants an abortion, she's going to find a way to have one. She'll throw herself down the stairs. It's like, we might as well just make it safe. Like, it's like, look, man, if a woman wants a baby, you can't stop her. She's gonna tie you down and sedate you and rape you. Okay, like it's gonna happen.
Let's just make male rape legal.
Listen, we can't control women. If they want a baby, they're gonna take one by force. So, like, I just thought that was funny. All right, so that's the news in Japan. There, I'd like to address the chat real quick before we. Let's see. Have sex now. Why isn't it working? Also, I am choosing to have grape White Claw for Chojin month.
Purple drink.
I lied. It's actually a Cyberry. Oh, fuck. So this is from purple. This is the new range of like the variety pack, and I'll just say there's a reason it didn't make the first cut. Like, let's see. Apparently, this is important. Dave Chappelle won a Grammy for Best Comedy Album. Did he do a new album? Oh, he beat Louis C.K. Wow. Two men who were canceled are competing with each other. Imagine how that works. Next year, Vic Mignogna at the Grammys. For what? These are some great comments you guys are making. All right. Wow. Okay. All right. Right on. Let's get into the main. Hey, Robot Lance AI is back. And
I'm
where
back.
he
Is
belongs.
it any better?
Yes. I can hear you at least. Okay. So also in Chojin month, Western voice actors have accused Crunchyroll of bigotry for casting a white actress as Suletta in the English dub of Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury. Now, I find this very funny because when I look at this character on a brightly lit monitor, it doesn't even look tan.
Yeah. It's like, oh,
So,
you cast a white actress.
I mean,
to
she's
play
lighter than
a
Trump
white
over here.
character.
Right?
Like,
she's as tan as Trump in this image.
yeah.
Got
So
sunburned,
if
visor,
anything.
wearing orange face.
in current, yeah. How come Trump isn't voicing her, huh? Crunchyroll.
Yes. Oh my god.
In current year, it has become a taboo of the highest order among the West to have a voice actor play a character outside their own race, gender, and sexuality, even if such qualities only apply to said character within one's own headcanon, as proven for the umpteenth time by the recent outrage surrounding the English dub casting for Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury. This latest round of neoliberal whining kicked off when the series' Western licensee Crunchyroll unveiled the casting for the series' main protagonist, Suletta Mercury, and Miorine Rembrandt. I don't know, watch the show. Now, look, just because she's pale as fuck doesn't mean that she's black.
She's got to be voiced by a Russian. Is she voiced by a Russian?
She needs to be voiced by an albino.
An albino Russian.
So, taking to Twitter, February 1st, the anime streaming service, literally the first day of Chojin month, they come out and say, by the way, aren't you happy? Is this the same woman in a wig? They look so alike. Anyway, taking to Twitter February 1st, the anime streaming service announced that thanks to the work of their in-house production studio, the former heroine would be portrayed by Jill Harris. In the latter,
you mean the person who voiced Fuka, which after the fact said, "Oh, I didn't know this anime had nudity in it," and then it delayed the physical release. That person,
Jill Harris.
I think that's the person.
I don't know. Fact check that. So they did a terrible job explaining this because it says the former heroine. I'm like, oh, is the character a villain? Like, no, they mean former and latter. Fucking horrible. Anyway, so your Forger in Spy Family is voicing albino girl. Anyway, thanks to her darker complexion and the now infamous marriage proposal scene between her and Miorine in the series' first episode, identity politics focused Witch from Mercury fans have come to believe that Suletta is coded, i.e., when overt stereotypes are used to portray a character's identity rather than it being confirmed by the author as both Middle Eastern/North African and queer. Okay, so they're saying that she's coded as Middle Eastern/North African and queer. Okay, gotcha. However, it should
in their minds,
in their minds, their headcanon. However, it should be noted that these personal reads are just that, as the series has shown Suletta to be neither. Rather, her dark skin is the result of being raised on Mercury in close proximity to the sun. What? Imagine that. Damn, there weren't any Mercurians to voice the character? What a shame.
Son of a bitch.
Damn it, Elon. And the
You're not allowed
aforementioned
to tan anymore, though. It's racist to tan. So
And
they assume everyone who has tan skin hasn't got it because they tan. That's just natural.
Yeah, didn't you see the Cartoon Cypher's video on My Dress Up Darling?
No, I choose not to watch anything by the Cartoon Cypher after the Nick Racchietta comments. What they did a video where they talked about an unbiased look at the Vic Mignogna controversy, and they couldn't pronounce Ricketta's name right, even though he says it at the beginning of literally every single video on his channel, which indicates to me that they have done absolute zero research other than just reading, the thread knot or whatever, people talking about Nick instead of actually what Nick said. So no, I don't value the Cartoon Cypher's input on anything because they clearly have done zero research on at least one thing that I gave a shit about. No. I'm thinking about it. It's like, honestly, they do interview all these voice actors. They probably do some research. I shouldn't say none. Nothing against Abi or what's his name, Mr. AJ Cosplay, but you dropped the ball on one too many times. That one single time you did.
That's not just one time, but let's continue on.
The one time my eyes graced the presence of your channel.
The one time I paid attention
time.
and you failed at it. So that was my impression for everything.
Yeah, my first impression was tainted by your inability to watch one video by Nick Ricetta. Anyway, so rather her skin is her. Okay. Her dark skin is the result of being raised on Mercury in close proximity to the sun, and the aforementioned moment between her and Miorine is actually a matter of the latter rejecting her arranged marriage. So Miorine is arranged to marry somebody else, is what I'm grasping by this. And in order to reject that, she is proposing to somebody else as a sign of defiance. Regardless of reality, shortly after Crunchyroll made their announcement, some of Harris's colleagues in the anime voice acting industry responded to the casting news by expressing immense frustration over what they believe to be white and straight washing of Suletta's character. It pains me to... Okay. Who is Nazi H. Tarsha? Do they voice Dexter's dad? Because I very much doubt it. But I would like to point out, I'm going to just do a quick little screenshot here and pull up some Photoshop for you, because whatever Nazi is about to say, I don't quite agree because I couldn't help but notice. Open with Photoshop. Just make sure a certain set piece has been closed. All right.
Couldn't help but notice.
I'm gonna screen share. Hold on.
We're waiting.
Okay, everybody agrees that Dexter's dad is white.
Yeah.
White as fuck, even. So I just couldn't help but notice that Dexter's dad is darker.
Oh
Just want to point that out for everybody. So yeah, you know, I don't know. I mean, it seems to me like whatever this person's about to say, I just one ear out the other because I can't live with their bullshit.
I want to see
we have discovered that Dexter's dad is now a blonde Indian person.
Yeah.
I wanted to see all the. Why didn't we see any of this kind of backlash when Shadow's House's casting was announced? What was
because
the backlash
Danny Chambers
for that?
voices the light character.
What was the backlash for all that?
I think when we tried
Did they need to get a real Aryan to voice her or something?
The reason there was no backlash is because when we tried to address that point, we got raided by Aldi.
Oh no! Don't say his name. You'll summon him.
I'm not even Danny Ch. It was Emmy Lowe voicing Kate over here.
Oh
like,
yeah, right. You're saying that because the shadow version isn't black. That's racist. Where is Aldi? Isn't he in here still?
I mean, the voice of Luffy is a girl.
That's not about the sex.
My audio.
Here he is.
This guy's scared. He's shook. This guy's shook. Just me fucking in there.
Yeah. So a throwback to that podcast when we got rated on stream.
Just watching copyright strikes us.
I hope he does. Okay, so where was I? So here's what they had to say. It pains me to write this on a day that should be filled with nothing but celebration and admiration toward my peers. Again, February 1st, Chojin month opening day, right? To feel as though there is a corporate flyer with a risk assessment eval stating how much one can get away with before receiving an inordinate amount of backlash. We can sit here and argue the merits of right for the role versus auto cast because of ethnicity, but let's also not pretend that the quality provided by minority actors is less than the quality of their peers. Inclusion gives us the ability to tell the stories of our backgrounds. Damn, all those Mercurian voice actors we didn't employ. There you go. Even if it is a cookie cutter project where race ultimately could be neglected, character coding still exists. Really? To you and the rest of the Tumblrites. Therefore, bringing forth racial relatability to minority consumers. Unfortunately, the more obscure the minority, the easier it is to sweep under the rug. Sad but true. Damn, my heart goes out to those Mercurian voice actors. Damn, why? Why does it have to be this way? Why does there have to be a grand total of none of them?
Insert races here have to stay in their
It's
lanes
almost
and
like
voice
mankind
their characters.
invented acting for this purpose. Oh, woe is me.
Yeah, who is this guy? Who are they to say she's like she's North African or whatever it was when she was born on Mercury and not even on Earth in Africa? Like
Earthrica?
You know, if actual Africans...
They're the ones race washing people. Come on.
If actual Africans saw this, the majority of them would be like, huh? What?
She white as fuck.
Are you over in America?
Hold on, I gotta jump out in a second. Concluding his thoughts, Tarsha asserted, quote, I have a duty to my peers to use my platform to speak for those whose voices go unheard. I am your champion! May there come a day where the ambiguous nature of remote recording allowances is foregone and the opportunities are provided to actors and directors alike to make the best possible products. Guess what? We do that with meritocracy. Similarly, the English language voice of Mirko in My Hero Academia, Anaris Quinones, who we have talked about before, who can't shut up about feeling entitled to making millions of dollars for a character that has like 5 lines in the whole of the Jujutsu Kaisen movie or whatever. They found it very disappointing that despite all the resources publicly available to find diverse talent, minority voice actors still cannot have the opportunity to represent themselves for an extremely rare / groundbreaking minority lead in anime. Is it so rare? Is it? There aren't a lot of Mercurians,
No.
and I feel like you're trying to steal this role from
then?
them. Yeah.
No.
Especially,
it's not just
what is MENA
Mercurians.
queer lead? What does that mean?
In the
Mercurian
F-word.
ethnic North African? No, that says Middle Eastern. No,
Guys, what were the people in the Avatar movie? You know, the one where they were all blue? What were they
Navi?
called?
they were Navi.
They were Navi. Did we have any of them play them?
Yeah, I think David Cross voiced one of them.
Okay, but it was.
I'm glad one person got that joke. He also didn't voice any of them. But I'm glad I got a chuckle out of that Arrested Development reference. All right, so they said pretty lame that Crunchyroll's strong preference for local talent affects authentic representation in a major role, casting a wide pool for the biggest anime show of the year and not a Middle Eastern, North African queer lead in a major franchise says a lot.
You know,
Damn,
it's
those
probably like
Middle
how-
Easterners, they sure are fond of their queer leads. Anyway,
Wow.
as of writing, Hill is still set to voice Soletta when the English album Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch From Mercury premieres on Crunchyroll on February 5th. Oh, that's today. Anyway, any thoughts?
All of the thoughts, all of them.
You
And they're all on
just
Twitter.
obliterated it with
Ambiguous
that
coming
last thing.
is all I heard out of a part of that.
I can't believe they didn't get an actual child for Anya.
Right? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, you know how in what is it? They have different places in different countries that have the same name. So like we have a London in Canada.
I gotta look up this person.
We have London in Canada. There's London, England, and all that. So they clearly have a South Africa or whatever it is on Mercury, right? Or sorry, Middle East, Africa. Okay, that's clearly what's happening.
Yeah, but just because they're from the Middle East or even whatever part of the world, you know, China and Japan are from a similar part of the world, but they speak 2 different languages.
Jesus Christ, they are not kidding about this guy.
I'm using the same mic that I always use.
Well, you sound like
I was
ass.
watching the stream. Everyone has a weird crackle at times.
I think that's just because of my internet.
Oh, great.
Sounds
We
like
both
you're
have base
not
right
using, it doesn't even sound like you're using your mic. It sounds like you're using like a built-in laptop
It
mic.
sounds like you're talking through a potato.
Yeah.
Still sounds
I mean,
better.
we're taking a second to complain about everyone's audio.
Portable.
AC, you're cracking like every other second.
What?
FDM, yes. You definitely sound like you're on a potato mic.
Yay, I knew it wasn't only me.
How about now?
Reese, I haven't heard any. There you go. Now you're better.
Oh,
Reese,
well.
you're good.
Yeah, I support you setting this one out.
Lance,
I'm gonna
you're as
unplug
good
this
as you're
real
gonna
quick.
get, I think.
I'm fucked. I know it. Reese knows part of the reason.
My initial thoughts are that, you know, like, I mean, we've talked about this many times before, but it's like, okay, let's employ the rules that they want, right?
You are muted. AC.
Continue, Green Line. I'm listening.
And but the minute we go for their rules, the minute we cast them in stuff that they want, it's like, okay, you're only limited to those rules. Roles, excuse me. Now.
Yeah.
The-
If only they can voice them, then that's the only role that they can voice.
Yeah.
Just pointing out, as Mega Mug was saying, yeah, more white than Suleta. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this guy is an authority on who should get roles and who shouldn't. Also, I just want to point out that, like, you guys are right. You know, Danny Chambers should not have gotten the chance to voice in Shadow's House, because that's just, we're playing by your rules. If you only want minorities, like if you only want minorities to voice minority characters, we got to play by your rules, your autistic cringe rules. And only Japanese voice actors in the U.S. can voice any anime characters for the 99% of shows. So, like,
yeah, which oddly enough comes off more racist than what they actually want. Because what they actually want is just them to
What they
have
want is racist. Let's
What I want-
what they want is racist regardless.
No, what I want deeply, truly, honestly, because it'd be funny as fuck, is if they had Japanese American voice actors who had thick Japanese accents voicing all the anime characters. So it kind of was reminiscent of like old Hong Kong dubs for like kung fu movies. That would be fucking hilarious.
Sounds awesome.
Right.
On the back of the box, it's gonna say English 2.0, English 5.1.
Yes.
Would you like to come, Nick?
All right. So we are now moving on to pickups, and I have to step out and pick up some dinner. So I will be right back. You guys
Wow, that was
anybody-
a terrible segue
No.
line. Get the fuck
Shame
out
me
of
when
here.
I get back with food.
We're taking you out of the call.
Cringe. Anyways. All right,
So
who's
who
got
has
pickups? I assume that's what we're doing?
Yeah, apparently.
Who's going
Green
first?
Line,
Finn, do you have pickups?
You want to go
I do
first,
not.
Green Line? You got anything to show us?
I do. So I will. So for my anime collection, I've got a save edition of Kazuno Stigma that I picked up at a store in Sacramento.
Is that a skinny set or is it just a regular DVD set?
Just a regular DVD set.
Okay, look, the way it looked, for some reason, it looked like it was one of those skinny thin pack ones out of like a 2-pack one.
No, it's a save.
Okay.
You're under arrest.
No.
Yeah.
So there's that. I got those.
Beautiful.
And Dan, I'm really happy about this. I picked these up for a steal. Fullmetal Alchemist, the movie, Conqueror of Shambhala.
Is that the Digipack one?
Limited edition.
I think it is, yes.
It's the limited
It's
edition.
the limited
That's what I
edition.
have,
of it.
I think.
I got
Yeah,
the like a regular 2-disc one. It was like just like a regular 2-disc DVD case with the booklet in it. Damn. How much was that?
Like $10.
Holy shit.
Fuck yeah.
And then this was And then this was like these were like 15 each.
Mm.
Nice.
This is the first season.
Hmm. I used to have both of those.
And the second season.
So you'd say you spent about what, $40 for all that, roughly?
Roughly, yeah.
Good deal.
I got my entire Full Metal Alchemist collection, which is all those collector's editions you guys have seen, for like $50 because someone hawked them at a pawn shop.
Working on my artwork, so I bought this just to reference.
Oh, that.
Just to reference.
Oh, that.
They
So
can,
it was like-
can draw his Colin, was it fan art?
Exactly. Yeah, essentially. So there's a booklet for that.
Man,
Everything. And I have one more thing. I have one more to add to the bunny farm.
Mm.
Rindo from Food Wars.
Nice.
Fuck
Yeah. So.
Best girl in Food Wars.
Oh yeah.
That's a big bunny.
Big bunny. And then my favorite angle.
Of course.
The tail.
I had her.
The
I
tail.
had her
yeah.
facing the other way on the shelf for that specific reason. So
I came back at the right time.
There's my pick. Yep.
Oh, yeah, I really did come back at the right time. Okay. All right. So in my pickups, delivered by 10 p.m. or my money back, Amazon just delivered. That time I overpaid for a Slime limited edition season 2 box set. In remarkably good condition considering a bubble mailer. So happy.
Oh, I wish they stopped that for limited edition at the very, very least.
And
well, they don't value
probably not anime. My electrolytes. Okay.
Wow.
So does anybody else have pickups? And I got dinner. Enjoy the sound of my lips smacking.
The sound of eating. The OCA podcast original.
God damn it, Reese.
Trying to help you.
Okay, so I got the pickups from Discord right here. Rial, did you have something you want to say?
No, I'm good.
Nah, bro.
All right.
I'm good.
How are you, baby?
All right, so Seb picked up UK limited editions and Magic Academy, the 35th, the Test Plaus 15.
Platoon.
I don't know because UK edition could be anything underneath that rating. Iron-blooded orphans. Are there any Mercurians? Oh, there's a Mercurian. Look at how tan he is.
It's really all orphans.
Did they get
He's
orphan voice actors?
Right? Did they get any orphans?
Only kids that were in foster care may grow up and voice these characters.
Yeah, they need the lived experience.
So the question
clearly.
is, which dub is on this one?
The Sentai dub.
Bummer.
How do you know?
What else?
Wow,
would it
why are
be?
kids
The
playing the
Netflix
drums?
dub?
Seb, confirm if Erica Harlicker is in it. Or not. Tower of God from
Pretty
Lance?
sure the whole internet would coom
I
at
picked that
once if
I
there was
looked
a
at it.
different
I
dub.
thought it was Genshin. I was like, "What the fuck?" Then I picked it up again and was like, "Yeah, I'll pick this up." It was like $12.
I'm sorry.
I
you
guess
spent
that's a
12
good
bucks.
deal.
It had
Yeah.
a huge poster in it and everything.
Free is a... Oh. Okay, Reese.
Okay.
So if anybody wondered how Reese got the biggest dick among us, it was because he's been injecting steroids directly into it.
Right
I
down
thought
the
that had the
urethra
inverse
first.
effect.
No. Steroids only shrink your member when you stop taking them.
Oh, so Reese has got to stay on that train.
Yeah, he's
the
got to stay
grind
on the
set.
sauce for the rest of his life.
You haven't joined the Discord and want to be a part of this madness, please join. Just up there.
A role-playing game book set in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mirage universe. Is that why your name is Mirage Leonardo?
Dun, dun, dun.
So there's like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle like post-apocalyptic universe. Is that what I'm getting here? Wow. What the fuck? What the fuck is this dinosaur?
Is that Kevin?
Inferno Girl Red. And that's it. And then Blue Heron picked up Maddox 01, which I recently scanned into my cataloging app finally. Reese, tell me about yours.
I mentioned last podcast that I got a 4K player, and all of a sudden, I got a bunch of 4K movies. But first off, we got My Hero Academia Volume 33, which I read yesterday, actually.
That's in 4K?
Whoa.
Yeah. Yes. And 4K. And this is the one that has that one shot where Bakugo comes into the bathroom, and
He
steam,
comes in the bathroom.
and the steam forms and the steam has like the sound effects for ding dong over his crotch. That's
I love
damn.
He's smacking over this.
And so I also
that's
got
one hell of a cum.
Yeah, and so I also got the Slime Diaries, which I forgot to send the tweet for the doc, but I noticed on this one, for locked subtitles on Blu-rays, where they, like they're stipulated by the publishers to force it so that you cannot turn the subtitles off of the Japanese audio. So what Funimation was doing was it would have that, and you couldn't turn them on for the English audio. But for this one, which is the first one I've seen them do this on, they still allow you, they give you the option to have the subtitles on during the English dub.
Oh my God, yes. Wait, no, you said, say that again?
You can have
during
the dub
the English dub.
When you have the English dub on, you can have the translated subtitles on. But it still has the locked subtitles for the Japanese audio. So you see how it says on and off, and when right next to off, it has dub only in the parentheses right next
So
to it.
you can only have it off
With
if
the
you're
dub
watching
on.
the dub.
Yeah. And it would still have like the songs and signs on. I'm assuming you can turn those off as well. But this is the first time I've seen this happen, and I would like for them this is a good change, is what I'm trying to say. This is something that's great, because like Viz has given you this option for years, and Sentai is still doing either it's on or it's off, and they've been like blanketing like every single release that way.
But they like to turn it off during the Japanese.
You cannot turn them off in the Japanese.
Okay, that was the one I was complaining
Yeah,
about.
so Seb is screwed still.
Yeah.
What he's saying is that there are occasions where the licensor or the licensee, I guess, will require that you hard code the subtitles so that they can stave off reverse importation back to Japan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in those scenarios, typically companies in the West wouldn't just make it so that they're only locked on for Japanese and they're always locked off for English, except for maybe signs and subs.
Yeah.
Reese likes to listen and read at the same time. So this is a good change for him. Anyway, I will add that to the doc later.
And so I picked up Lupin the Third, Castle Cagliostro 4K, and Space Adventure Cobra, the movie 4K. And I have made those
Watch Club when?
Yeah.
Cobra Watch Club when?
Yeah. And then I also picked up a whole bunch of for the Daniel Craig James Bond movies, the new Batman, because I thought the new Steelbook was pretty cool. And then the Dark Knight trilogy, the Harry Potter movies, and Lord of the Rings, and the Hobbit trilogies.
So I don't want to derail this question or this segment with this question, but what's the best Daniel Craig Bond? In your opinion?
Casino Royale.
Yeah,
the first one?
Casino Royale is pretty good.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Reese, can you see any difference on the Blu-rays as far as the quality?
I haven't had a chance to really compare anything.
Okay.
But I did pop the Fellowship of the Rings in, and holy fuck, Gandalf's eyes are beautiful.
Oh.
I think that's a you thing, Reese.
I think Sir Ian McKellen might respond to your gay offer if you
right.
If you at him.
Oh, what are these?
These are shirts.
Did you buy it in brown?
No, it's black.
That looks brown as fuck.
It's black. It's definitely black.
The way the light's hitting it, maybe.
It's not color corrected, okay?
Yeah.
It's a colorblind image. Fuck off.
Anyway, so if you want to buy shirts off Stealth Weeb, I'll advise you to
click the
I don't
link
know, you
in,
can just
in the chat. And
Yeah.
pick it up.
Yeah, there will be there is going to be a red variant of this shirt coming soon that has the other version that they show in the Slime Diaries.
Okay.
Just a heads up. So if you want the black one, you can get it now. But I am going to be changing the shirt it's printed on, which has slightly less fitted shoulders. So if you like your sleeves kind of like showing off your arms, you want to buy it now. If you don't, then wait a little bit. I'll let you know when the new version's out. And effing Anime Addict picked up Virtua Fighter. Let me ask you this, effing Anime Addict. How many episodes are dubbed? I'm pretty sure we already did this, and it was just the ones that were originally dubbed, which makes me sad.
It is.
Bummer.
It is.
Because this show, I won't be repeating the same thing I say every single time. So let's just move on. All right. Actually, I don't see him in the chat, but Mirage Leonardo, last podcast, I rudely belittled your. God damn it, Crunchyroll.
Sounds like Reese had something to say there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Reese. Did you want to say something?
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So Crunchyroll has banned my IP or something. Oh, fucking wonderful.
You're making too much real reporting news. We can't have you
So,
pirating articles.
When I sat down to work on the doc, this most recent outing or whatever, when I came back to do it for this week, because it's been 2 weeks since the podcast, I found that all of the stuff I had added in my previous session were gone. So I had to open up a bunch of shit to find all the stuff I had previously added. And I don't know, I might have lost some stuff. Sorry about that. But I opened up an entire month's worth of Crunchyroll tabs, and I was opening them so fast that I kept getting blocked by their, like, are you a robot? You sure you're not a robot? Like, anyway, last podcast, I somewhat rudely dismissed Mirage Leonardo's comment about Nier Automata getting delayed or indefinitely or whatever, right? And I had talked about the concept of, indefinitely has two meanings: forever or an undisclosed amount of time. And I figured, it's not that big of a deal, right? And we talked about Nier Automata, Unite Up. These are all being postponed beyond their whatever episode they're on due to COVID-19. Ayakashi Triangle as well. Kubo won't let me be invisible as well, right? Well, turns out there might be something here. So, recent anime delays are allegedly because of increased foreign dependence. So, basically, the recent announcement of several anime this season being delayed because of the coronavirus might only be half true, as an anonymous anime director has claimed that increased dependence on China has led to this situation. A sad fate that could very well impact the industry greatly. So, Bounding into Comics did this interview, but Sankaku Complex wasn't so verbose with it, so I'm going to read their version, which is snippets of it. So, Nerdigans Inc. is Bounding into Comics. They said, with studios announcing multiple productions are going on indefinite hiatus due to COVID-19, Western anime fans are concerned and confused with how this happened. Some have even claimed that the studios are using COVID-19 as an excuse to allow further polishing of their series. Yeah, fucking right. With what funding? What is the real story behind these delays? So the director they talked to said, regarding the delay of some work this quarter, this is due to the increased dependence of the Japanese animation industry on foreign countries. Although the problem of this structure has been recognized for more than 10 years, time has passed without improvement. There has been a complete stoppage of work by Chinese subcontractors due to infection. Animation production, which relied on foreign countries for most of the moving images and finishing touches, which relied on foreign countries for most of the moving images and finishing touches, have come to a standstill, and there are delays in work due to creators working at home. The structural problems we originally had finally broke down. It is not a problem that can be solved with money alone. Other companies I know of are approaching countries other than China and Korea, but it will take more than a few years for them to succeed. So if they're approaching France, maybe that'll be okay. If they're approaching the US, I can't wait to cover a ton of articles about Western artists inserting trans flags in the background and all sorts of shit. So Bounding into Comics went on to ask, are the anime studios using the additional time granted to them by these delays to improve the quality of their anime? To which the director replied, it requires separating the issues. In the current situation, a grace period of 2 or 3 weeks is only a first aid measure to stop the bleeding. In other words, the video must be completed in time for broadcast. This should be considered separately from quality improvement. As for the other issue, I'm sure you've heard of some studios telling fans, quote, in order to improve quality, we are postponing the release of the Blu-ray DVD. That's where such quality improvements will take place. Incidentally, they set aside a budget for corrections, but use up most of it before they even get there. Admittedly, the extended schedule will guarantee some quality. I don't know about all this. I don't know about all this for sure because I'm not at that site. I think he means location. At that location, it all depends on the work site's respective conditions. I think we are very sorry for all the fans who were looking forward to the work. Bounding into Comics goes on to say, a recent Anime News Network article claimed that throughout the pandemic, there has been a noticeable increase in staff overlap for titles that were supposed to be handled by different sub-teams within the studio, resulting in each production team being spread too thin to keep up with all the work. Is this really happening in the industry? To which they replied, I don't know all the details of the circumstances of the work, but such a practice is routine for the industry as a whole. The production companies have been aware of the problem for over 20 years, but they have no intention of solving it because they have to meet a set sales target. They say, it can't be helped, and let's fix it before we sell the package, which is just a way of kicking the can down the road and never handling it. I think they probably say, let's fix it before we sell the package. And then by the time you get to the part where you should have fixed it, can't be helped. Whatever, got to put it out.
There's no mistake.
There's no mistake. It was me who failed you. Anyway, do you guys have any thoughts?
Rip anime.
Yeah, rip. I mean, there's nothing that can be done. We keep, wanting.
Elon Musk's on. Where's your anime studio with ethics?
Right.
So no Mr. Beast to the rescue here?
Fine, okay.
Well, again, I don't
Beast,
think
Elon Musk collab.
I don't think money alone would solve the issue. They have outsourced production for too long, to the point where we're going to talk tonight about AI being used to generate anime images for production, and how some people think that's a bad thing. I don't know, maybe a good thing with what's going on. But yeah, I think that they've outsourced stuff for too long, to the point where the companies, like, for example, let's just say don't take this to be exactly what's going on, but for example, if you stop relying on ingrown artists in Japan to do backgrounds, for example, and people in other countries just happen to be good at backgrounds, right? Like, for example, let's say in Japan and China and Korea, there's a lot of painting that they do because of calligraphy in their writing systems, right? So naturally speaking, they might be more prone to producing art in a painted form because they're used to using a brush and everything, right? So let's say you outsource all of your background work to another country where it's cheaper to produce, right? And they do good enough work. And most people aren't looking at the backgrounds for the most part. They're looking at the character in the foreground who's actually moving and doing stuff. So you start outsourcing all of your work to China, for example. And then over time, you have an issue like this arise where, okay, we got to bring it back to Japan, right? And do the work here. But in the time that more than a decade, he said, that this has been like looming on the horizon of, it seems like most of my life in politics and stuff, there's been a lot of kicking the can down the road, right? Where there's a problem that will arise when you raise the debt ceiling, when you do more quantitative easing, all these things, but we haven't hit it yet. But it seems like right now in the anime industry and in the world in general, those things that we've been kicking down the road for 20, 30, 40, 50 years are all coming to a head, right? So now that that's happening, they've spent 10 years not relying on artists in Japan to do these backgrounds, for example. And the production companies that used to exist have all gone out of business because they weren't getting enough work. Right. So now you don't have homegrown studios to produce those things. So you either have to ad hoc build one right away to start taking on that load, or, you know, you got to go somewhere else. Like they're planning to go to France or wherever else to do some of these things. Because even if people do exist in Japan that are capable of painting what could be used as an anime background, organizing all those people together, it takes more than just money. It takes time. It takes, you know, resources for talent scouting and putting ads in papers like, hey, we're assembling a team or whatever the hell you got to do. I don't even know where you would start, you know? So even if Mr. B showed up,
walk outside the building and say,
hey, are there any painters? A bunch of Mexicans
assemble!
Like, you need a painter? Like, you go outside Home Depot.
Recruiting for Rape Squad.
Anyway, so yeah, I think I don't think money alone can solve the problem, right? It is my mom used to say when she was alive that the level of denial you are in about something is directly proportionate to how hard it's going to crash down on you eventually, right? And I think we're seeing that. Yeah, I think we're seeing that in a lot of what's happening in the world. So, hey, what's up, Cosmic Dawn? How's it going? Let's see. Oh, and thank you, effing Animatic, for giving me the answer to that. Yeah, you could use the yellow pages in Japan. So anyway, in regards to Kickstarter news, I just wanted to bring up, as we've got 6 days left on this, the future Kid Takara from Studio 4C. I'll just remind you that as far as I've seen, there is no physical tier. So back it if you want to actually see it. Studio 4C, really good at backgrounds. My example of using backgrounds was not indicative of what's actually happening in the industry. There are studios that are really good at it.
No physical or digital.
Yeah. You're basically just giving them the funding to do this. And the fact that they're even asking for that funding is also indicative of what's going on in the industry, right?
Just get Makoto
Shinkai.
Oh my god, I failed his name. But yeah, Makoto Shinkai.
Makoto Shinkai. Thomas Kincaid.
Makoto Shinkai.
Get him to do all the fucking background.
Yeah.
Makoto Shinkai?
One of these is not like the other. For Soko. Oh. They should have used Studio 4C, and maybe they did, just for the Eclipse. Anyway. Maybe they did. Yeah. So
I think it was the whole studio.
Fuck. This was supposed to be.
They did the whole trilogy.
This is
That's
supposed
what I
to
was
be
thinking.
Kickstarter.
Yeah, they. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. God damn it. God damn it. This was supposed to be the Kickstarter. Sorry. Just a reminder, funding unsuccessful. Was it? I don't remember if we covered this last podcast or not. Catch It One failed to make the goal. Moving on. All right. So you guys remember the three Santa Company Kickstarters that were released all at the same time?
That's what Tron remembers.
And then they shut down two of them.
Funding was suspended. Yeah, they shut down these two, right? Well, actually, the third one that was still going, funding was canceled.
Rip.
Yeah, so I guess Kickstarter stopped these two, but Kolobukuro or whatever the fucking project canceled, whatever they're called, Kenji Studio, I was way off. They decided to cancel this one. Yeah, they decided to. They
were so close.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, and they were also so close to reaching their goal of Christmas 2022. Jeez.
Yeah.
Come back
Right.
next November and say their goal is Christmas 2023.
Typo. Whoops, we meant 2023. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So the live action One Piece series from Netflix has put out a video, or not video, a promotional image, 2 images actually, and they have confirmed that it's going to be starting sometime in this year, 2023. So we've got this image. Sorry, I'm scrolling way past it, and then we've got this image, and probably should have grabbed a bigger one. What's up? Ooh, what's that? Is that ice cream? Oh, it's more food? Okay. Well, I'll take
Your
it.
ass up.
It's not what I wanted, of course, but thank you, babe. Appreciate it. All right. I'm sure that the audience is going to love the ASMR of me eating some more and the clanking of dishes. So anyway, I just want to know, like, what are your thoughts on
Both.
Does that look like Luffy to you?
Luffy looks okay. I
Mhm.
mean, people make shit about his shoes not being sandals.
Mm-hmm. We'll talk about that in a minute.
But Zoro looks so weird.
Yeah.
He looks like stocky. I don't know. Really weird.
What about fucking Nami?
Nami? I don't know. I think she looks.
She looks like, if anybody, is stocky. Like.
But then also, well, actually, all 3 of them, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji, they all look kind of stocky. I suppose Nami. I don't really see Nami as much, but like Sanji,
She looks like her. She needs her leg to be like a half a foot taller.
well, I mean,
Like these guys, the male characters almost have the anime proportions.
I'm telling you right now, that one that's squatting is not Usopp. He is way too big for that. Usopp is like really lanky.
Okay.
yeah, they are more, like I said, stocky than the anime. But I mean, you're not gonna find a perfect body match for Oda's drawings.
Right, of course.
He
You
draws them
won't.
like super tiny.
What about
perfectly.
Sanji?
Again, I think his shoulders are like way too big, and his, I don't know, his suit almost looks like it doesn't fit. Like it's a size too
It
small.
looks
or
like they got Zoro and mirror flipped him and put a suit on him.
Yeah,
It does kinda
honestly,
look like that, right?
It looks like they are like, oh, we don't have Sanji's actor. Just put the Zoro actor in a suit. Give him a wig.
Does it look
They
like
won't
Usopp were to stand up, he'd be taller than Zoro?
Is there
He
a
probably
is there a running
He's also
gag in the show that Zoro gets lost a lot?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Later
It gives
on,
no
yeah.
specific direction.
Okay, because
If you play One Piece Odyssey games in that too.
because there's a hashtag going around. Hashtag Zoro is lost.
Yeah, his map is not there if you play him in the game. In Odyssey, anyway. At least from what I'm understanding.
So they've been putting him in other things from that thing.
I love Zoro. He's so fucking cool. Wrong place, bro. Wrong place.
At least that color matched.
Okay, what is this trope? Because Kapachi Zaraki has the same issue. Is this like a trope that I've never known the name for?
Oh, no sense of direction.
Well, no shit. But, you know.
The Lost of Us.
That's all it is.
They made one gag, or
There's,
Oda.
there's no
Oda did one
tsundere
gag.
equivalent word?
Oda did one gag where Luffy got lost, and then later on he kind of had Luffy and Zoro both get lost, and then since then it's like now Zoro, he's like turned the dial to like 111, where before it was
going
like
on 12 pages.
Oh,
no,
this is a
before it was like
phenomenon.
he gets lost realistically, and now it's like he's walking right behind you, and then he magically gets lost.
This is a phenomenon in sitcoms and stuff where, for example,
he got flanderized.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit.
I don't watch The Simpsons, so I don't know if this is applicable. But for example, The Office, in the first season or two, they establish characters that are dumb, right? Or just generally throughout the show, they'll introduce a character whose archetype is that they're stupid. Aaron comes in that way. Kevin is that way. Michael is that way, but to like a Arrested Development level, right? Like he never grew up past a certain age. But by the end of the show, they're flat out retarded, right? Same thing with Goku. Goku has this little bit about like, oh, he's naive, right? He doesn't know. Oh, where's her balls, right? And then by the end of it, he is full on brain dead in Super. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Super.
That's a perfect.
Put it up
example.
to 11.
Yeah. So this is something that happens when you're writing a character, their identifying trait becomes that they get lost, or that they're stupid, or that they're confused, or that they are a picky eater, or whatever it's going to be. That it just becomes you have to keep taking it further beyond.
Right.
So,
You become more one-dimensional as it goes.
Super.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
So
makes
anyway.
no sense. But fuck, you've been married for years.
So Emily Rudd, who plays Nami, commented on Luffy wearing shoes and gave a very predictable response. Why is Luffy wearing shoes on the poster? All of us did as much of our own stunt work as we were allowed. And if we didn't, it was usually due to safety, which is where our incredible and beyond talented stunt team came in. Sandals, unfortunately, are not the safest footwear to do stunt work in, and we didn't want y'all to miss out on the amazing work Inaki, who plays Luffy, can do and did. So I don't think it's a big deal, personally. What they could have done, though,
green shoes and full of it CGI stand-up.
Well, you remember in Rumble in the Bronx when Jackie Chan did that one leap across the building or whatever and broke his foot in real life? Are you familiar with this?
Somewhat.
So in Rumble in the Bronx, there's a jump that Jackie Chan does where he actually broke his foot in real life while they were filming. So he literally
does a lot, to be fair.
Well, they don't shoot in sequence, right? On in a movie, they don't start with the first scene of the movie and then the last scene of the movie is the final one that they film, right? They do it sequentially. They don't do that. But he still had to make the rest of the movie, everything after that part, right? So he's literally wearing a cast on his foot for the rest of the shots they still needed, but they put a sock over it that was painted to look like a shoe.
Oh, right. Yeah, I think I heard about that one.
Yeah. So what they could have done, and they can do way better stuff nowadays, is they could have given him shoes that looked like feet.
Painted toes on.
Yeah, well, they have like water shoes now that have like toe holes.
Play this to their advantage.
They could have done that. I'm just saying. Anyway.
Well, I think
it's not a deal breaker. It's not a deal breaker for me the way that Fly Me to the Moon was. Anyway.
Look, I think this actually is bringing to light a more serious situation that I agree with. You heard it here, folks. We have to have steel toe boots on set for every character because it's too dangerous to do stunts.
Oh, this is great. I'm glad that
I think
motherfucker.
I think the real reason Eleven doesn't care is because his toes are covered now.
Okay.
So it's just like, that's actually an improvement. Upgrade.
So in other news, the Cowboy Bebop director Shinichiro Watanabe spoke to what was the outlet? Gawker?
Forbes.
It was a weird one.
It was Forbes.
Forbes. That's what I meant. I was like, Gawker doesn't exist
Wayne
anymore. That can't be it. Anyway, so they did an interview with him, and the topic of the live action series for Cowboy Bebop got brought up, and he said, "quote I could only endure one scene." So we're gonna read
Shocker.
this.
Wow, amazing! I'm so surprised. Are you guys surprised? I'm so surprised that the creator of Bebop hated the fucking show.
You're so surprised.
he said, when asked about the live action series, Watanabe mentioned how he could only barely get through a single scene. Naturally, I wanted to know. So this is the person interviewing. Naturally, I wanted to know what Watanabe thought of the new live action adaptation on Netflix. To which he had this to say. For the new Netflix live action adaptation, they sent me a video to review and check. It started with a scene in a casino, which made it very tough for me to continue. I stopped there, and so only saw that opening scene. It was clearly not Cowboy Bebop, and I realized at that point that if I wasn't involved, it would not be Cowboy Bebop. I felt that maybe I should have done this. I don't know what he means by that. Although the value of the original anime is somehow far higher now, he said, laughing his way to the bank. So, yeah, apparently the only scene that he even was able to stomach was the opening in the casino.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know.
Well, arguably, that was the scene he couldn't stomach because he gave up after watching
I'm
it.
glad that he didn't only see like the Ed reveal, you know. Like,
yeah. At least he tried it.
He also. I just spit something out of my mouth on my keyboard.
Wow.
He also.
Well, I'm just glad he actually said something, because otherwise it would be the usual thing would be,
it's so wonderful. Check it out.
The IP that.
Yeah, I feel validated.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everybody here how, in promoting this show, Netflix said, with, Yoko Kanno is working on it. Shinichiro Watanabe is like on set helping us. No, so don't buy that.
Which we knew was kind of bullshit. Like, I'm sure we mentioned on podcasts, like he's probably like there in some.
He probably went
capacity,
one
but not
day
really
and
there.
then looked at stuff and then
his
turned around and
involvement
left.
is that they brought him there to look at the sets or something.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, attaboy, where's my check?"
Like bribe money for them to, make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was like,
showed up so that they
the
could
money
say
and the
he was
bitches,
there.
and I would leave.
I'm gonna get some food.
Anyway, so back to
It has been the eating.
Pardon me. Watanabe also brought attention to the overall unlikable nature of Hollywood. I love how they phrase this. A sentiment that has been growing amongst those noticing their corruption. So this is verbatim from the article. The issues with Hollywood producers in the future. It seems that the production process on the Animatrix was not a straightforward one. While unpleasant, it still afforded a chance for Watanabe to learn something new. Quote, this is him talking about it. Now I'm working on a new and original title. Most of the offers I receive these days tend to be from America, and the budgets tend to be almost double compared to what I get in Japan. Back on the Animatrix, I first got to work with people in Hollywood. Working with those kinds of people is always difficult. This is because at the beginning, they promised me that I could do whatever I want, but that's just lip service. Gasp! Wow! Amazing! It's almost like the thing was obvious to everyone, and here is a director flat out saying, yes, you are correct in your assumption that they are completely bullshitting you when they say that we get full creative control, that we were there helping on the project. All that shit is a fucking marketing lie. So he said, quote, actually, I had a bigger altercation with a Hollywood producer on the Animatrix. I had a big altercation with a Hollywood producer on the Animatrix. He would always come with these stupid requests just so he could identify his own contribution. As the requests were stupid and made no sense, I rejected all of them. So I think what he's saying is the guy would show up to say, like, oh, you should do this. Why don't we do this? You know, so that then he could be able to say, they put that in. That was my idea they used, you know, kind of thing when he's bragging about it to other people. So of course he says, I rejected all of them. Unfortunately, I couldn't win in this situation. So I had to concede on some of these things. I learned from this bitter experience, though. For subsequent projects, I became smarter at handling people who wanted to interfere, in that I would send back very small corrections or adjustments just before the deadline. That tended to work. So what did he do after Animatrix? He did Kill Bill. There's a sequence, an animated sequence in Kill Bill. He probably used this on Tarantino. And if he did, bravo, because that sequence does not feel corrupted. So, anyway. In Japan, you sometimes get producers that are similar to American ones. You also sometimes find good producers in America. The original producer on the Animatrix was a really good guy. He understood my work and didn't give me stupid requests. However, he had to leave due to family issues. But his successor, called Spencer Lamb, was awful. Fucking name dropping. So many requests. Change this, change that. It was very frustrating. And if these requests were coming from the Wachowskis, I would at least respect that they came up with the Matrix. So who was the new producer compared to that? He explained that he was the gatekeeper to the Wachowskis, and unless he could be convinced, he wouldn't bring my work to them. So when I went to Los Angeles for the recording sessions, I told the team that if I saw that producer, I would punch him in the face. The producer ended up not coming to the recording, which is unheard of. For one of the other episodes by Peter Chung, I heard a story after we finished on the Animatrix. Apparently, this producer had come up with more than 100 requests to Chung. Chung obviously got upset and said he would resign. The producer then freaked out, as he was meant to be responsible for finishing the whole production within the deadline and budget. The result was that the producer conceded on all his requests to Chung. When I heard that, I thought that he had cheated, but I learned from that as well. In short, if you work with a Hollywood producer, you have to fight. Otherwise, you will be unable to represent what you want to do. Well, honestly, I am very happy to see that Peter Chung, Shinichiro Watanabe, that they have actually, learned how to roll with the punches, and again, I'll remind you, Hayao Miyazaki sent a katana to Harvey Weinstein with a message that said no cuts, right? When it came to Miramax distributing Princess Mononoke. So anyway, did you guys have thoughts on that? Should I have?
That was a really good ending to that, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean,
God damn, I love that.
Again, I'll say it again. I feel validated for hating on Bebop, but I don't know. Just it happens, and it's sad that it happens to him. It's like, I have these, I keep getting, and they sound like stupid requests too. They're not like artistic. They don't seem very artistic choices that these producers want to make. They just, like you said, they just want credit in the, they're not trying to there's no middle ground. It seems like these producers want, I don't know. It just.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's how Hollywood producers are. That's why there's a fucking stereotype. So I'm trying to down this rice so fast. I keep coughing up on little ones.
Oh God, he's eating the little ones.
But that's why there's a stereotype in the West about the suits, the higher ups coming in and ruining the creative vision. Because they do it all the fucking time.
When you watched the live action,
Didn't you say that you thought that the casino thing was like the most Cowboy Bebop-ish?
I don't remember. I think we joked about this. I said when we were talking about it before the show, when we were looking at them, did I get rice on my shirt?
Racist.
What the fuck is that? Oh, it's the white text. Okay. When we were talking about it behind the scenes when we were prepping for the show, I mentioned I think I made a joke about how in that sequence oh no, I was talking to my friend at work about how he broke his leg. John Cho broke his leg, and I said in that opening sequence, the casino sequence, he does that jump kick where he kicks the casino chip, right? And I said it'd be funny if because my friend said he doesn't really fight like Spike does in the anime, and I said, yeah, this is probably where he broke his leg in the very first scene, and it ruined the rest of the show. He couldn't fight like Spike, so they had to go a different direction with it. Anyway, that was I fucked up that whole. I hate the opening to the live action because it is trying to be the convenience store fight in the movie, and it's like shot for shot worse than it is in the movie, right? I hate it. It's probably one of my least favorite scenes in the entirety of the live action Netflix show. Okay. I will say that I personally found a way to enjoy the live action series as not being an adaptation of Cowboy Bebop, right? Like I was able to completely distance myself from all that shit and just kind of like experience it. And it's like I saw the subtle nods here and there that were not even something I would consider, an adaptation, because it was like, oh, that character is also named this, right? But wasn't obviously. They didn't try very hard to do an adaptation at all. But just from the perspective of sitting down and finding something to enjoy about it, I liked the episode with the what was it called, Reese? The mind one where he's hooked up to the computers.
I can't remember.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking
Anyway,
about.
I did a whole Twitter thread about it. But there were things that I didn't dislike about it, like some of the world building.
Your favorite thing was the Sinchi.
Yeah, I loved the logo for the synthetic sushi. I just thought it was a great world building thing that they did there, where they had to make fake fish because they were on Mars or whatever. So there was stuff that I liked about it, but no, I did not like it as an adaptation of Cowboy Bebop. And I certainly hated that fucking opening scene. I thought that was so cringe. Anyway,
would you buy it on Blu-ray if it came out on Blu-ray?
Yeah, I would buy it, and I also would buy the live action Death Note. But I buy everything that I watch. I am part of the problem.
You should just kill yourself.
You know what I haven't bought? You know what I didn't watch? Fucking High Guardian Spice, and would not buy that.
What about Dragon Ball Evolution?
I have Dragon Ball Evolution on DVD and
he has that cancer. He might as well pick up these. He's got it already.
I unironically love that movie. I've told this story many times. When I went to see that movie, I went after class on the night it opened, and while I was in line, somebody else from my class showed up. He was going to see the movie by himself. Like, hey, come sit with us and everything. Literally, that movie starts, and it goes, "There is only one rule. There are no rules." And he just stood up and said, "All right, I'm out." Like, he didn't even say Dragon Ball, and he got up and left. Anyway, all right. In a similar fashion, potentially, but also could probably just get adapted. Okay, the live action Drops of God TV series is coming to Apple TV. So this is based on a manga about wine, drinking wine, right? And Apple TV is taking over for it. So live action TV series based on the Drops of God manga, written by Yuko and Shin Kibayashi and featuring artwork by Shu Okimoto, was first announced back in August 2021, and now it has a home. According to Deadline, Apple TV Plus picked up the project from Legendary Entertainment, reportedly beating out substantial competition to acquire the international series. This is a rare instance of Apple licensing an international co-production rather than producing an original scripted series. The Drops of God show which is a co-production between Legendary Television, Dynamic Television, France Television, that's an interesting one, and Hulu Japan, in partnership with blah, 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 blah. It cost them around $30 million, and filming took place in France, Japan, and Italy. Kwok Dang Tran, wow, is writing. Oded Ruskin is directing. And the series stars these people whose names don't matter. I don't care. Anyway,
Whoa.
so here's how Kodan describes the series. The award-winning comic about wine that has been a hit not just all over Asia, but also in France. Notice me, France pie. Learn about legendary bottles as well as affordable secrets while enjoying a page-turner that's not about superheroes, but people with jobs to keep. Wow. It's like instead of the great stakes, it's like, no, the end of the world is coming. Can he stop it? It's like, no, what do you call it? Downsizing is on the horizon. Can he keep his job? You know,
I want to see like the My Hero Academia kind of series where he's getting paid for the amount of people he saves. It's like, well, I gotta save these, like what they do in One Punch Man, but actually make it.
Per job.
He's actually being a hero just so he can pay his rent.
It'd be funny. It'd be funny because you'd have the heroes who start creating, like they get together with the villains. They get together with the villains to create scenarios to save people, and then they split the cash. Right.
That was actually kind of brought up in the My Hero Academia manga, if I remember correctly.
Oh, really?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh.
And all power will be abused, much like the rape my ears is getting from that ball.
Okay, hold on.
Tickle.
But wait, there's more.
So when world-renowned wine critic Kanzaki passes away, his will reveals that his fortune of a wine collection isn't bequeathed as a matter of course to his only son, who in a snub went to work sales at a beer company. Okay. To come into the inheritance, Shinjuku must identify, in competition with a stellar young critic, 12 heaven-sent wines whose impressions the will describes in flowing terms. Huh. Anyway, so that apparently is so gripping in France and Japan that they're making a live-action American series about it. Also, Kaiji Kawaguchi's The Silent Service manga is getting a live-action film. So obviously this is a Japanese live-action. The story doesn't really work if it's not Japanese. Actually, no, it could work if it wasn't Japanese. But the story doesn't work in general because it's fucking stupid. Because they commandeer or like they're put in position of having a nuclear sub, and like that they launch nukes out of kind of thing. And they just go ahead and hold the entire world hostage. And it is the stupidest fucking story ever. And it has zero believability. And the whole world is like, oh no, we need to come together for climate change and all these bad things just because one sub could nuke any one of us at any moment. Like they're going to run out of nukes quicker. Okay. It's not fucking unbelievable. Right. So stupid.
Isn't this like the plot of The Hunt for Red October?
Is it? I don't remember that movie. Is that the plot of it?
I can't remember. As far all I know about that movie is like it was a nuclear sub that they're looking for, and that's it. That's all I know about it.
The story begins when the Maritime Self-Defense Force submarine Yamanaki sank in a maritime accident in the waters near Japan. The survival of all 76 crew members, including the captain, Commander Shiro Kaeda, was hopeless. However, the crew survived the accident. They had been selected as crew members of a nuclear submarine secretly built by the U.S. and Japan, and the accident was a cover-up story to get them on board Japan's first nuclear submarine. I've seen the OVA. It's trash. The story makes no fucking sense, and the whole time you're like, oh god, this is cringe. Anyway, so there's the thing. Now, even less cringe / more cringe, Ninja versus Shark.
Yeah!
Yeah, right? I gotta watch that.
So speaking of cringe stuff, when I went and saw the slime movie, I saw a movie poster for Cocaine Bear with a tagline.
Yes, that's a real story. That's based on actual events.
I know, but the tagline: "Get in line."
Get in line.
Like, come on. Like, really?
I don't get it. A line of cocaine.
Cocaine,
gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. So, do you guys know what bernays are? Is that how you pronounce it? They're like donuts that are completely covered in powdered sugar. Beignet? Beignet. I think that's what it's called. So when I was in Dallas, on our way back from getting Texas barbecue, there was a beignet place, and they got some, like a pack of 6, and took one. Like literally, we took the bag out of the store, and I saw it for the first time. I thought that they were really hot because steam was coming out, but it was actually the powdered sugar because that's how fucking much was in there, just flowing out constantly all the way we walked. They took one bite and just like, nah, I don't need it anymore, right? So we get back to the hotel and like I'm just sitting bag in the back seat, so I take it upstairs and I'm like, I guess I'll eat them, right? No big deal, right? I look at the bottom of the fucking bag and I shit you not. It is that thick with powdered sugar. And right before I left, I knocked the bag over. And I'm like, I had to tell my boss, I'm like, hey, if you get a call from the hotel about the copious amounts of cocaine they found on my floor, it was the beignets. Like,
what you should have done was just like
I thought about like scooping it off
and then just start chopping lines on a coffee table.
Because I knocked it over on the table that's in the hotel room. So
you should have just
literally thought about taking the hotel key card and just like chopped.
You should have tried to scoop it out and put in the dildo container.
That was in Georgia. This was a different hotel.
What, you didn't bring the dildo container?
No, I believe it or not, no, I did not touch that thing.
Oh, not as a souvenir.
I literally, like, if you guys remember in that photo, there's a little like plug with like a button. You're supposed to step on it with your foot. That's how you turn the light on and off. I literally almost just unscrewed the light bulbs to not have to put my foot near that thing. Anyway,
hold on. Back to the chopping sugar. That would have been the greatest litmus test to leave some sugar lines on like the counter or something. Like if the hotel calls you, okay, but if they don't call you, pray for whatever housekeeper actually tried to snort that.
Considering they missed the dildo in the corner, I don't think they're going to find the powder sugar on the table.
This is a different hotel, Lance.
Same
this is
state.
A different state. No, a different state. This was Dallas.
State? Oh, well, never mind.
Okay. So, in other news, very anime related, Gladiator star Russell Crowe shares details about upcoming Ridley Scott sequel. Quote, "It's not a remake." I don't even know what to say about this. I mean, it was weird enough when we were talking about Air Force 1, 2. This is just bizarre. Since he died at the end, there is a scant chance that Maximus will appear in the sequel to Gladiator. And the actor who played the character, Russell Crowe, says there are no plans to bring him back, even for a flashback. So why are you talking about it? Because it's a lie.
It's going to be a prequel. Or
I've got the movie poster right here. He returns to entertain the gods
in Greece.
And Joaquin Phoenix is back here too. He's also in the movie, though he also died. So, and he has a Jack Murphy beard for some reason. It felt necessary. Gladiator 2, entertain harder, right? So he did say,
which
in the
is
movie,
why Joker's reprising his role to entertain harder.
Entertain, yeah.
Put a smile on your face.
He did say that he'd have his vengeance in this life or the next in the first movie. So here he goes. Kratos, the Gladiator.
Man of his word.
Did
also,
you not clip for that?
No, I didn't. I painstakingly photoshopped his thumb out in this shot because I don't know if you remember in the movie, but it's kind of a big thing that the Emperor does. You know, he's about to thumbs down this.
Do the gladiators live? Do the gladiators die? Yeah.
Anyway, there's
now the thing.
Let's read more. Oh fuck!
It's not a remake. If it was a remake, would you really want to see these geriatric versions of the old characters redoing everything?
If it was a remake, I would hope they have new actors playing the character.
It's supposed to be a sequel because we know the actor who played Lucius the Kid is in the sequel.
So there's already an IMDb listing for it. Director Ridley Scott, David Scarpa writing, and it stars Mescal and Spencer Treat Clark. So this actor played Lucius, which is the son of, according to Nichiban's article on this, the son of Maximus's lover. Which no, I'm sorry, I didn't see that version of the movie. No, it's
his wife's boyfriend's.
No, Joaquin Phoenix's sister's son.
Yeah.
The one who's
maybe
like
ex-lover with the how they were talking to each other at the very beginning of the movie.
Maybe, yeah. So anyway, then this guy is going to be taking over, I guess, the role. I don't know if they're going to have
the other guy is probably going to be.
I have no fucking idea what they're going to do. I am dying to read this article. So, since he died at the end, there is a scant chance that Maximus will appear in the sequel to Gladiator. And the actor who played the character, Russell Crowe, says there are no plans to bring him back, even for a flashback. Instead, part 2 will focus on someone else, a young man Maximus saved when he was little. Yeah, we've had dinner and talked about it and all that stuff. So I know roughly how he's, referring to Ridley Scott, shaping the story. But yeah, if you remember, there was a young kid who wanted to beat the gladiator, which leads to the "My name is" speech. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have stopped the movie where we watched it last night, Reese, but I don't. What is the "My name" speech? Oh, my name is Gladiator. Oh
no, yeah, Maximus does.
Oh,
father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife. I will have my vengeance in this life and the next.
There is a young kid who wanted to beat the gladiator. The young kid wanted to meet the gladiator. You dumb idiot! Holy shit! The Fitzy and Whippa podcast couldn't transcribe that correctly. Crow does not know much about the film, but is clear what it is. So that young kid has grown up, and he's now the emperor. No, you gave it back to the Senate. God damn it! Your work, it's all ruined. I don't know what else happens at that point. So that's the idea. So it's not a remake, and it's not a direct sequel. It's not like The Day After, 30 years later or something. Oh no, that hurts.
25 years later, but yeah.
25, right?
Like, came out in 2000.
Yeah, I was going to say
25.
Yeah, anyway, Ridley Scott is returning to direct from a script by his collaborator on All the Money in the World. Okay. The not direct sequel has been in the works for at least 5 years, and according to Scott, is slated as his next movie after he is done with the Napoleon biopic Kit Bag, starring Gladiator's villain Joaquin Phoenix. Wow. So who played Napoleon?
They're going to film him like they did The Hobbit?
Joaquin Phoenix. He's not actually short. That's a lie. That is a lie the British fed you.
That's the joke. God.
First of all, I love doing period films. I love the research. I love to create sort of smells of the period. Okay. Wow, great. Ridley Scott said to Deadline.
That was a really poor choice of words there, Scott.
I love to create the smells of the period. Gross. I think that what we did with the first Gladiator, I don't like being critical of things that have happened before, but I wasn't the biggest fan of Hollywood Roman epics, honestly. He added, they felt artificial. And so when I was to consider a script, the script was not very good. Scott recalled being given an illustration called "For Those About to Die" in which a guy is about to tune a fork. This bastard. What?
You can tune a piano, but you can't tune. Never mind.
Are they referring to the sequence with the trident? Upon seeing that, he was sold and wanted to make the movie. Wow, that's... Oh, God, that's what made him want to make it. Okay. All right. So if he's such a big fan of doing the research and creating smells, maybe he should focus more on the historical accuracy of the Colosseum not being built yet. Like, jeez, man. So he's got this thing in his neck, and he's looking up for permission to kill, Scott said. That's never been done properly before. Never. I said, I'll do it. He said, you will? I said, yes. Did you want to read the script? I said, no. And we went off and hit the ground running around the table. Oh, my God. It's amazing this movie is even watchable. Like, it's fucking a masterpiece. And I'm hearing he's like, hey, I'll bet. Like, you're going to do it? Yeah, man. I'll do it. You want to read the script? Nah. So the casting is underway, and it will be headlined by Irish actor Paul Mescal, who plays Lucius, the son of Lucilla.
We don't use that around here.
He appears to be the main character that the movie catches up with after 30 years, and whom Crow referred to. Aside from the latter, other names Ridley Scott worked with behind the scenes are returning. No release date. So that's a shame. I can't wait to see Kratos kill some gods in Gladiator 2. You remember that they did burn his wife at the stake. The reference makes sense, okay? Shut up and stop questioning it. It's a great joke, damn it. Effing Anime Addict says, oh, that makes a lot of sense for the first Gladiator. Why everybody dies because the Joker's in the sequel. Fuck, I hope it's Heath Ledger, for God's sake. No, Joaquin Phoenix plays Joker. This joke is too highbrow for you. All right, into streaming news.
Not everyone can be a galaxy brain like you, okay?
In other news,
so you're saying
Rick and Morty's over
last night just so you did not clip the scene with?
No, I didn't. I didn't think it was necessary, but when the end came to it, and I was tired. I went to fuck me with these Crunchyroll articles. Wow, we're only 2 hours in. This is a fucking epic, great podcast.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
Fuck? Feels like it's been 3 hours or more.
I know. We're tired as fuck. And I've eaten 2 meals.
He's tripped up famished.
Okay. So Star Wars Visions Volume 2 is continuing on May 4th, 2023. So, they're sticking with that meme. Now, here's the thing, though. Remember how the first one was like the Animatrix and stuff, where they used a bunch of Japanese studios?
Yeah, this one isn't.
So, guess how many Japanese studios there are?
0.
Exactly 1/2.
1/2. Wow.
Yeah. So, the Art Stagio, great job promoting them on Chojin History Month. So, the one by Leandre Thomas, it is a legitimate studio in Japan, a black-owned business, right? So it's in Japan. It might have some Japanese people working on that particular one, but it's not at all like what they did for the first round, where it was, Studio Trigger and all them, So
is
not to be confused
Thomas
with Triggerfish, like.
Is Leandre Thomas related to LaShawn Thomas?
He actually might be. Just to be clear, I've got nothing against Leandre Thomas, but I find it funny that they built up Star Wars Visions and then they're going to do all these other studios, which might be cool. I don't know. But I just thought it was kind of funny that they're like, and then Art Stagio, let's get them in there. Anyway, so moving on from that.
We could get Trigger, so we got the Triggerfish instead.
Yeah, right. So Pokemon Ultimate Journeys, the series, sets U.S. date for new episodes of Ash's final season. So they're coming out February 24th, the end of this month. You're going to be able to watch the final season with Ash. And that's it. There you go. That's the news. Okay, and also, A Frozen Hell awaits in Make My Day 3D CG anime trailer. Great. Original production based on story by Yasuo Otagaki hits Netflix on February 2nd, 2023. Now, I don't know about you, but what I see when I look at this is what's that stupid thing from the creators of RWBY?
Genlock.
Genlock. Doesn't it just kind of feel like
that
Genlock?
stupid thing? I'm like, which one? They had like thousands.
Every stupid thing they've done that's called Genlock. So anyway, I don't know. It just kind of feels like Japan is getting infiltrated further and further to make things that are crappy. And again, this is not about the fact that we've got our black leads. It just feels like they're doing the Genlock, like, oh well, it failed when we did it, so let's do it again, but with with somebody else's IP, so that we can trick them into making the story we were certain was good, or I don't know. It just looks that way to me. Anyway, moving on. It is Chojin month, so I had to cover it. Inu to Shonen, or The Boy and the Dog, Netflix anime, has been criticized because it uses AI. I think it used a Midjourney to develop every background image in the whole thing. So Netflix's Twitter account has accrued a decent amount of criticism after uploading a new short anime film called Inu to Shonen, or The Dog and the Boy, as the backgrounds of the movie were created using AI, which the associated tweet explained is due to a labor shortage in the anime industry because everybody got COVID and died. The tweet containing the 3-minute short film acquired 17.5 million views in about 2 days and announced that the project was a joint effort between Netflix anime creators Base Technology developer Rina Inc. and Wit Studio. So you can watch the stupid thing if you want to, but all of these backgrounds are, I think they were using Midjourney, but I'm not sure.
What's this movie called?
The Dog and the Boy.
I can't find it on Netflix.
Maybe it hasn't come out yet. This is just the trailer for it, so maybe it hasn't come out yet.
I can't imagine all of them just based off of them, but like definitely the one with the mountain, like a couple frames up, that one looked sus.
Looks very, yeah.
No, a few more up.
This one?
No, a few more.
This one?
A few more.
This one?
That one.
Oh, that one
Mount
does
Fuji.
look. That does look kind of jank.
Like that one. That one looks like it was made. I could see. Like it doesn't even look anime anymore. It looks like a photo.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like whatever they referenced for it, Midjourney, looks like it just completely janked up.
Yeah. So that one I could buy is.
This
AI.
is like a poor composite. So I'm basing this off of I saw. I could cover this other one. By the way, apparently Nichiban just like doesn't exist anymore. It's just Niche Gamer again. Nichiban.niche Gamer. It doesn't have anime news anymore. Where is it? They also talked about Gladiator.
Now, tinfoil hat time. What if the AI companies actually funded the anime?
Wasn't it this?
And they actually hand drew the art, but they wanted them to have such a good reflection on how good their AI art is.
That sounds like a tinfoil hat theory to me.
That's what he said it was.
Were you listening?
Literally started it with that.
And that's what I said. It sounds like a tinfoil hat theory.
You are correct in your assertion that your theory sounds ridiculous. I concur with your prior. Okay, so so Crunchyroll, their version of the article mentions from Midjourney to ChatGPT, artificial intelligence is currently pushing the boundaries of content and material creation across multiple industries. Even anime. It might just take some time to search. An experimental initiative to help ease the anime industry's labor shortage. Netflix anime creators Base partnered with Wit Studio and AI character platform Rina to produce. So it's Rina that must have been to generate the stuff. Using image generation technology for all of its backgrounds, according to Crunchyroll. That's where my source site is.
Okay. Well,
It looks like it's only streaming on YouTube.
If
it's not actually on YouTube.
if they literally did it for every single background and they didn't really touch a lot of them up, then I think it did a pretty good job on a lot of them. On some of them, not so much.
Especially like these
Fuji.
two. Especially these two, where they got like the same image in two different times of the year.
Yeah. And I think, you know what? If AI can fucking make the art, fucking use it. Like,
Yeah.
What? Why are we like as long as there isn't a
Don't you love it? They're like
quality.
the starving artists. They don't get paid enough in Japan, and it's like, all right, well, we're just gonna use machines. Oh, like,
Here's your replacement.
how dare you, you artists? Learn
Well,
to code.
now they just have to pay the photographer to go get the photo to turn into the anime, right? Because
They already
most of
have
these,
like a director of photography and all that stuff.
yeah,
for,
I would assume most of these are like image, like they take a photo and they convert that photo into an anime style.
It's funny.
with
So I don't
Midjourney.
know. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, continue.
No, I was done.
So okay, sorry, I didn't. Legitimately, I jumped the gun on stepping over you there. But when I look at this, I see fingers, a forearm, like elbow, arm, and I see like a creature like looming like close to the ground like this.
Well,
Like,
now I see it.
do you see it? I see it like that's the first
Someone
thing
needs
my
to-
eye went to when I
Just
told
as
them.
long as it doesn't insert like a Getty Images thing
Screen
into
cap
it.
Brad doing the pose.
That's gonna be the thumbnail. Anyway. Hey, a shirt I can make. 2 shirts I could potentially make. So yeah, so I'm really impressed, honestly, because if legitimately all of the background were done using AI, then yeah, I think it's time we could just kind of like look at it this way. Let me move ahead on a topic I was going to later on. Right now. So, if AI, which is going to be accessible potentially to your average schmo, can produce artwork like this, look at how many times we're seeing this shot, right? And it's different lighting conditions, different weather conditions, and it is believably, realistically, you can look at it and see it is the same shot. And maybe it's like Stable Diffusion, where this is a photo of an actual train station, and they say in the snow, or you know what I mean, like whatever. Maybe that's happening. But if you could realistically produce something like this and to this fidelity, which I don't think the art style is anything, spectacular, but it gets the job done, right? Then people like that guy who I keep joking about whenever he puts up his Kickstarter for the 12th time. Imagine what he could get away with and focus on strictly just the animation instead of, working on the all of the aspects of it. Like the more you can automate or give access to people who aren't skilled at drawing the backgrounds, the more they get to focus on the parts of it that they are good at, So I think as an industry, it's going to probably hurt a lot. Holy shit, the nuke went off in this shot. Oh no. Oh fuck. The nuke went off. Oh no.
Did the boy die?
Our latest
Holy
innovation with
shit.
AI.
Oh my god.
The AI went rogue.
This is the future AI wants for humans.
We're very excited to announce our new Hiroshima expansion to Stable Diffusion.
Secretly, that explosion was the MacBook that rendered dots going off when it ran Stable Diffusion. Wow. So anyway, so what I was going to say is if you were able to put the heavy lifting for some parts. For just an example, I don't draw a lot of backgrounds personally. You know, as an artist, it's not something I focus my time on. I'm not particularly good at it because I haven't invested a lot of time on it. And so it makes it harder for me to generate images if I wanted to produce something that had backgrounds, because I have to outsource the aspect. I got to find somebody who's good at it. I'd have to hire them if it's going to try to do it as a 2D animation, right? So I found this guy recently. I'm a Japanese indie anime artist. I'm still making an animation called Promethean Night with 3D CG. I'm late to slow, but I'll be updating the work in the future. So please look forward to the completion. If the dream comes true, this will be a 100-minute movie. So he uses a Google Translate tweet. So what do you think about this artwork?
Not too bad.
Not too bad, right? Let me show you the next thing. This is the real first thing I saw. Let me full screen this bitch. God damn it, load! There we go.
Damn, son.
Looks like a game.
It does look like a game.
Let me say, that is in the top 10 indie animations using CG that ends with the word night or knights that I've ever seen.
That is a statement that is true.
You think it's really better than a Busy and Nights?
No,
he said knowing exactly what Quindam was referencing.
It's
in the top 10, good, right? No, look, I will say this.
Great for like. Did they say
like
it's
a single guy doing it in Blender?
I'm a Japanese indie anime artist.
Yes, it is one guy.
Yeah,
I
so
left
that's like
the
even
anime
more
industry. I couldn't sense the will to make a new era for my seniors. Now I decided to make an indie anime. I freely draw what I think is good.
So is it a game or is it an anime?
It's an anime. And if Stable Diffusion or any of these AI things allows somebody who has this much talent to produce the things that they otherwise couldn't do, I'm fucking all for it. I am all for this revolution in anime. Now, I will say something that is tempting. Good.
I was going to say, before you go on, I saw a video on TikTok with the AI going, getting more popular. People are taking old videos of girls dancing and running it through an AI filter in Stable Diffusion to generate what it would look like as an anime.
Yeah.
And obviously there's issues with anime AI generators with hands, right? Like you can't do hands very well. But they don't really care. They're just putting it up for content. And also it's animated because they're running each frame of the TikTok video through the process. So as it's moving,
what you're saying, it jumps around like when Fem A started the podcast?
I don't know what that reference
Were you that?
is,
Were you not there for that when I used the AI to make Fundamental women?
Oh yes, yes. It jumps around like that.
Yeah.
But also like occasionally missing fingers. So from frame to frame, it's not very consistent. But there are plugins that are working on making things more consistent frame to frame, so that because it's not built for making video yet, right? But so they take frame by frame and then convert it. But if they can work on
literally helping take your job away from you one day.
If they can work on
this is not going to take my job away.
If they can work on frame to frame consistency and the issue of the hands, they can run this over bad. I mean, he made that CG look somewhat okay, but they could run.
They could run it over shitty CG. Yeah, they could run it Berserk and spit out AI that is trained on the 97 Berserk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'm down with
then animate it with CG and then run it through an AI and make it look like good 2D animation.
So I'm looking at other stuff he's done to promote this thing. I'm going to showcase some stuff in a second. I saw. What's up?
This morning in my YouTube feed, I got this recommendation for this video of 2 years of animation progress, and I was actually kind of shocked how good it was. No. It was 2D, and I linked you on Facebook, but it's like this dude was doing stuff from like he was animating his own Attack on Titan or One Punch Man like sequences and stuff, and they look really good for just being one guy.
I'm looking.
He even did like one thing that was like Attack on Titan, like his version versus their shot. Except I don't think it's explicitly.
Was it in the movie Puss in Boots? Because my wife made me watch that yesterday.
Yeah,
it was in Boots. Are you talking about Puss in Boots?
No. I was saying yeah to. Oh, you had to watch it.
No, there's a sequence in the new feature that it looks like it was taken straight out of Attack on Titan.
Oh, I've seen that clip. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the giant
he fights a giant
with the church
and
bell.
He's running along the tops while the bell was getting swung at him. Oh, his jacket's too hot. Anyway, so I'm looking for another artist's work that I closed that I also feel like it was fucking cool. So Lance, you were suggesting that we are like promoting something that's going to take my job, so to speak.
Not
the
quite.
way I look at this,
well, you've misquoted me. You've misstated what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying.
Okay, please correct your
all this AI.
The right here.
All this AI eventually. Yeah, all I'm trying to say is like it's going to be trained up and everything, and eventually everything will be done at the click of a button. Well, that's the way. That was what happened to cashiers, at Walmart. Automated system eventually, took their job. Another person got a job, quote unquote. But I don't want this to happen. I'm just making the saucy joke. More than likely, all this
so just to be clear, I am apprehensive about the advancements in AI because I think that they are happening too quickly for society to catch up. In terms of, if you, as we've talked in the past, if you were to automate self-driving cars and all the trucks on the road got replaced by self-driving trucks, it would be astronomically detrimental to the economy, because all of those people, which is like 90% of people who only graduate with a high school degree or whatever, is that it, or don't have a high school, whatever the statistic is, they like 90% of those jobs are housed by those people, right? So a huge element of workforce will all of a sudden be without work, and they still need food, they still need funds to support themselves. So I do see a potential dark future Terminator with this with advancements in AI. I really do. But the way I look at this, as somebody who's in the animation field and has training in it, I look at this and I'm excited, because I am not the grunt work that I do. I am the creative vision behind it, And so this gets me excited because it means I don't have to work with other people, and I don't have to rely on getting other people amped to do what I want to do, because I can now do it myself, and to a degree that looks fucking great. You know what I mean?
Do you fear as well that one day that will be used on you? Your job you will no longer be needed because
because I don't want to work on other people's shit. Like, the reason I don't do that anymore is because I don't want to work on other people's shit.
I'm not a fucking plumber.
What?
He says he's not a plumber.
He's not a plumber. He doesn't want to work on other people's shit.
Well, I thought you were making a Mario movie reference. I was like, not yet. Hold on.
Anyway, so I don't want to work on other people's shit. I want to work on my own shit. That's why I do the podcast, and I like doing it. So anyway, I want to show you guys some of the stuff that he's done here. I cannot find the other artists, but it doesn't matter.
Also, Brad's industry has already been taken over. Like he has nothing to lose.
Oh.
I mean,
so here's
look what happened to Augie.
I don't even get the joke.
I'll help you.
His position.
I'll help you. Look what happened to Augie.
You were breathing my air. That's pretty powerful.
Okay, let's put him back in the box.
All right. So anyway, so he says, once I'm done with the indie anime, I want to make an indie game. Games are a big influence for me, especially Titanfall is unforgettable. I think the game version of the current indie anime is also fun. And then, ironically, now that he's talking about a game, he has actually hand-drawn stuff. But it shows that he has an artistic talent behind doing stuff in CG, right? And again, this guy, as I know, is not using AI. But I'm saying that talent like this, teamed up with AI is a, I'm not going to bet against it. You know what I mean?
It's an acceleration to the finish line.
Yeah. And it gives you more creative energy behind it. Like
every single person that I've shown stable diffusion to has had this huge creative burst. Like they feel invigorated to get into like creating because it provides them with a tool that's so powerful.
Because so many people want, like everybody is creative in some way, wants to do something, but they don't have the technical ability. So they remain frustrated at the inability to actually produce creation, So I want to point out, you can kind of see faceting in the hair. This is like a play blast. He's definitely doing this in Blender. Blender has a fucking incredible system for what do you call them? Cell shading, which we'll look at in a second here. Some of his other work. Obviously, go follow this guy on Twitter and tell him the OCA podcast sent you. Boy, I wish that this shit loaded faster. Come. I only have 237 tabs open. All right, so this like take a look at this, right? And then there's like a breakdown right here of how in like the back end. Again, Blender has a fucking great system for this. This is the compositing. So pretty cool. And then,
don't underestimate Blender. It's powerful as balls.
G for Demon. The drink that I've opened.
Are those the covers of the new Pokemon games? You get Demon Red or Demon Blue version.
To me, kind of reminds me of the original art for Under the Dog, where we were promised something great, and then it wasn't great. It actually looks great now because he's actually delivering on his indie promise.
Indie promise. Okay, we're gonna trademark that.
Yeah, that's gonna be the name of our anime.
Indie promise.
Yeah.
The promised indie land. Damn.
Fuck! Look at that horse.
Looks like it's
got like a beak.
Berserk.
No, it's like futuristic and stuff. Like it's like
it's got a beak.
I was making a joke because it's CG.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's not CG; it's digital paint. But anyway, so here's another thing on the compositing. These rim light effects is fucking awesome. So cool. Anyway, I'm sure that everybody is bored senseless with me going on nutting over this guy's work. I don't know.
It's
They
only
need
so
to join-
entertaining for so long watching somebody else nut.
They need to join our Discord, and then they can share their progress in our
Yeah.
creations thing.
Well, I turned on notifications, so I'm going to keep in tabs. I'll keep it up. I'll show more stuff if more relevant stuff continues to come out. Anyway, so let me before we continue to this next article, let me let's read rebuttals.
Can you
let's see.
possibly try and do something about your internet? Yeah.
I can stop screen sharing temporarily. Does that improve things?
It has yet to.
Wait, it's not just me?
I gotta
Wow.
me earlier.
I'm so clear. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna leave and come back. I'll be right back.
Fuck, I was gonna leave. I was like, dude, my connection is like shit. I can't.
No, that was all him.
He supported me, staying this one out. I'm like, it's not just me, guys. Feels good.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess it's not all.
It's not
like
it,
2%
it is definitely
Lance.
some of you for sure.
Yeah, no,
regardless.
Lance,
2%
you're also
Lance.
having issues, but
Well, I know.
but yeah, it's,
I'm not denying that.
it's worse when AC has issues because he's the one talking mostly.
So, how is everybody? What have you guys been watching?
Fruits Basket, OG,
Nice.
to lead up to the remake or whatever.
Has
It's
the
not too bad.
remake came out yet?
Oh, it's done. The
Oh.
2019.
Yeah.
I'm watching the 2001.
So, Bo Fury season 2
Oh,
and
damn.
the
I just didn't think it
Okay,
was
for
that.
now.
I thought it was like a recent thing. The new Fruits Basket.
I've been watching Kotaro Lives Alone on Netflix.
Oh, Kotaro Lives Alone. I watched the first 2 episodes.
Beep beep.
It's kind of cute. He's
Yeah.
got his little sword and all that. Oh
Yeah,
wow,
I
that
find it
sounds
really
great out of
adorable.
context.
No, yeah, his little samurai sword that he bought, his
FD
katana that he bought at the store.
Canon FDN those little boys and their little swords.
Right.
Oh god.
That's right. Reese will never visit him.
No,
like,
that's
we'll
why I'm
never
with
see
him.
Reese
That's,
again.
that's why I spend the night with him every night.
No, Reese, no.
Wow.
Hello, Child Protective Services.
Here I was shipping UNAC.
Oh,
Wow.
I started and caught up with Tomo-chan as a girl, and
Oh.
indeed the dub voice of the main girl Tomo gives me AIDS. Like literally the first sentence, I'm like, okay, switching to Japanese. I never do that. That's how bad it is.
I'm enjoying the dubbing because I'm enjoying the cast. But
Including the main Tomo.
she's all right. It's not her fault. They're trying to make her go overly tomboy. I'm not going to knock her.
They're
for
not
that.
making her tomboy. They're making her straight up boy.
You have
They're
to
trying to make her.
directed.
They're making her sound like the 8th grade bully.
I understand that, but she's being directed.
Hey guys.
She's doing a decent job. But what it's killing me is, and I really would like to have some like actual notes in front of me so I don't get raped. But what's killing me about the way the show is doing is some of the dialogue is just, I don't know if this would have been close to what the Japanese did or not, since I have no idea what the Japanese dialogue was because I'm only watching in English. But
Yeah.
some of it just feels it's over the top, and I'm just like,
Over adapted.
over adapted is a good way to put it. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna knock them for the dub.
There was one.
The VAs.
There was one. I think she's like straight miscast, but like every single episode, all 5 of them, I started off dub, and every time I'm like, I'm switching, like, like without fail. But the one episode 5, like when I started off dub, there's this one sequence where she's like, "Oh my god, you're a princess," and all this stuff.
Oh
person
god,
she says like
yeah.
3 times, and then because like
That girl,
her
the
Japanese
blonde kills
voice
me.
actor has a really big like screech type yell, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure the English isn't gonna top this. You'd have to be like pretty damn seasoned to get this, and no surprise she didn't really capture it, but they also changed the dialogue there, and it did seem kind of off. Like it didn't feel like they inserted anything like hip or trending, but it just felt like such a awkward adaptation of it. But granted, that was only like a sentence. Either way, yeah, Brad, I was just saying how I confirmed my worst nightmares of Tomo-chan as a girl's voice actor being horrifically bad. Literally the first sentence I swapped over to Japanese, and I did that every single episode. I started off dumb. I'm like, okay, I'll give it a chance.
I'll give it another chance. Maybe she's improved.
No, I failed every time.
Damn, I didn't know
I am
Monica Rial
impressed.
voiced her.
However, every other voice actor sounds good. Like,
Jade
I'm telling you that.
The girl that kills me's name is...
It's the blondie, isn't it?
Carol Alston.
Yeah, I guess that's her in-game name. That's her Japanese voice. Her Japanese voice sounds the same. So I'm not even gonna knock it. Like
I'm just like, when she comes on screen, I'm like, when did the dead fish appear?
That's kind of her character. She's supposed to just sound like weirdly monotone.
That is the part that's killing me. But you know, but at least
I'm telling you, man, that's exactly how the Japanese sounds.
Then I have no right to judge it, I guess. Oh,
so I've scrolled up quite a way in comments, and I wanted to address a couple of these real quick, if you guys don't mind.
Like, notice me cream pie.
I saw that as it came up. So, Luigi Metal 64 says Luffy stretching is going to look as bad as Mr. Fantastic stretching in the Fantastic Four movies. So, was it you, Footnum, that I was talking to about this? Where up until recently, all the stretching in like you've ever seen for this superhero power has always been in slow motion.
Yeah. No.
Is that you?
I don't think you were talking to me about that.
Yeah, it was. We talked about it last time, or at one point.
I think it might have been behind the scenes. I don't know if it showed up on stream. So just a quick recap is, you'll notice that whenever they do it in Hollywood movies and stuff, they always like look at their hand and then you see it happening slowly. It's a slow movement. Whereas the difference with One Piece that'll be interesting to see is that his stretching is fast. Like it's happening, like he's doing jabs and things that happen quickly. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle it because
it might make it look more cringe. But
it might look worse, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, it's probably not going to look like Mr. Fantastic stretching in the Fantastic Four movies.
The only thing that I personally noticed being in slow-mo is like when there's giant like kaijus or whatever, they're clearly moving in slow-mo or whatever.
What do you mean?
What?
It looks like anything that's like moderately large, like even elephant size, the way they animate it, like the Lion King or whatever, they have everything moves like super like slow.
He's talking about kaiju. That's realistic though, because the larger something is, the more energy it takes to move it.
Sorry, maybe not kaiju. Maybe not kaiju. I'm thinking like Lion King when they're making a CG elephant, it's like all the physics are slowed down for it or something like that.
So you're saying that they overemphasize it for scale?
It's like it lacks the realism because they like universally apply the like, oh, they're slow and weighty or whatever.
Well, I think like Luffy has the ability to grow his arm as well later on in the series. I doubt they probably won't do it in the live action because
they'll probably have some
they won't get that far.
From what does that not happen right away? Is that like because he eats the fruit, right? The gum fruit or whatever.
Well, he eats the fruit right away, so he gets the power of the rubber right away. But he doesn't learn how to make his arms huge. Like he stretches them, but later on he makes them actually like blow up like balloons and like a giant fist.
His ability to use hockey changes starts opening.
Well, no, I'm not even getting into that.
but so when he makes his fist giant in the anime, they do
like he blows on his thumb and his hand.
Yeah, they do make his they do animate his hand slower when he makes his hand giant.
Yeah, well,
So
it's going to
that's-
move slower.
Yeah, so that's to
Naturally speaking.
FGM's point.
Yeah.
But while it's small and lanky, it is quick. Even when it just goes droopy, like when he first gets it, like he like pulls up his arm or something, and his arm just goes like his bicep just goes to the floor, like drops like instantly, and then loops down. They've always
Lucky
animated it really
loopy.
quickly, so hopefully that they can keep that faithful.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm holding off on watching the actual show so that I can watch the Netflix one first, and it'd be the first one I go into blind, right?
Oh, so you don't.
So it's only uphill from there.
Right. So with that in mind, Louisa Message Force says Sunrise failed to learn from the Netflix Cowboy Bebop failure, as City Hunter is going to be the next victim. Netflix is not making a live action City Hunter. There's a Japanese live action City Hunter happening. Oh wait, are they? Netflix is, but it's a Japanese live action, and those
it
are
should
different.
be a Japanese produced.
Yeah, it's a Japanese produced one, so it's not going to be anything like Cowboy Bebop. And there's already been a Western live action one from France that looked fucking awesome.
I like how every time people jack off Cowboy Bebop, they praise it for Bones' animation. And now, when it's the live action, it's Sunrise's fault for letting Bebop get adapted. No.
Oh yeah, the Sunrise is the producer.
Sunrise made the original. Oh, wait. They're the producer of the Netflix. Either way, like what I'm getting at is everyone likes to credit Bones because they have a hard on for Bones, but they don't want to give a credit to Sunrise. The true warriors.
Here's Notice Me Cream Pie. So after stroking off that that one guy on Twitter repeatedly, I just want to say Cosmic Dawn is also soloing.
Cosmic Dawn X that guy when?
Yeah. Looking forward to both projects. I saw on Twitter someone post a movie idea of a samurai versus a predator. I really would love to see that film. Yeah, it's called Predators. They did it, except for that sequence is only one scene, sadly. And it has the soundtrack from the original Predator movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it is extremely distracting. More distracting than Adrian Brody's giant ass nose.
I think
damn.
I saw like about that with like the new Predator Prey or whatever, where it takes place in like Native Americans, like see a predator go actually like a full movie in feudal Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I always thought it didn't make sense in Alien versus Predator because the first Alien movie takes place way in the future and the first Predator movie takes place in the past.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't make sense. You fucked it up.
Huh?
The smells of Pompeii. For Ridley Scott, the smells of historical movies.
We're covering smell-o-vision tonight, right?
Smell-o-vision, that's right. That would have been a great segue.
That one scene where they're all like lined up and like Maximus is behind the guy pissing himself.
Yeah.
Great smells, authentic.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
so now we're getting into the AI section. Human animators are still better because they can work when the power goes out, when cell anime is being worked on. Right. I mean, they definitely can. Tell me next time cell anime is actually being worked on. Netflix is lying because they hyped up about banning view-sharing viewers. Hard copies are the best since no company can take those away from you. While I do agree, hashtag buy physical bitch, I see no better way to segue to the next topic than to stop comments right here and jump right into it. Because huzzah! Fucking hell. Netflix deletes new password sharing rules. Claims they were posted in error. An error in judgment, maybe. So, yeah.
But apparently,
the backlash has been swift.
But apparently, that policy is still active in Chile.
Yeah, they are only
Costa
not
Rica,
applicable to the United
Peru.
States as of now. So strictly here, we Karen'd and bitched about it enough and threatened to cancel enough that they are now going back on it. So.
And they're going to pull PayPal and just put it back in with it very quickly.
Yeah, pretty much. Netflix has removed its new rules from the official website despite announcing the change only a few days ago. When did this get released? 3 days ago. Okay. If you say so, a few days ago. You must have OCA podcast time. Like you must be working off of our calendar.
We need our own time zone just for our podcast.
We're in our own time bubble, apparently.
You mean CPT? Trojan people time?
Okay, yeah, let's go with that.
Yes!
You know, I had to think about it for a fucking second.
Actually, that's going to have to be exclusively for 1 month of the year.
Well, good thing we are in that 1 month of the year.
Yeah.
So you identify as that during this 1 month.
I have taken a lot of risks on these jokes tonight. I think that was the only one that really landed.
Trojans are gods in bed, which is Valentine's Day month joke, okay? Get over it.
Trojan literally means like supreme god. So
in bed.
In all things. Also in an alley, in a truck stop, in a stall in the bathroom,
in a horse. Go back to the old jokes.
Wow.
Anyway, so a Netflix spokesperson clarified that the new guidelines are not applicable to the United States yet. So again, it is a PayPal. For a brief time yesterday, a Help Center article containing information that is only applicable to Chile, Costa Rica, and Peru went live in other countries. We have since updated it. So basically, the only thing that's changing is the date it goes into effect. Right?
Well, that's the thing. People are like forgetting that Netflix came out last year and said that this was gonna happen, and they said they were going to do. Yeah, they were going to do the Chile, South America.
Yeah, that was going to be their
pilot thing. Yeah. And so, okay, fine. They want to say it was in error. We meant to only post it for those people, and we posted it for everyone, which is okay. Seems odd to me that the date said March when the pilot's already starting for South America, and March would make sense for North America, and it was in English. Not in Spanish or Portuguese. But okay, fine. You posted it wrong. But so then once they posted that, we get all these Netflix
just retracts. A prank, bro.
Yeah, Netflix retracts their thing. We won. No, they're gonna do it. They said they're gonna do it. Just it's not yet. It'll be back. Like what the fuck? It was just a warning of what's to come.
The spokesperson also explained that the organization would not roll out such a major change without sharing all of its details with customers first. In January, Netflix made an official announcement confirming that the password sharing crackdown would be implemented in the first half of 2023. The staggering rollout of the new rules began in many Latin American countries in a bid to find suitable solutions before making it mandatory for the rest of the world. The streamer is aware that many users may cancel their subscription because of these measures, but estimates that they will increase revenue for the company in the long run. People were quick to call out Netflix when the official domestic help center released a new protocol outlining that all subscribers will soon have to verify their home devices every month to ensure uninterrupted service. Additionally, the guidelines specified that any device outside a household would be blocked by Netflix. So YouTube already does this with YouTube Premium.
Really?
Yeah. But weirdly, it's only affected one of you guys that I gave access to. So I'm not telling YouTube.
Not me, because I mean I've got it logged in on like 5 devices, and one of them's 300 miles away from the other.
Yeah. So so yeah, I just like YouTube does this as well. For some reason, they only targeted one of the people in my family list because basically,
what do you mean list? Your family, right? Yeah, it's your family.
Yeah,
My
the list
bro-
where I put
we're all
the people
brothers
closer
here.
than blood relatives. Yeah. So so YouTube has this thing where they check every month. Your like they ping your IP location or whatever, and if you are not in the same place as the owner of the account, then goodbye. And it's like, I don't know how the fuck that works. I mean, in other states and other countries, do they just have legislation that says you can't do that? Did it only happen in the place where the one individual? Anyway, YouTube does this. Netflix is going to do this. It'll be interesting to see if it only affects people in certain areas because of some sort of regulation that says like, oh no, that's data capture or whatever. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if it's only applicable in some states. That'll be funny. So the move is instantly criticized for being unnecessarily inconvenient, especially for those who travel frequently and for college students. Yeah, definitely.
I'm curious how that will work out, considering, like, again, our other place is 200 miles away, and it's like it's literally our house up there too.
So I'm curious. Has my connection got better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So in an earlier announcement, Netflix CEO Greg Peters commented on why multiple users share the same account, saying, "I think there's a range of motivation for different borrowers. So some of it is economically driven. And so a part of what we're trying to do is that we are being responsive to that and finding the right price points, whether in terms of an individual account or an extra member affordance." Peters also highlighted how the new system was specifically designed in response to users who are not paying for the service. According to Peters, the curve on password sharing will give this set of users a nudge to transition into creating their own account faster. I think you mean to transition into full-on piracy. Though the new password sharing rules are only being tested in select countries, they are expected to launch in many more regions by the end of March 2023. So I'd just like to point out...
I do agree. There is a range of people that and why they want to do this. It's all one reason of ain't paying for that.
Yeah. So I just want to remind everybody that in my new job, I have to travel all the time. And I was told early on that I'd have to get the California Real ID. So when I was in Arizona, my driver's license was good until 2055. Right? Just crazy long time, just fucking forever. Right. And so I didn't want to get a California driver's license, but eventually I had to in order to renew my registration in California. Right. Because in Arizona, you can register for 2 years. But in California, it's every year. So anyway, I had to get my driver's license here and it really sucked. And they're like, oh, eventually it's going to be mandatory. You got to get the real ID. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting that. Right. So then apparently in order to fly in the United States, you need to get the California you need to get whatever you're saying. You need to get the real ID. Right. And I was told when I got the job, it's like, yeah, by May this year or whatever, you need to have the real ID. So you should get moving on that. Yeah. Well, apparently, like me, most of the country says, go fuck yourself, government, because now they pushed that shit back to 2025. So I'm just saying we can all not pay for Netflix together long enough. Then they're just going to give up. Right. Same thing with the real ID.
I'm curious how like this test, how this is actually going to turn out.
Oh, I don't think it's going to go the way they want. But I do think that I think companies have this idea, and government probably right now. You can't police piracy. The only thing you can do is go after the mega uploaders, not the individual downloaders. Right, the best way to curb it. And look, I am all for legitimately purchasing things. I mean, I am called the anime collector for a reason. I physically purchase the shows that I watch. Right, but I am I'm all for supporting the industry for shit that's actually worth supporting. But I do think that what government and industry is attempting to do is to create an incentive to the point because piracy is a distribution problem for the most part, right? And I think what they're trying to do is create incentives to the point where you will drop the number of people who are actually pirating to the point where you could actually round them all up, right? Like get the rest of them, make some examples, and get this dystopian nightmare future where people who used Kazaa, 35 years ago get thrown in jail. What about the statute of limitations? It doesn't exist, son.
Yeah.
I did it when I was in junior high. It's like, well, you're doing man's time now. I did it when I was just a boy.
And to be fair, like back when Netflix first started streaming and stuff and had a bunch of things, it was more convenient for you just to like pick up a Netflix account when they had everything. But now
but then all of the companies that used to give them access to their content because they didn't have their own streaming platforms.
Yeah,
now they do their stuff off.
Yeah, now they're
now the only thing Netflix has is their originals.
Yeah,
right.
It's
and
not
some of them are good, but most of them are shit. So and then there was a distinct moment where I could turn on Netflix and I could watch The Office. I could watch I could find something to watch, and then at a certain point I turn on Netflix and I'm like, every fucking thing is either Indian or Korean. Everything, right? And I'm just like, eventually, I don't even want to turn it on anymore.
Yeah.
It's funny how like people have this mentality of like someone else is getting something good, so I'm missing out. So fuck them. I'm gonna try and copy them or take if
I'm gonna ruin their day just to try.
Yeah, if I'm contributing to that, I'm gonna take away my thing so that I can. Everyone contributing licenses to Netflix was like, well, Netflix, how hard is it to stream stuff? We'll take it away from Netflix and we'll do our own streaming stuff. That way we'll get to money ourselves, right?
No, but see, it makes sense because if you're Universal or you're Disney or somebody like that, and you have an enormous library that you already own the rights to, that people are fans of, you could realistically launch your own streaming platform and get a share of the market, in which case most people, literally the only industry really getting screwed here is cable, right? Because people are going to give up their cable subscription for which they were spending $120 a month for, and instead pay for
$120 a month.
A couple different
Hulu, Netflix, Amazon,
Hulu, Netflix, Disney
but
Plus,
now
whatever.
HBO.
Eventually, you're literally working your way back to paying the same amount, but the actual content you get isn't two channels you like and 1,000 Spanish channels.
If everyone starts having this mentality and everyone says, well, okay, we're going to take our shit away from Netflix and do our own thing, they're going to ruin what people were paying for Netflix for.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? And make it so that no one gets anything.
Yeah.
Because everyone's just going to say, fuck y'all. Right?
Yeah.
So,
this is why I'm so happy that AI and this sort of thing is coming out here, because it's creating a world where I can go to YouTube and see breathtaking stuff that people are putting together and pouring their creative heart and soul into. And it looks fucking good and is captivating and isn't dog shit. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I'm not saying that ChatGPT has written masterpieces in terms of like scripts and stuff, but if you had a general idea for the dialogue for a scene, right? But making natural sounding dialogue wasn't your strong suit. If you had a machine learning generative adversarial network take a stab at your script to make it seem more authentic, or give you an example of something else the character could say, right, and run it through a couple iterative processes, you could come up with something that sounds much more natural, right, by getting ideas or getting outright output from it that provides you something better than what you were capable of doing on your own when you were fleshing out the script, right? And then your work gets elevated to a level where it's much more engaging to the audience, so they'll stick around when previously it might have had clunky dialogue that was hard to get through, and now they stuck around long enough to see the story that you were weaving, and then they actually become a fan and enjoy the full breadth of your content.
When you make something with ChatGPT or whatever it is, do you have to credit it in your creation.
No, and there's absolutely no way that anybody would be able to, like, literally right now.
No way to tell.
College professors are saying, like, look, there's no way to like, literally, you could take an essay on the internet and copy the text and say, can you rephrase this for me? You could do it line by line or the entire thing, and you could plagiarize an entire essay and get graded for it, and they would not be able to reverse search it for plagiarism.
We're dealing with like AI.
Well, I'm just saying, like, that is something that's come up where colleges have come out and said, look, there's no way for us to police this. It's literally impossible.
There was some people that got caught, but they admitted to it. Basically, it's like a lie detector where they're like, "Oh, we got you." And it's
literally, all you have to say is, "You're crazy. I didn't do that." Right? And they're like, "Well, we suspect, but we could never prove it." You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like the way lie detectors generally work is they put so much pressure on you, you end up admitting it.
Anxiety
in the interview as
it's the perception. It's literally it's a confidence game, right? Yeah. It's the perception that they know you're lying that makes you crack. Whereas if you actually understand the science, or that rather the technology behind the lie detector, you could probably get away with a lot.
Okay, not so sure what all of that had to do with Netflix. But
yes,
what I was gonna say was, while I was bringing up everyone has this idea of like getting their own and breaking the system by doing so.
I don't think it's about breaking the system. It's literally about having okay. So you're saying the result is that they break the system because they wanted a piece of the pie. Gotcha.
And as another example of that, we just saw in the last couple days, Apex Legends Mobile got shut down, and another one got shut down. I can't remember, and then in the past 2 weeks, there's been 7 or 8 games, a couple of them by Ubisoft, that have all got shut down. All these live service games, because everyone saw games like Fortnite and said, "Well, we can do that." And they put all their money in these live service games, and they're like, well, these guys are making tons of money with this, so let me try that. But they don't understand all these games. And the similar thing happened with hold on. The similar thing happened with MMOs back in the day as well.
Oh, this is hot right now, is what they go
You
to.
only have so much time in the day to play a game, right?
Yes.
And these games are requiring you to be constantly playing, do your daily missions, right? So there's only going to be one. And sure, you can aspire to be we're going to take out Fortnite, we're going to replace Fortnite, we're going to be so good, but you better be fucking the 10 out of 10 game that's going to output Fortnite.
It's like trying to recapture the lightning in a bottle that Pokemon Go.
Yeah, and see, that's the exact example I was going to bring up, is that we talked about, I think Transformers they were the first one to take the Pokemon Go idea and all right, we're going to do it now, right? It was some Transformers game.
The Harry Potter one and then the Pikmin one.
Yeah. So there's a lot of them, right? And I said, there's no way that this is going to work, because what is going to happen is people are already committed to Pokemon Go. If you're playing this stupid type of game, Pokemon was the thing that would get people out. And I said, unless you can actually have both apps running simultaneously and get the, connect the Pokemon Go little thingy that lets you run with it in your pocket and you just push the button when it buzzes, and have it connect to literally both servers and be able to get the power-ups when you go to this Pokestop that's called a Transformers All Spark Unit or whatever the fuck it's going to be in the game, right? Unless you can do that, because there's a word for it, for mobile games that are not actually played.
AR games.
No. There's a name for a type of game. They coined it with
AFK?
mobile games. Yeah, where the game is played by itself. You only come in every couple of hours to give it some input, but it actually does all of the stuff when you're not playing.
I think the feature was called Adventure Sync in Pokemon Go, where it would work off of your pedometer, and you would take steps in the game and hatch eggs that way.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm talking about, but the point is that
he's talking about where the game will literally like the characters will fight and everything. Auto
No, it's
play.
not about the fighting. Like for example, when I first graduated college, I did an internship at a mobile house called Metal Mobile, and they made a game called like Snail Racer or something like that. And the idea is that every couple of hours you get like resources that you can spend to kind of like Farmville, yeah. So you get games, you get resources that you can use to power up different aspects of your snail or whatever. But the race takes like 10 hours, right? So the snail is moving, and the idea is that you come back and give it the berry that you just got for walking 100 steps or whatever, and that's it. Come on. Am I here? Okay. The berry makes it speed up for 10 minutes or something. You know what I mean? So the concept of, I forget the name of it. There's a really like good term for it that they came up with. That gets
idle games?
I don't think it's idle games.
Is it idle games?
But
is it idle games?
It's a game that you play, but you're not actually doing it. Like most of it just kind of happening in the background, right? So anyway, so I forgot how I got on this topic now. But going back to it, it's the idea of what you were talking about.
Sticker.
Ooh, a super sticker. I can't see.
By the cool 2T.
Thank you for that, buddy. But the idea is that again, like you said, with Pokemon Go, it's like you struck lightning here. So this is a common thing, is that in Hollywood, for example, they had all these things. Like the reason why it was actually unusual for them to make incremental game. I don't think if I come up with it, I'll let you know. I'll ask ChatGPT later. But
your boomer term ain't right.
But when they made Gladiator, to segue back to that or reference that or whatever, that was the first time in a long time that Hollywood had done like a period piece like that. Right. And the thing is that Hollywood, for example, this applies to all industries, but this is one that's easy because everybody knows, even if you didn't see the movie, you know roughly the movies that came out over the years. Hollywood believed, and this is typical Hollywood, a period piece movie comes out and it bombs. And then the producers all think, the audience hates period pieces, so they don't fucking make them for like a decade. Right. And then one guy will come out and say, I'm going to do it. Right. And they make one and it's a huge fucking success, partially because the audience hasn't seen one in a decade. Right. And then every fucking movie after that for the next like 5 years is trying to rekindle that magic. Right. Game of Thrones comes out and blows the socks off everything. So Amazon's like, let's get the rights to Lord of the Rings, and shit like that. Right. So generally speaking, if you see your competitor hitting a hot iron and you think, oh shit, that iron over there is hot, let's go use it. You know what I mean? Then they're going to try to get while the getting's good before it's not good anymore. Right. You don't want your competitor to get all of the revenue that's going to come from people's interest. You want to siphon off a part of it. And what happens, obviously, is the oversaturation. Too many isekais, right? Isekai becomes popular, and then it becomes the cash cow. It's easy to make money with isekais for a while. And it's amazing that it hasn't let up yet, right? Because this is like a strange phenomenon where it just keeps happening, right? The well has not been drank.
Another world with my children.
We already did that.
Specifically the sub genre of like overpowered, like
my cheat skill. Right?
Yeah, overpowered in another world, and you don't know it. That
in another world, completely normal. In another world, that's exactly like the one I left.
In another world,
I died but didn't notice it because I was transported to another world that's exactly the same.
In another world, I'm overpowered, but people think I'm a noob.
In another world with Edie.
Away from the final dungeon comes to a starter town.
If you stop taking those injections, I hear that helps.
No,
Yeah.
it's the opposite.
In another world. In another world, but I'm the offspring of the goblin rape victim.
The goblins raping you.
Yeah, but Reese was mentioning this too, and so was Random 11. It feels like cable 2.0 is streaming. It's just cable all over again. It's like I'm paying for this, I'm paying for this, I'm paying for this. Whereas it's somewhat convenient for like a friend to have like, let's say Netflix, and you have like HBO Max.
But so it's kind of ironic though that now Netflix is doing like other people were saying like, oh, I want the getting's good, so I'm going to take away from Netflix. I'm going to take my ball and try and do my own thing. Netflix is doing the same thing with its user base, where it's saying like, look at all these people. If only we could monetize these people.
The reason you like us is X, so let's take away X.
Realizing that like none of these people are going to convert to paid customers. They're
like
just
literally the vast majority of people who use Netflix.
Wasn't Netflix?
Think about this for real. Sorry, say that again, Lance.
Wasn't Netflix? I want to make sure I'm right on this. Wasn't Netflix cheaper than Hulu for a while there? Because Hulu was like what, like $2 or $3 more for the standard than
Hulu
Netflix.
is free with ads though.
I think the problem was that Hulu had ads, but
okay, without ads.
For the most part, though, think about this. Fuck, I totally lost my train of thought. God damn it.
Wait, Hulu was free?
Well, I thought about it.
Pay for me.
Oh shit! Why? I should have steamrolled
at the
over
beginning.
your
I'm pretty
ass.
sure they were free with ads, and then they had a paid tier, and then eventually they made the ad tier also paid.
So Netflix, if you really think about it, it would be extremely easy to live without it.
Yeah.
No
right?
shit.
Like nobody here would cry over not having Netflix. Right? Like for the most part, the only reason I would even like want to open it up and watch something is if Stranger Things finale drops. You know what I mean? Like I want to see the ending to that story. That's basically it. Like all the anime on there I could get somewhere else. You know, the only original thing that they have that I give a shit about is Stranger Things and Arrested Development. And they aren't doing shit with Arrested Development and aren't going to. They did 2 seasons or 1.5 seasons or whatever the fuck they did. And that's it. And it's over. You know, they used to do good stuff. They had Lilyhammer. They had a bunch of other original shows that they actually put effort into. But the problem was, and always has been, that they are of the belief that you're only going to get new subscribers out of 2, maybe 3 seasons, and then there's no point. Right? You're not going to get anybody new. Stranger Things was just a huge mega success. And so I think that Netflix is going to, you know, we're going to see something else turn Netflix into the blockbuster that Netflix made Blockbuster. You know what I mean? It's going to happen. It's natural that this is going to occur. I think it's going to be interesting in the next 10 years, you know, how many new services come up that you don't expect to overtake other things, and how many services you expected to be here forever, like YouTube or Netflix, to disappear, you know? Anyway, I want to address a couple chats here because sorry, go ahead.
There are services like Pluto TV that you can pretty much get for free for just having the app. And there's a paid version where you can upgrade it. And I've known a lot of people who've had that for years, and then their older friend who's, you know, late 40s, 50s will be like, oh, I'm just going to upgrade it because it's a little better, because they're so used to the way cable is. And not even realize that they could leave it for free, which would be the better thing. And there's a speculation among my friends that use it that they're waiting for it to go completely pay to use.
There's an article that's been going around recently called "The Enshittification of Technology."
Oh my god! I just opened up that Discord image you sent.
Oh, the basic premise of the article is that the life cycle of an
look
app,
like when you stand over your bed.
The life cycle of an app is that in the beginning they try and focus on the user experience and make sure users have a good time. Then they start moving that focus to monetization and making sure that people who are monetizing on the app, like ad providers and stuff, are making money, and they want to spend money on the app.
Yes.
And then they moved to, well, we just want to make money and make it entirely shit for everyone.
Yeah, and Elon Musk has gone full circle on that so fast with the Eliza Blue shit. Fucking everybody just got banned for talking about the publicly available video that she did or whatever. Yeah, so I do want to address
just quickly. So my point about Lance, your free service or whatever, a lot of the time people will offer a free service to try, like Disney offered their Disney Plus at relatively cheap prices, and then jacked the rate up the next year. In the second year that it was offered, they jacked it up by almost 50%.
So basically, you're
if I remember correctly.
I got you.
They're just using the freeness.
High Dive was like $4 at launch.
Yeah, and then eventually they'll jack the price up when they get
$4
the audience.
Canadian? That's like free in America.
I just love Luigi, how Luigi the Battle 64's mind works. Like,
all right, what's he say?
Cartoons are not about realism. The live action clouds are gross in the Pokemon movie in the Kanzenban. Might as well use AI to reject people who can paint. Right? Jim Morrison never used computers to make his music, and people still love him as an artist.
Well, yeah, he was around before computers were even made, right?
You don't know. He would have used...
What the fuck? We're talking about the singer.
He used a computer called drugs.
Oh God. Well,
he used that neural network.
In fact, I would argue that Jim Morrison used the equivalent of AI by boosting his own intelligence with the use of psychedelics. Your argument is actually
artificially,
invalid.
one might say.
He used that fungal neural network.
Yeah.
He saw it with all the colors of the wind. I mean,
that's incredible.
He broke on through to the other side. I think is what you meant.
In his defense, he is correct in saying that literally everything that's been made with a computer in regards to music, people don't like it.
Yeah,
I'm not fighting him on that one. I wasn't fighting him to begin with.
Guys,
it's a joke.
AI can be.
That was a joke. You know how many albums have been made with a PC?
A PC.
Oh my God! Look, the problem
I'm
with
saying
AI,
use the audio software.
The problem with AI is less that it can be hacked and more the fact that bias can be programmed into it from the beginning. I'm less concerned about that. I welcome the hacking. I welcome the 4chan hackers making AI even more entertaining. It's the people who...
Make the AI draw penises in the sky on some big project.
It's always the modder.
We're anime, and we 10 years from now we cover that anime has been postponed indefinitely due to the fact that 4chan hacked the code, and every time they make a background, it's just a dick butt, and there aren't any more painters left to actually draw them. So let's see. AI has the potential to be the rising tide that lifts all ships for artists. And of course, the productions that can afford it could still use human background artists for the top tiers. I think, honestly, like where this really, as an artist, as somebody who actually produces this shit, the biggest stumbling block for me as a creative person is that I cannot output the ideas fast enough to get from point A to point Z, right? If you're trying to, like, every once in a while, you'll get these bursts of inspiration, and like I'll be writing for like Dino Cops or something, and I'll just start, and it's literally just like that scene in fucking Bruce Almighty when he's answering the prayers, and he's just like, and he's answering yes to all the prayers, where I can't type fast enough. The ideas are just pouring out of me, and I'm going as fast as I can, and I'm like recording and talking out loud as I'm typing something completely different because the ideas just hit you like a lightning bolt, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so the production process is held back by the inability to iterate ideas fast enough. So even if you're not going to use any AI in the actual production, being able to use it to throw the ideas out and get them written down like a thumbnail, like a note, just like boom, get them on the page
Saying them into a
quickly, allows you to visualize things, and then the next thought in your lightning bolt, chain reaction of creative thoughts continues, right? And you can save the file and put it aside, get on to the next scene, and boom, 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 boom. Like sometimes that's how you got to work, right? So I think that's what I'm most excited about for myself in production of this stuff. Like I can still digital paint on top of it, so I can use it for merch ideas. Like if I want to make certain merch called Death by 1,000 Sluts, but I don't know what to put on it, I could just ask AI, like, what do I put on this? And then I get like 10 different versions. I'm like, I like that one. Let's draw that one, or let's pay somebody to draw that one.
Let's rework it. But this is a good starting point.
But the idea, the starting point exactly is really where I think that this excites me as an artist to be able to get past that barrier, and sometimes artist block, writer's block, the inability to spark that inspiration to get you moving. AI has the ability to hurdle, jump over that hurdle and get you back into what you're good at, right? You can get over feeling like you don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do for this scene. Like, for example, I have a story in Dino Cops where a plane goes down, and I have a note that says, find a way to have the characters escape the crash without a parachute. I don't know what I'm going to do for that, right? So I just have that as a note. And then I moved on to the next part of the story because I thought that would be really fucking cool, but I haven't decided what to do yet, and I don't want to copy something that's already been done. That would be a situation.
They use the slide that comes out of the plane after a crash.
Right. So that would be a situation where I could ask artificial intelligence like ChatGPT or something, what are some ideas for what I could fill in this section? And then maybe it gives me a bunch of shit, but it gives me one idea is like, actually, if I reworked this a little bit, that could work. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I've been doing with ChatGPT, like briefly, is fill in potential plot holes. I'm like, okay, so would this be like plausible or whatever? And then it'll be like, yeah, you see, this is part of this would be a fictional setting that this would take place in. It's not very realistic. And I'm like, I know it's not. That's the point. I said the character. I didn't say a real person I know.
ChatGPT says, yeah, you could voice him because he is Mercurian after all, and not Middle Eastern or North African.
Oh my god! Other than that, though, it actually has been doing pretty good at.
It's fucking awesome. I use it every single day. Anyway, continuing here. Computer animation is stiff, missing that point as to what animation is. That would be like calling a table animation. Well, you got me there. Another perfect segue to something that I could have.
Table, the anime is coming out.
They will cause crashes.
No, it's called UFO Table.
UFO. Electric needs more than coal to run the power plants. AI will put people out of their jobs. Yeah, I 100% agree with this. 100%. That is why I do something completely unrelated to art as my current job. I mean, there's some artistic aspects to it, but I am paid now to do something different. I got out of this industry in 2019 when the writing was clearly on the wall. I wasn't making enough money. I didn't have enough jobs coming in to sustain my family. And I took a job making minimum wage that at least guaranteed I would get paid. And then COVID hit. And then it was really a good fucking thing that I wasn't in the animation VFX industry anymore, because fucking everything shut down for goddamn forever. And I'm doing something completely different, but I am still an artist. I still want to create things. So it still excites me to be able to do this. And it's like, yeah, AI is going to put a lot of people out of their jobs, which is why I'm going to try to make my value something that AI can't replace.
You'll make your own creative endeavors that you can make more jobs out of by having a production team.
But that's true. Yeah, and that's true as well. Is that, think about it this way. Right now, the industry is gate-kept behind the fact that that there are studios you have to go to for funding and all these different things to create your your creative endeavors.
All the
And
dicks you
at the
have to
top-
suck.
Yeah, right. And at
Every
the top,
all these
all the
couches you have
suits-
to get on.
all the suits at the top are there telling you that your creative vision needs to have a black lesbian in it or whatever. Like they're there to tell you that they know best, right? And what this actually does,
I'll have
is
a black Mercurian in it.
It gives people the opportunity to produce something without having to jump over all of those hurdles or navigate those minefields, maybe.
That just like you showed that Twitter guy, like he was in the anime industry, so we can there won't be as much of a need for like storyboard artists or in-betweeners or whatever. Fine, but all of those people that have the skill to do those jobs can now take AI and use the AI to do the jobs of the other people that were around them and make their own creation without the need for, like you said, the funding and that would normally stop them from being able to do that.
And think about this as well. This is the most mind-blowing part. Right now, everything is priced at a point where the value of what Netflix or like whatever anybody's going to sell you their show for is based on the fact that it costs you thousands of dollars per minute on a movie set to work on something, right? Sometimes tens of thousands of dollars.
Which is, they're saying that Velma could make profit if it was made with AI.
Believe it or not,
might actually be funny if it was made by AI instead of Mindy Kaling.
Well, I don't know. The ChatGPT jokes.
No, I'll be fair.
That's true. But
look
ChatGPT jokes are as funny as Mindy Kaling.
Oh, maybe.
Hopefully, shit like the stuff you guys are excited about will fuck over Hollywood's CG bullshit and make people realize just how trash it is because an AI can do this in 30 seconds.
Well, I see. Like
I will vote for
going
that.
off the top of what AI can do right now. Mind you, not all of it's very good, but in the next 5-10 years, maybe we're going to get to a point where it can do it. We have an AI that can take video and just give it some text, like tell it what you want to edit in the scene, and it will replace it for you. Like remove the trash can, it will replace it for you. Make it nighttime, it will change that for you. We have the same thing for pictures. We have just generate pictures. We have generate audio, voice acting. That's all done now. Like you can basically
Lance, you could create your own English dubs for things that never got dubbed.
Exactly.
That'd be a lot of work. But I mean, you could
voice match actors that you wanted to be in your show.
You could. Look, and this is
I
the
could
thing.
replace Tomo-chan's voice actor with someone better.
So
you could go get the ocean dub voice actors.
There you go.
Create AIs based off of them and dub the entire super with the.
And you won't have to miss ocean dubs ever again.
Maybe someday AI will get so good that it can make Dragon Ball Super not shit in general. But right now, I think I just want to round off the point. I just want to round off the point by saying that we have seen, since the creation of YouTube and social media platforms like Vine and TikTok and YouTube, right? That
I keep forgetting about Vine.
That creative people, the cream that rises to the top, so to speak, you would not have seen them in Hollywood. Right, like the thing that was
wouldn't have seen Logan Paul in the Suicide Forest.
I want to make clear, not that the most popular YouTubers are exactly any good. Because there's a ton of them with way too many subscribers for their content.
I'm not talking about the most popular. I'm talking about people like, for example, right now we're seeing
the least popular ones like this guy.
Right now, what we're seeing is, for example, Tim Pool has built a media empire that makes millions of dollars, every year, and is employing, reporters and whatnot, and is taking on establishment media and is getting more views than establishment media in news.
He has the same goal as I do, is that he wants to produce culture because we're slowly eroding it as well.
Exactly. And that's the value. Thank goodness for Tim to have seen that early and gotten to the point where now he is building coffee shops, and he started doing vlogs on the Castle channel just to, do things to produce content and produce culture, to get people to vibe with what they're doing on a cultural level and be sort of, like the way he described it is we want to do videos where somebody does like a trick on a half pipe. And it just so happens, he nails this trick and everybody loves it. But it just so happens that there's a Gadsden flag painted on the half pipe with the "Don't tread on me," right, sort of thing, right? And ways to infuse freedom and the values of these things into culture, right? Now, think about this though. Tim Pool is able to do this because of YouTube. If Tim Pool started out like Megyn Kelly on Fox News or something, he would never have gotten this platform, right? And now take this to the creatives, and you see people who have produced outstanding works of art. For example, Monty Ohm, before working for Rooster Teeth, producing Ruby, had his own, he did this thing called Dead Fantasy that was character models ripped from Final Fantasy and Dead or Alive, and he did these epic fight scenes that like took the internet by storm. Like one of the earliest things I remember being viral to a degree that everybody in my circle knew about, and like they broadcast it at Anime Expo in the AMV contest a couple of years. And these individuals, they don't, putting them through Hollywood, for example, the existing pipeline would only make their output worse, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Anyway, what I'm saying is people like Monty Ohm, may he rest in peace, have this creative fire inside of them that Hollywood would only stifle. So by being able to produce things with AI in that way and being able to streamline things, it creates industries where these creative individuals, like people flock, and there's an accessibility to people who become famous as a creative on a platform like YouTube, and people flock to that individual, like-minded individuals. For example, I started this podcast, and every single person who is in this call I met doing this show, for example, is that the creative individuals, they flock to each other, and there will be a greater chance of AI allowing more powerhouses that create culture and defy the sort of monoculture that the establishment is cramming down everybody's throat. There's a greater likelihood that they'll get to rise to prominence and be rewarded for their efforts and applauded for their creativity and get to employ people to do greater things that they otherwise could not have done with the established system of Hollywood and stuff. And it's like, nobody really, great. Some people have gotten really good at being storyboard artists because that was the job they were able to get, and they did it for 20 years. Good for you. But nobody actually wants to be a storyboard artist. You do storyboards because you couldn't cut it doing something else, right? And I just think that this is a situation we're looking at where they're going to glue the wings back on artists who've been clipped because the only way that they could make a living was to do one thing. And now they get to do everything, even if it's just for their side passion, without, the gatekeeping or the hindrances that they previously had.
I will give you that there are a lot of hopeful positives. There are a lot of hopeful positives. Like any mangaka who's like, some studio will not license their manga. Hopefully stuff like this will give them the ability to get their product finished and possibly out there so that people can experience it.
Well, webcomics have given independent mangaka a great platform.
True.
True,
but they're still drawing and all the work that goes into it. Maybe
there's a lot of manga artists who use Unreal and render their backgrounds in Unreal.
Yeah.
So
there are positives to the negative concerns. So
so the saying that I like, so Luigi the Metal 64 is bringing up these points about saying like AI is going to replace people, it can be hacked and all that stuff. So the copium, if you will, that I've been holding on to is the concept that AI is not going to replace humans. But humans who leverage AI are going to replace the ones that don't. Because what it is at the end of the day is a tool. And we're going to be able to do greater, grander things. And there's some stuff in here people are saying, like eCastro saying, I think us artists need to be, God damn you, stop. I think us artists need to be completely aware of AI so we're not part of the copium crowd. While I share many of the concerns most have for AI, and I agree that right now it can often be soulless, I would rather embrace the benefits and, like AC says, work on the part of the art that is the most soulful, our own individual ideas. So regarding the art being rather soulless, there is an aspect to it where, like, when you throw a prompt into Stable Diffusion, the thing it kicks back is often funny with how like literal it was, or just not. Like I did last podcast, I showed a chainsaw blowjob. I tried to get it to do right, I think that the people who are greater artists and more creative, like I always talk about Minecraft, I always say the game is as fun as you are creative, right? Well, I think with AI art, the people who are more creative and already understand like color theory and whatnot are going to be able to tweak it in ways that the average Joe Schmo who just picked it up won't be able to. So the people who already have an artistic merit behind them are still going to be able to utilize it in more productive ways than other people, especially when you can get it in, like, okay, well, the image is 99% there, and because I'm also a digital artist, I'll just fix the rest of it and it looks fucking great.
So you're saying they'll be able to excel because they'll have a pre-existing talent that they will be able to
like
program. You explain that to me.
It's a tool at the end of the day, and some people who are trained in the traditional art are going to be able to wield that tool better than the others.
That is
Luigi the Metal 64 says, AI does not give me creativity. I do research. Right.
Well, enjoy yourself.
You and Ridley Scott would have a good time talking. Ecash says, oh Lord, I forgot about Under the Dog. What a disappointment. Effing Anime pointed out that I was fading in and out. I'm going to just jump way past these. Cool 2T gave me a $3. Thank you for that.
Love you.
Love confession on stream, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, there was Smart Geek 97 says also, isn't there some VA drama about AI dubbing? Yeah, with
there's now.
What was his name? The guy who voiced Joel in Last of Us.
Huh?
What's his name?
I thought it was just Troy
Baker. Oh, Troy Baker. Thank you. Troy Baker was gonna sell his voice to that thing. You can hate or you can create. Right?
No, I think he's talking about the overarching thing about how there's that new synthesis AI for voice acting, or sorry, not for voice acting, but
11 Labs
in general. And then people are like, oh, are they going to use it to replace everyone's voices later on without their consent?
So
there was also that AI that you showed where they used it to fix the mouth flaps on like dubbing different languages on people.
Yes, that's fucking crazy, right? So what he's talking about, I saw on Twitter, there's an AI that dubs and corrects the like the mouth movements for taking a movie scene and changing it into another language. So like it takes the voice of the character, has them now speak Spanish, and changes the lip flap so it's more immersive because it looks like they're actually saying the Spanish words instead of the English words they said in the original script.
I was going to say, wow, now they can actually fix the lip flaps in Final Fantasy Advent Children, but then I realized, well, at that point they could just reanimate it.
Honestly, at that point, the problem with that movie isn't the fact that the lip flaps don't match. The problem is the fact that Tifa says dilly dally shilly shally. Anyway,
Aren't you a simp for that?
What?
Aren't you a simp for that? You were talking about, like, honestly, it's actually a pretty good
translation. It is probably the only thing you could translate. Yes, I agree, but I prefer to watch that movie in Japanese. So the Cool 2T says, aren't a lot of those isekai written a while ago? So the point is that isekai adaptations into anime are hot right now, theoretically, right? Going back to that conversation. So therefore, the established ones that already exist, where the groundwork has been done, let's invest our money into that, right? So it's not so much that they're making new accounts necessarily. They are, but if established ones already exist, especially if they have a proven track record and they were popular or whatever, or they have a premise that's similar to something else that's already been made that people have liked, then they'll jump on it. The marginal elite are incredibly uncreative. Yeah, the managerial elite are incredibly uncreative, so they only know how to ape the actual creative individuals that forge their breakthrough hits. Ape?
Rape, maybe?
Rape, maybe, yeah.
We got an apist up in here.
They are more robotic than the AIs. Let's see. Free with ads. All right. Anyway, I'm just trying to get caught up.
Free with ads.
Let's hear Metallica song and Stranger Things only brought in the creeps trying to cancel the has-been music bands. Okay, you mean Master of Puppets or whatever was in the... Yeah. I don't understand that.
Why do I not remember that? What season did that happen in?
In season 4.
No wonder I haven't
plays Master of Puppets on a bus.
Oh, okay. I kind of want to see it.
The voice.
Why don't you just AI listen to Master of Puppets? Why do you have to listen to
it? All right. Accurate language translation still matters. AI will have trouble keeping the Japanese sayings when using English. I doubt it. AI is
would have
AI is going to have the exact literal translation that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you'd have your Google Translate
here's
no sense translation.
Here's the thing. At least
like literally, AI, it's going to be like
it will be able to be redone until you get what you want.
It's going to be like
unless their word is fully taking over, but we're not going to.
In the Japanese version, the girl wraps up with her boyfriend in a orange blanket that has like a white side, so it's like, look, we're just like a salmon sushi. And then in the English one, it'd be like, look, we are just like wrapped like sardines. You know?
But what I'm
we
saying,
are like salmon wrapped like sardines.
It'll be able to re-roll until you get what you want, and hopefully you'll be able to auto-correct each and everything in there. That is a positive.
Okay. This is E. Castro has nailed it. Hollywood puts bureaucracy between artists and their audience. The AI has the potential to cut out the middleman. Beautifully put. I think that is absolutely what it is. And I am based. Thank you. Senpai has noticed me with my compliments.
I was talking to someone. I was talking to someone about ChatGPT and how good it is at creating code.
Mm-hmm.
And
really,
I was.
Except for the code I need, thanks ChatGPT.
And especially about translating code. So it can translate code pretty good.
From C to Java.
From HTML to Python or whatever?
Well, yeah, JavaScript to Python.
Yeah, that's
and
so
in this group I was in, it's a retro gaming Discord, and they were talking about how I was saying that, you know, it'd be cool when ChatGPT or something similar is powerful enough to just like compile a game or like port a game from assembly, like that it was originally written in for the NES or whatever, into C code so it can run on your PC natively. So we've had like we've had like the Super Mario 64 decompile project, right? And we had the Ocarina of Time decompile project. And both of them have taken forever because it's this idea of like you have to create the source code without looking at the existing source code, because otherwise then that's copying. And there's the like classic scene from Paycheck with
Ben Affleck,
where he's like he has to do it in a room where he doesn't have any contact to the outside world as he's reverse engineering this thing to get around the law, because if he had access, then they could claim that, you know, he knew the secret or whatever.
And so, that's what's holding these projects back from coming out so quickly, because there are
being able to pirate. No,
exactly though. That's exactly where I'm going with this. Actually, like you can decompile NES code right now into basically unreadable code, but it's functional. You just legally can't use it if you ever wanted to do anything with it. And so they don't. They go and they do it the proper way. But if you have your own little AI bot that can do it automatically for you, you don't need a coder to do it. And then it can do it on the fly, essentially. And basically everyone can do it on their own computer at home. That gets around the copyright problem entirely, because no one's copying the code, posting it anywhere, selling it, or anything like that. You're doing it yourself, like recording a VCR, a TV program on your VCR, which they can't stop you for.
I just want to say that at my new job, my friend who got me this position, for whatever reason, sold my employer on bringing me on because I would be the web guy. And I fucking hate web. Like, I hate developing websites. I hate doing any of that shit. I would not be able to do this job, which pays me well, so that I can still do this show if it weren't for ChatGPT. Like, literally, every issue I have run into, I have answered quickly with ChatGPT, to the point where I am believably around the office the back-end coder web guy. Okay, that is what it has done for my life. So I am grateful to my new AI overlords to a great degree.
ChatGPT, you can be as successful as him.
Don't send this clip to his boss.
You don't know where. Anyway, so getting back to the show, because it is currently 10 o'clock and I do have work in the morning, and we still have to talk about Berserk to a degree. In theater release news, Kaguya-sama Love is War, The First Kiss That Never Ends, is being shown in theaters. It's coming to the North American theaters on February 14th for a special 2-day theatrical event, and tickets are available now. Obviously, it's why wouldn't they be? If you're in Australia and New Zealand, ticket information for screenings on February 9th are available here. So anyway, that is a thing if you're interested in that. In other theater news, sadly, more stuff has come out about the Mario movie, and it is the worst fucking thing ever.
He's not
You don't like Seth Rogen's voice?
Dude, I don't care about his voice so much as I do the cringe line. Oh, this is like the worst fucking thing. Hold on, I'm gonna try to play it.
Yeah.
So he laughs at him. Right here. This is so fucking awful. Like, this is telling me. See, I was excited, right? Because I'm thinking to myself, like, well, it's from the creators of Despicable Me, but it's Mario.
How is that exciting?
Okay, let me
Saying
finish.
that as a caveat.
Let me
That's
finish.
The caveat, but
Let me finish. God damn it! It's from the
all over
creators.
me, Daddy.
It's from the creators of Despicable Me, but it's got Mario as the base, so it can't be terrible, right? As in, it won't be Minions level, like, humor and shit. And then I saw this line and I lost all hope. So,
you mean the creators of Despicable Me? You mean the creators of Minions?
Yes. So
Minions
so
were
he laughs.
part of that movie that made me love it. I highly doubt
Okay.
Goomers are going to do it for this.
Okay,
Oh,
so
that's
he
very
laughs at
telling.
Mario for the power up he gets, the cat suit.
Okay. Now you die.
Now you die. Cringe. Oh my god! What like?
They could have at least
I
put
like
a
how
fucking question on it.
I like how that's the thing that tips you over the edge.
You know
when-
what?
No, I
dude,
just like I didn't test upload this. I'd play the whole thing. he like laughs. Yeah, you die. Like it's like
I think that
you
line
couldn't
could
give
have
me
done
an
better. I think that's just his acting. Like if he did like a
hey AC, they cannot do that.
In Black History Month, that's racist.
Hold on. They cannot do the and then pound his chest because it's Chojin month.
if he did like a evil genius type line read on that, like
he's a
now
character.
you die.
You can't have self.
I think it could have done better, but yeah, I think his line read was pretty cringe.
Seth Rogen taking the.
No. What I'm saying is, out with Seth Rogen, in with Joe Rogan, Gorilla Cliff now.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, we do have that AI thing.
He had a perfect
convincing Joe Rogan model.
We have the technology.
What technology?
You can rebuild it.
Oh my God, I'm gonna die.
We have the technology of clipping that gorilla screech out of Rogan's podcast. That's all the technology we need, baby.
The $6 billion ape.
Anyway.
I can't believe I'm
We've
imagining.
hit that witching hour where everything is funny.
Dear God, Reese, let the demons out.
Oh, anyway, so yeah, I'm not. Why is Donkey Kong
So
is
AC, you're-
literally only
you're
in
gonna
here
be the
because
first
of
person in
Super
line to see this
Jumpman or
movie.
whatever. Or from the
He's
original.
in here because remember the first game?
Yeah,
Why is he
it's
even
like a
pitted
meta
against-
reference.
Well, hold on.
Literally the entire reason, and it feels weird that this is the power up. You know what? I will forgive every sin this movie makes if the boot power up makes an appearance. The green boot with the wind up.
Oh,
all right.
Have you seen anything from the Bomb Mom yet? Going to be anything like a
Not
wind
yet.
up toy?
I'm sure it'll be in there, but I don't remember.
Hopefully Mario uses one of those as a forced enema.
So there's also
Nope.
an official poster here.
And Princess Peach is in the center, front and center, of course, right?
No, that was. Wait a minute. I'm noticing the giant head and the foreground girl. It's almost like Joe Biden could be sniffing her on the poster for Air Force 2. Or Air Force 1 2. No, but this character here.
Sniff harder.
This character here is apparently a power up in Mario Kart.
No,
the blue
that's like
shell.
The...
Is that their personification of the blue shell?
I haven't played Mario.
That's
before,
weird.
really, so I'm not sure.
That's the what's it? The origin story. That's where they
This is
farmed
where we
the
got
blue shells from. That guy.
Yeah, somebody. I don't know. I saw a tweet about it where they had said like, oh, they take the worst power up in Mario Kart and made him a main character. I guess technically, yeah, is that what's happening here? Because it does fly. Right,
It feels like that's happening, but I just thought of the best headcanon. So is the power up for the banana peel DK's used condoms?
Oh no!
Oh no!
That's horrible.
No wonder it's always slippery.
While we're speaking about Mario, did you guys see the SNL?
Oh, I thought you were going to say why we're speaking about used condoms. I'm like, oh.
I thought you were going to say, audience, let us know any of you 14-year-olds listening.
No, none
who
of that.
Try
Is
that.
What I said.
Let
did
us
you
know.
guys see Did you guys see the SNL skit?
The one with Elon Musk?
No,
One
no.
with
Well, there
condoms?
was that one. That was a while ago, but no, this was last week.
I didn't see it.
Perel Pascal, the guy that plays in The Last of Us.
Pedro Pascal. You mean
Pedro
the
Pascal,
guy who
yeah.
got killed by the mountain?
Yeah, he was on SNL last week, so they did a trailer of an HBO version of Mario Kart.
Oh,
it's pretty funny if you guys track that down.
I got to look this up now.
All right, I'll look it up another time. So in anime news, finally, I decided to only showcase things that I thought were visually interesting or something. So I saw this one. It's called The Kingdoms of Ruin. It's a manga that's getting an anime adaptation here. And visually, it just like, I don't know. I think it looks like it could be interesting. It's got like this airship steampunk vibe going to it. I don't know. Could also be shit. I'm not throwing my full weight around it like I am the waifus in this thing.
Stand by you.
Well, what was this even called? Yeah. Drifters, Magus, and Cradle Coffins stand together in the new Sin Duality. That's what it's called.
Cradle Coffins? Is that... No.
Cradle Coffins. Oh, no.
Oh,
abortions.
No. This is like abortions after 3 months out of the womb.
What was that movie? Cradle to the Grave. That was a good movie.
With DMX?
Yeah.
My dad worked on that movie.
Oh,
Jet
yeah?
Jet Li and DMX. Yeah. Isn't
The
that the
ending
one
with all the cars?
Isn't that the one where at the very beginning, Jet Li goes out on the balcony and he like jumps down from the top floor down to the next balcony, and the next balcony, and the next balcony on the hotel?
I don't remember that. The most thing I remember, and it might even be a fake memory at this point. I remember liking the movie, and then the other memory I have is the ending is like them in a car with a bomb or something in a big parking lot.
I think that sounds about right.
My vague memory of the movie, but I do
You're
remember
vague.
liking it.
What is it with Canadians and the word vague?
What's wrong with saying? What's wrong
with saying bag? Wasn't there a second movie that Jet Li and DMX were in? Was it just Cradle to the Grave?
Cradle to the Grave to the Grave.
Cradle to the Grave 2. Because it's written Cradle 2.
Right,
Number 2, right? Cradle to the Grave 2.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is the
we can add that to our line of faux sequels.
Gladiator 2 to the grave.
Gladiator to the grave.
Yeah. Gladiator 2
Anyway.
on the grave.
Yeah, so my dad said while he was working on this film that because DMX also did the soundtrack, right? So he said that it was really hard to get DMX to do any work on set because he was always in his trailer working on the soundtrack instead of working on the movie. Anyway,
well, at least he's working on something.
So
Yeah, at least he's doing something.
in honor of Choja Month, I just will say DMX is one of the best rappers. I know that fans of actual rap will not agree. But
you finished, but DMX was one of the greatest rappers.
He was based as fuck.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. DMX.
Let's get some real Black History this month. DMX.
BMX. Well, we can only hope that was
apparently I didn't remove this. Magical Girl Raising Project Restart light novels receive an anime product. So there's already a Magical Girl Raising Project anime.
As far as I know, the quote unquote restart novels are 2 and 3 of the novel series.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like that's what's happening here, 2 and 3. So just the continuation is also getting adapted into an anime. So that's great. We might get a more complete adaptation. Fantastic. Watch Club 1. Moving on. My Home Hero TV anime uncovers a new key visual. Who cares? I just want to show you the key visual. It looked interesting to me.
Spy Family intro or poster.
Is it kind of like this?
Yes, exactly like this. That's what I was thinking of. I mentioned Tenet, but it's like, no, not Tenet.
Yeah, yours suit and everything. Or not fucking
Lloyd.
What's his name? Lloyd. God damn it.
Yeah, yeah. Lloyd, Yor, and Anya. Like, and then the reflection is like yours in her assassin outfit, and Lloyd's in his.
There you go. Moving on. Also, the girl I like forgot her glasses. Is getting an anime.
Are they like blind people glasses or?
No, So I guess the story is that this guy falls head over heels in love with this girl, but she's constantly forgetting her glass. It's a comedy, right? So she says she puts these on and observes it's dark, and he's like, "Those are sunglasses," right? So like oh
my god,
it's just a bunch of jokes about her misplacing her glasses and trying to put on something that turns out to not be her glasses.
This sounds way too interesting to me.
It's probably really relatable.
These aren't my glasses. Yes,
you have no idea.
It's dark. Lance, your eyes are closed.
Fuck you.
All right, so I don't. So Oshi no Ko has a special update live stream. I don't give a shit about that at all. Okay, I'll remind you. I'm going to read you this thing here. When a pregnant young starlet appears in Goro Amamiya's countryside medical clinic, the doctor takes it upon himself to safely and secretly deliver Ai Hoshino's child so she can make a scandal-free return to the stage. But no good deed goes unpunished, and on the eve of her delivery, he finds himself slain at the hands of Ai's deluded stalker, right? The OBGYN delivering the baby or whatever. The doctor is killed, and he is subsequently reborn as her child that he was delivering, right?
Oh, God.
And the character's name that he's reborn as is Aquamarine Hoshino. So I got to ask you, there are 2 kids here. Which one is he?
The one
The girl.
that's a guy?
It's got to be the older one.
They're
The
babies.
ones.
Maybe
How do you know which
maybe
one's
they're twins?
which? You could be shitty at dressing them.
Well, his name is Aquamarine. His eyes are blue.
So-
that
Okay,
seems like
That's
a
fair.
But
no-brainer to me.
Green and blue, right?
Detective
But-
Random
but-
11 is on the case.
Hold up.
Called it.
Hold up.
His pronouns are he, him.
He also was like her biggest fan. So would he be the one who's bored with his head pressed against her tits?
Yes.
Or the excited one?
No.
Yeah, he would be because he came out of there. Like,
He literally comes out of her vagina with her erection. It's like
so.
Dear God, Reese.
So 13 King Style says they are twins. I suspect that, but it's like this is a wrinkle to the story we didn't know previously, right? Says the glitz and glamour of showbiz hide and seek. The glitz and glamour of showbiz hide the dark underbelly of the entertainment industry, threatening to dull the shine of his favorite star. Can he help his new mother, rise to the top of the charts? And what will he do when unthinkable disaster strikes? I feel like they're leaving out a really important part of the story.
I feel like this is gonna okay.
So they must be twins because look at she's got like the dazzling starlight in her eye, and he's got it in one eye, she's got it in the other, right?
Okay, so I'm calling it now. There's got to be a Mushoku Tensei moment where he's looking up and like, damn, if you're gonna leave him out, I'm gonna grab him.
So he also 13 King Style also mentioned it was Romeo Must Die was the first movie with Jet Li and DMX together. Yeah.
Real must die.
I thought I was referring to Gladiator still.
Super off topic, but the other good Jet Li movie is The One.
The One is the fucking best Jet Li movie. So good.
I haven't seen it.
I am Yulaw. I am nobody's bitch. You are mine. Then Papa Roach Last Resort starts playing in the prison planet.
Yeah, that was a good ending.
I kind of want to see that. Awesome.
Okay, fuck it. We're finally gonna do it. OCA podcast watch party, The One. It's gonna happen.
No, that'd be like a perfect movie night.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. A watch party.
Okay, watch party.
Yeah, not a watch club, a watch party.
Okay.
All right. So Toei Animation apparently throws support behind the incorrect belief that One Piece heroine Yamato is a transgender man. So apparently the Western English Twitter account for Toei has been infiltrated by Westerners. So from Fishmen to the LGBTQ, ever since it set sail in 1999, Eiichiro Oda's One Piece has regularly featured some of the most naturally diverse cast members in the history of both manga and anime. I mean, it doesn't get more diverse than whatever the fuck I'm looking at right now. I'm pretty sure that this is a manga drawing of fucking Tim Curry in Rocky Horror Picture Show.
It is 100%. That's what that character is based on.
Success, Oda. You did a good job. All right. But despite the series' wide range of characters, each with backstories, appearances, and personalities different from the last, trans activists have made a battleground out of the identity of the recently introduced daughter of Emperor Kaido, Yamato.
Daughter?
Yamato.
According to them, because the Yamato is a tomboy who uses male pronouns, a habit born from both being abusively raised as a boy by her father in order to fulfill his desire for a son and wishing to follow in the footsteps of her hero, Kozuki Odin, she wasn't
really raised as a son or anything. She was barely raised at all. She wanted to, like, she had aspirations. This is kind of spoily, I guess. But she has aspirations, and Kaido's basically like, fuck off, bitch, and like kicks her to the curb and says, I'm not dealing with you. And like, she's starving, and like anyone that helps her dies because he wants to teach her a lesson because she idolizes his enemy. He doesn't raise her as a guy at all. So even this is wrong.
So you've ruined my perfect headcanon where once again trans activists have taken the story where the trans identity was forced onto the character and claimed it as their own.
I mean, unless
we can do that in Vinland Saga. Don't worry about it.
I might have missed the part where Kaido tries to raise her as a guy, but from what I remember, that does not happen. He barely raises the kid at all because she idolizes his enemy. And as a punishment, he's basically like, fuck off then. You can deal with yourself and don't come to me for literally anything. And then when his own subordinates help her by giving her food, he kills them. So
I'm going to ask you the same thing I've asked another person, but they're not here. In the manga, which is in show, whatever, where you're getting this, is it a girl or is it a guy?
That's the issue. That's the whole fucking issue.
That's the $1 million question.
Well, no, biologically, it's a woman.
I was asking.
Biologically, she's a girl, but she has a thing where she idolizes Kaido's enemy, which is a guy, and therefore she says she introduces herself as Kaido's son, and she introduces herself as this person, Odin, who is a guy. They don't have pronouns. They don't use pronouns the same way we do, so there's no like clear answer in that sense. And so when the translation happens,
there's no clear answer, but there's certainly
is there a clear
answer.
I just told you, no. Biologically, she's a girl.
Okay, I will explain.
Literally, no. All this is a little girl loves Superman, wants to be Superman, grows up and is like, I'm Superman, but it's a chick.
Okay, so real quick, 13 King Style says, "Can I watch the one with you guys for the watch party?" The pinned comment in the chat, which this is the Facebook one because the other one's hidden for me. Join the Discord. We at some time in the future we're going to create a channel in the Discord for the watch parties, and we'll set that up. I would love for you to join us.
And
now
tell
regarding
us say, hey, I'm 13 King Style.
Yeah,
so we know who you are.
Yeah. So regarding Yamato, the way I have almost no understanding of One Piece, right? Like I'm trying to go in blind to the live action series, which boy, howdy, if they throw this character in there and it's a trans actor, it's going to be
bait and switch. That's the main character.
Gren's actor from Cowboy Bebop is just going to be.
Thank you for reminding me from that atrocity.
I can say with full certainty that is going to happen. I'm just telling you right now, Alexander Park in the beginning of the first episode with Ace here, right? Is that the one that
is Ace. Yes.
Yeah, no, but obviously that's Ace. But doesn't freaking, from what I understand, Luffy has a character that he looks up to who tragically doesn't make it past episode 1.
He does. It's Shanks. He's alive.
Shanks. Damn it. You're right. Okay, Shanks. So in my head canon, I was picturing. So Ace dies is what I'm thinking in my head. I'm thinking of Shanks.
Both,
of course.
Both Shanks and Ace make it past episode 1. I guarantee.
I'm talking about for the Netflix series. I'm talking about what they're going to do for the Netflix series. So in my head, I'm looking at, because I know nothing about One Piece. So I see Ace here, right? And I'm thinking to myself, Yamato must have known him when he was still alive. So in my head, I'm constructing what's going to happen. And in episode 1, when you see Ace die, again, this is my understanding of what was going to happen. I was picturing, because I haven't shared it on podcast, but they've been hyping up like, oh, there's so many Easter eggs, and you're gonna love what we've done with the One Piece universe. All the little notches and touches here and there.
Why make it an Easter egg? Make it a big ass egg.
Yeah, so I'm saying that what they're gonna do is Gren, who played Alexander Parker, whatever his name is, who played Gren in Cowboy Bebop, is gonna be like at the bar with Ace in the first episode, right? And it's just gonna be in the full getup like this. It's just gonna be the actor who played Gren in the live action Cowboy Bebop. Anyway, clearly that was wrong because I always mistake Ace and Shanks together. But anyway. So,
I think what's actually going to happen is Yamato is going to be there in episode 1 somehow, and Ace and Shanks are going to be there. And she's going to kill them both with a golf club, and she's going to be the villain.
and then it'll just say, episode 1, expectations subverted. Anyway, so the story is, again, I have no understanding of One Piece, but from what I gather from the bits and pieces I've heard is that the fact that Yamato doesn't literally believe I am a man, but acts like, well, I'll be a man, to like almost the way that a drag queen is a caricature of a woman is how Yamato acts, right? And so the gag in the manga to me is, look at all the zany things we can do, where Yamato goes to the men's bath because Yamato believes she's a guy. But it's like it's played off for jokes and not like, I legitimately identify as a man and I use he, him pronouns and all that.
There's nothing in the manga so far that has Yamato, and now they've moved past the arc that Yamato's in, so there won't be clarity for a long time. Because she stays at the island that they're on. So there was nothing that she ever said that clarified that she legitimately believed she was a different gender. The only thing is, she pretended to be Superman essentially and called herself Superman. And in that sense, okay, she's not, she's saying she's a different gender, I suppose.
So AC, you need to ride your dick of, them running with something. But
and because of that, growing up her whole life pretending to be Superman and idolizing Superman, she is not comfortable being around women as much, and she's grown up in there's been no women around her. It's all been her father's.
I understand.
Her father's goons, right? Mm-hmm. So that's who she's grown up around. So there is a scene where they go to the bath. And she's like, I would be more comfortable going into the men's thing. And so even in that aspect, so it's not so what's actually happening.
Right. So I'm just saying, because I saw, because you shared it on the Discord. So I saw the panel of her in the men's bath, and I thought it was being played off as a gag. Right. And I presumed there was more to it than that, but you're obviously telling me that that's not the case. But so what it sounds like to me is that the character was raised, like, the concept of raised by wolves, but in this case, literally raised around like men and, man, kind of like, almost like a Mulan aspect of like being around men, kind of thing. Like obviously Mulan's different. It's not the same thing, but that sort of, male bonding rather than having like, not even knowing how to interact with her peers that are women. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's how I
interpret it. Okay. Yeah. So E. Castro said Yamato is not trans. She's a girl LARPing as a samurai from the past. Explicitly stated in the text many times that she's just an Odin fan. He does call her son, but that's just to hide the fact that he has a daughter he hates.
See, so, I think that's even going a bit too far. I think he just calls her son to well, she clearly says she's my son because she's pretending to be Odin, and so she goes around and says I'm his son, and then he starts saying it as well, like, whatever, my kid, I don't give a shit. She wants to be called my son because she's Odin, fine, whatever. I'm gonna call her son at some point. But like, honestly, I'm not even sure if that's. Regardless, I'm not even sure if that's a translation issue.
Yeah, and so this kind of thing here. So E. Castro mentions, and the use of male pronouns is a tomboy trait as well as part of her Odin LARP. So there are no pronouns in Japanese, but there are statements like I, right? And I has somewhat gendered language. So in Japanese, the typical terminology used for I is watashi or atashi, right? And that is genderless, but it is often seen as more feminine, right? So children use watashi and girls continue to use watashi as they get older. Boys at a certain age switch over to using boku or ore because it's more masculine of a term that they feel more comfortable saying boku. And occasionally, on purpose, in anime and manga and stuff, girls will use the male form boku because it makes them feel and sound tougher.
Yeah, which is kind of which is like characters like All Might who use watashi all the time when he says "I am here," so he starts with watashi.
You also have the opposite happen. I've heard where people go to Japan to learn Japanese, and they go learn from a bunch of women because they're the ones who run the Japanese language schools, and then they come out of those schools speaking Japanese, and to everyone else around them, a guy would sound feminine because he's using the feminine words that they know and they teach.
It's not so much that because I was taught Japanese by females in the United States when I took Japanese, and I think they tell you, I think I learned boku from them, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I just knew it because I watched anime. But the point is, I think what it is more likely, like, because as far as I understand, there isn't a lot of gendered language in Japanese like watashi and boku and all that. But what it is that watashi and boku are the polite forms, right? So ore, which is like you'll hear that a lot in, for example, Cloud uses ore in Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, for example, as we were just talking about. Ore is informal, right? So it's kind of like, I don't want to call it like thug speak, but it's not the way you would address a superior, right? So when you use the language that's overly polite, what ends up happening is that you are going to sound more feminine, only in the sense that women are less confrontational and more likely to use respectful, like speaking up to somebody rather than down to somebody language, right? And that's why you see in anime a lot say, why are you being so formal? Go ahead and talk normally. Is because in the Japanese, what they're saying is they're using the form of Japanese that is for polite conversation or more formal, right? So for example, in Japanese, desu is like the ending of a sentence that is kind of like a period, right? And so there's a short form of it, like for example, in Dragon Ball Super, Jiren's catchphrase is "Owarida," right? It's over, and that's like the short form, like the less formal version for da instead of desu, right? And so there's a lot of stuff like that, like desu ka is a question, like ikura desu ka is like how much is this? If you're asking somebody like a price of something, and ikuraka would be like a more informal of you completely omit the desu, and it removes the formality to it. And even more so, this is something you'll see when it comes to learning Japanese. There's the version that you are told, like, this is the word, right? And so they're like, yeah, people go into the office, and in the morning, like when you go to work, Ohio gozaimasu, right? And then but then you actually go into the office and people go, oh, like that, like they have like this really, like they barely even make a noise,
morning,
right?
And
it's like you can't even follow what they're saying, because in text, the way Japanese, like it's when I was learning Japanese, it was extremely hard for me to translate what I was hearing, and extremely easy for me to translate what I was reading, because when you're reading it, you're reading the full word. It's like in
versus context.
Text speak where people use like the letter U to represent the word YOU and shit like that. When you actually hear the way that people really talk, they talk more like that. Like it's kind of like a slurred speech. Anyway, so back to Odin or Yamato.
Off that tangent, apparently.
Whatever you said, is this the Superman thing?
I think so.
Glad I can be a real Trojan. That feels good.
You're a true Trojan.
13 King Style says, I'm already in the Discord. Cool.
All right. We'll be sure to at you, or I guess you'll notice when we add.
Yeah, we'll make the channel for the watch.
We will utilize the everyone tag that Random 11 loves so much.
Yeah, I don't know when it's going to happen, but we've been talking behind the scenes about utilizing StreamYard as a way to do like a watch party of some kind. So you guys could actually join, and just like everybody else does here. You don't have to use your camera, you can just do an avatar thing.
This sounds like
you don't even have to join it. You just watch from the background.
Yeah. And of course, you don't have to join, but I'm just saying, like, you don't have to give access to your camera. Yeah. But
this doesn't sound like a legal liability.
We're going to try to find avenues for which we do this. The other way to do it is the Amazon Watch Party, which we'll have to find out if the one is on there, but we'll work out a way to do it once we get the legal aspect of it all worked out behind the scenes. Anyway,
we'll contact our lawyers.
Yes.
We'll screenshot this and send it to our lawyers.
Anyway, Random 11's interpretation definitely sounds plausible. I tried to ignore this autistic Yamato argument as much as possible when Wano was coming out, so I hadn't thought about it too deeply. What Random 11 means by feminine speech is not just the watashi and boku, but also certain speech and grammatical conventions that are most often used. I think that's exactly what I just explained. As well as some subtle shifts in pronunciation of common words, such as Ohayo gozaimasu.
Wow, I've never heard it written that way before.
Yeah, that is not how it's written at all in Japanese. I love it though. I honestly feel like that could be a shirt. Oh hi, yo gozaimasu.
With the little stun with this nice face peeking over.
The learning apps / books teach you keigo, which is polite Japanese. Yeah, so the way I want to set it up, yes, you would be able to talk on the watch party, even if it would just be through Discord's voice chat.
Just a Discord chat.
I can see an episode of the watch party taking 3 hours. Well, then it can't happen.
There would be no pause button.
I will not be playing The Lord of the Rings. No. All right. So back to this. So further fuel was recently added to this debate when in January 27th, a tweet promoting Yamato's fight against her father in episode 1049 of the One Piece anime rather. The English Toei Animation Twitter account referred to the aspiring Straw Hat member with the masculine pronouns. saying Yamato rages against his father to free Wano. Catch the latest episode of One Piece streaming now on Crunchyroll. However, contrary to Toei Animation's tweet, there is overwhelming evidence to prove that Yamato is in fact a cisgendered woman. Upon first being introduced, I hate the fact that we've ceded the ground to even use this term. Upon first being introduced at the end of chapter 984 of the One Piece manga, though she claims that she has chosen to be a man, Yamato is introduced via text box as Kaido's daughter. So that's why I choose to open this country to the world. I want to fight on your side. Where does she what?
In the box.
Yeah, I get the daughter part, but you said son, right? Well, Kozuki Odin was a man, wasn't he? So I choose to be a man too. I can tell that you are very strong and you haven't even tried your hardest yet.
See, that's their biggest evidence for her saying that. But she does no, like, she takes no effort in changing her presentation to be a different gender.
And okay, fuck them. She's literally taking a mask off, right?
Yeah.
At this moment. So she's pretending to be a man when you can't see her face. I mean, you can still see these ballistics. But,
also, does she? Okay, let's take context of character. This is One Piece. Does she even realize what she is saying as "I want to be a man"? Maybe man to her just represents the person she admires.
Right.
It doesn't
I think
represent having.
That's the idea. This. Remember we talked earlier tonight about like the concept of Goku is kind of naive at the beginning of Dragon Ball, and by the end of it, he's a complete retarded. Like he has no brain cells left to rub together. It seems to me like that's kind of the gag they're going for here is that she doesn't realize how absurd this concept comes across to everybody else. Like the way she treats it as normal and everybody's like, what the fuck? I don't understand. Anyway, so notably Yamato's gender declaration is regularly cited by activists as evidence that the brave warrior is a transgender man. However, as detailed by Twitter user this person, this read as yet another case of Western readers taking the Japanese language too literally. The I chose to be a man is not meant to be taken literally, but rather as I chose to become Odin, who happens to be a man. The difference is pretty big. And as far as I know, nowhere does Yamato state in Japanese that she wants to become a man in general. Further, as translated by this person, the Oda-approved character profile featured on Yamato's official collectible Vivre card confirms that the 28-year-old Kanobo club wielder is in fact a woman. Right? So it says here, name Yamato, gender Onna, female. Where's this?
So that's what Ona hole comes from.
Oh no!
If it doesn't, we need to make that shirt.
Oh no! A hole.
Find out the kanji for hole and just put it next to Ona.
Oh no!
Put the black, put the dark part.
It's funny because it's woman hole.
Well, it says here female, so female hole.
Fucking hilarious.
Oh.
It also says Odin's child, not son. Self-proclaimed Kazuki Odin in the corner because Kaido's child. No, okay. Providing more context. Yep.
I was just gonna say there was also another. He took a break for a while he was working on like summing up the Wano arc and then focusing on the end of One Piece, if you remember that. And in that break, he released these like little chapters of like just thought processes of his as he's been working on the story, and part of that was the design of Yamato, and in there it goes over that she's a girl, like, and it's his own fucking notes from the manga. So
there's also this Oda refers to Yamato as a she, but he doesn't actually use gendered pronouns for her. So he doesn't use the word she, but he uses terminology that, if you were to read it, is indicative of him acknowledging that she's a woman, right? So, because there is no she in Japanese, I mean, but so can you tell us about Yamato's age, height, and favorite foods? Sure. Now that's an actual question. I can answer that. She's 28 years old. Momonosuke and Yamato were born the same year. Yamato is 263 centimeters tall, about 2 Luffys, and his favorite food is Odin, of course. Yamato also loves salmon. She eats it raw and whole.
Whole.
Anyway, and then I also saw this.
Got to do unspeakable things with it.
Right-wing troll claims he won't admit Yamato is trans until Oda has it in writing, right? Here it is in writing. And it's literally the panel we were talking about from the fucking English localization.
You mean the thing that literally proves them wrong? That says
right, yeah. The thing that says daughter, right? Author's note. This is the daughter, right? So anyway, yeah, and I thought originally, so some backstory here. I at one point a list popped up on Twitter for me of English language anime and game localizers, and I was like, follow. I literally followed so many of them that Twitter locked me out of my account because it thought I was a bot because it refused to let me continue following more. And I think this guy was in there that I'm showing here. And I thought he was. Okay, I thought this guy was in there. And so I assumed that this guy was actually the localizer who wrote that fucking line into the manga for the English adaptation. But I was mistaken. But I knew I had seen his profile picture and shit before. This was the guy who we talked about previously, who bragged about writing for CBR and Anime Feminist and all those. And when I clicked on his account, when I looked for this original tweet, he has me blocked. So I don't remember if I was also blocked for that other incident. It'd be really funny if he specifically heard about the podcast and watched it and got butthurt so badly that he had to block me. But he might have already previously blocked me. I don't remember. Anyway. So and then I've also got this other one here from this individual who shared this same image. Come on. Oh, so slow, internet. And this is where they're talking about. This is, I think, where the localization thing I just read was from, maybe, this text. I don't even know. No, that's her history. Probably not. Anyway, but this is the thing about, like, basically 2 Luffys, right? Kind of idea. And then there's also this. I don't know what this is from, but it says One Piece heroines, implying gendered females.
No, it's just the drugs they take.
So
I have no clue what that is.
I don't know who half of these characters are.
It doesn't
Nami?
look like Oda's drawing style.
It doesn't. It sure doesn't. This is Nami, right?
I don't know if this is. That might be like fan
Nico.
art.
Is this Nico Robin?
Yeah, that's Robin.
Fuck! I got it right. Oh my god! I don't know who this is then. And then this is Yamato.
Yeah.
That's Bella. Bella Hancock.
None of it matters who they are, but yeah.
Oh, I guess I could have just read them up here. Well, now I look less intelligent. My psychic abilities from last podcast, where I guessed the
commercial.
My story about guessing the commercial. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So anyway, if Yamato were meant to be seen as a man, the card would have stated chose to become a man, but it doesn't. Plus, the original has no gender pronouns aside from Boku, but that can also be used by girls. Bokuko. Okay. Anyway, so there's more here. I I don't know. I don't think we're gonna find anything new by continuing to read. Oh, this was in here. Oh, great.
Does it explain what this is from?
Yamato was even featured in a February 2021 One Piece Heroine's color spread, illustrated for Weekly Shonen Jump by a number of artists from its sister shoujo magazine Reborn. The spread was produced to commemorate the publication of One Piece's 1000th chapter. And then even Toei, I fucking love bounding into comics. Toei, the same account that's like his daddy or whatever they said. Yamato rages against his father, right? Previously, not fucking 1 year ago. No, not even. Literally last like 3 months here. They had said, happy birthday to the Oni princess, Yamato. Oh my God.
I would love to see the comment section on that tweet.
Oh.
Did they get flamed? Is that why they changed? Because
anyway,
like if you follow any YouTuber that covers One Piece or TikToker, that like most of them either have just admitted not admitted submitted to
They've
the mob
up.
Of people and just say he and him, or they just refuse, like Roger's base refused to say a gender at all.
Yeah, just say Yamato every time you refer to the character.
Except in the last week, he did a watch party of that episode where that Twitter account was talking about.
Sounds like a legal nightmare.
He basically what he does for his watch party is he just has a time code.
Everyone hit play at the same time.
Yeah.
That's most people do.
And in that watch party, he did say he and him
cringe
pronouns.
You lost.
I can't imagine.
Roger is not based.
Imagine what kind of thought process makes a person literally sit there and wait until they see the moment something hits with their obsession to the point that they have to go AWOL.
Well, that's why I think it's so funny about it, because like we talked about this with Onimai or Oshi, no Onimai, whatever the fuck it's called. The one where the Dexter's lab, but Dee is Dexter and Dexter turned brother into a woman, whatever it is. Anyway, the one being animated by Studio Bind, where it's like, like we latch on to this new trans anime, and it's like, why do you always grab these characters that are forced into it by somebody else? Like, it's the worst fucking thing to jump on.
That's because that's the only stuff out there, and they're just grasping at straws.
Anyway, so moving on to manga news. Blue Exorcist manga is taking a 2-month break for Kazue Kato to adjust to overwork. I thought this was endearing. Here's the translation of their tweet. I will be taking. Okay, so just real quick to remind you, a little recap. They had taken time off from the Blue Exorcist manga to illustrate a light novel or something.
Not to write a novel, I thought. Or no, no. It was a manga adaptation of a novel.
Yeah, they were doing a manga adaptation of a light novel that they had like a previous experience, like they liked it or whatever. So they took it as a huge honor. And rather than work on 2 things at once and produce a shittier version of both things, they said, look, I'm going to cut off Blue Exorcist for a little while, focus on this, and come back to it. So she's come back, right? Mm-hmm. She's come back to work on it, and she had this to say. I will be taking a 2-month break from publication. It's not due to my health. I'm in a good physical condition and working fine. This is due to the fact that the amount of drawings for the next chapter has exceeded 1 month's worth of work, and this is just to adjust for the overwork. I'm sorry to keep you all waiting again, and I appreciate your patience. I just love this like BTFO of all the other, like Horikoshi right now is putting My Hero Academia on hold for being sick again. I just love this flex. Like, yeah, I'm not sick or anything. I'm in the best physical condition of my life.
Yeah, but like, the funny thing is the series is monthly, so it's like, and her artwork is fucking phenomenal. Like, holy shit, it's like so freaking deep. Like it's a travesty that the manga is in like the regular manga size instead of like the Viz Big books, so you can actually like look closer in on it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, her art is fucking beautiful.
So Cosmic Dawn says, "Whoa, you guys streaming for a long time. I've just finished work. Hey, welcome to the show."
What are you talking about? It's only 4 hours.
We're only halfway through this bitch.
Cosmic Dawn was here earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're only halfway through.
Like,
we can go for what was the longest?
No, that's what he's saying.
Is 3 hours ago.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Is like, oh, you guys are still streaming. I just got off work. Like they probably jumped in during break or whatever.
Okay.
Anyway, all right. So I don't want to waste a lot of time talking about this, but Amazon has delisted Another World survival series, min-maxing my support and summoning magic for allegedly violating Kindle content guidelines. So
I was going to bring this up during our talk about the AI, like have AI rewrite this.
Chat GPT, can you rewrite this so it passes Amazon's guidelines? So the series follows Kazuhisa Kaya, a young man who finds his plan to get revenge on his bullies derailed after he finds himself isekai'd into an RPG-like world full of monsters. Finding himself in a strange new world, Kazuhisa's goals have now shifted to survival. However, much to his surprise, he isn't the only one caught up in the chaos. That's all we get for the synopsis. I mean, the artwork seems a little bit risque, but I mean,
it's the change, isn't it? The change.
It's got to be. She's a slave or something.
That's what triggered Amazon.
So anyway, so Amazon sent them this thing that says, during our review process, we found that your book, Another World Survival, min-maxing my support and summoning magic, Volume 1, violates our community or our content guidelines. As a result, we will no longer be offering your book for sale on Amazon. As a reminder, violations of our current guidelines may negatively impact your account status, and you may also lose access to your optimal KDP services.
Fine, I'll go somewhere else. Fuck you then.
Though the publisher attempted to appeal the decision immediately after receiving it, Hanshi Media, which is the name of the publisher, would ultimately and definitively have their work rejected from the digital marketplace, ostensibly for violating Amazon Kindle's offensive content guidelines. They said, quote, this is Amazon saying, we've confirmed that Another World Survival, min-maxing my support and summoning magic Volume 1, contains content that is in violation of our guidelines, and we will not be offering this title for sale on Amazon. Can you imagine getting an email from a company that's rejecting your light novel, and you have to sit there and read the fucking name? Another World Survival, min-maxing my support and summoning magic. Like, you just keep reading that over and over again through this legal document. Like, man, maybe I should shorten the title. Like, just
it's probably like
the legal document is like 20 pages longer than it normally is.
No, if it was in a legal document, it would be referenced once.
Yeah,
and then said from here on referenced
novel.
as the work.
Yeah, the work. But like when it's a boilerplate
the intern writing doesn't get that memo, so just constantly puts it back in there.
Like literally every single reference to it is just Amazon is trying to make a statement to them like, your fucking thing is title is too long and convoluted. So every single time it's referenced multiple times per sentence, it has the whole thing. Anyway, as stated,
my client believes that in his novel "In Another World" with my hooker on
Your Honor, there is nothing. We were wrongfully terminated from the App Store for our light novel. In Another World, reincarnated as a stripper pole. Reincarnated as a stripper pole on the battlefield, min-maxing my crotch grinding in Another World. As stated in our guidelines, we reserve the right to determine what's appropriate, which includes cover images and content within the book. If you wish to republish your book with content that meets our guidelines, it will need to be submitted as an entirely new book and go through our standard review process. Previous customer reviews, tags.
Mr. Japanese light novel author, you have to rewrite this book entirely, please.
They just submit it as a different light novel length title.
Chat GPT, change the wording and this
just
entire
change
novel.
the title. Honestly, if they submitted it and they just, Photoshop content aware Phil removed the chain, like maybe added closed up this little gap here. Right?
Is that one with the chain? Is that volume 1?
Volume 2.
Oh, okay.
That's the one that triggered this whole thing.
No, it's volume 1 that triggered it.
I don't even know. Yeah, I guess so.
Amazon's full of shit.
This is volume 1.
There's been a lot crazier on their site.
Well, yeah. What offensive things do they have still on there?
I bought Fubu off of Amazon.
Yep. So it says previous customer. Well, so this is for Kindle, by the way. This is largely because of its involvement being on Kindle.
What offensive things are on Kindle still?
Is Fubu on Kindle?
50 Shades of Grey is on Kindle. I guarantee it.
So, honestly, it could be that they just think that these girls are underage. Like Amazon's like that. They'll be like, "Oh, they're high school
Amazon's
girls."
retarded like that.
Fictional character that doesn't exist. We must protect it for real children.
Let's rehash this argument.
That horse is dead already. Let's not go back to it.
All right, so it says here instead of rectifying the situation, Amazon would instead decide to escalate the dispute with Hanashi Media. Great job, Hanashi Media, being informed on January 25th that not only were the publisher's pre-orders for Volume 2 due out January 31st canceled, but that they had also been barred from offering any pre-orders for a period of 1 year. Swift and harsh.
Everyone go out and buy this book just to spite them. From anyone else other than Amazon.
With my don't care enough to boycott.
Yeah,
all right. I have good news. Resident Evil 4 Remake is removing the QuickTime events and adding side quests. Yes! I have bad news.
Like it's
Resident
better.
Evil 4 Remake also removes Ashley's skirt.
Oh, that sounds like it's worse.
Capcom has shared a large gameplay portion for the Resident Evil 4 Remake, giving us a look at some of the new scenes and content. The gameplay was done to showcase what players can expect the game to play like, but some fans have noticed one other change when it comes to the characters. Most notable is that Ashley, with whom we already knew to have changed her outfit from the brief appearances we've had of her, is no longer rocking her iconic skirt from the original. Instead, she has on a pair of shorts with the same color scheme along with tights, seemingly to cover her up a bit. It should be mentioned that these are skirts. I'm sorry, does it say skirts?
It does.
Does it? Oh my god, they're pulling the fucking Resident Evil 3 remake again. Skirts, not shorts. Promotional material shows Ashley appearing to wear a skirt. Yeah, so she looks like she's wearing a skirt until you see underneath and you realize it's a skirt. In the original game, players could attempt to look up her skirt during certain sequences. Now, I've played the original game, and I don't remember ever getting a good angle, and she was annoying as fuck in the original game. So, it wasn't exactly what you were interested in doing. You were only looking up...
Leon! Yeah,
she's a fucking escort mission the whole game.
If
the
they
only reason you want to look up that skirt is to fire a bullet straight up the asshole.
Look, if they at least keep in the line, for when you scope in, then at least you can mod it to be the original state, right?
Right. So, in the original game, players could attempt to look up her skirt during certain sequences. This would lead to a humorous reaction from her in Reach. Good job. She covers herself and insults Leon for making such a perverted move. I mean, she acted like I was a pervert, but then she threw herself at me on the fucking jet ski at the end. She practically begged me to stick it in her at the White House.
Oh, God.
While some may have been hopeful for her original outfit to remain, and it is entirely possible the original may be obtainable in Resident Evil 4 Remake, like how other classic outfits have been in the other... No. You have forgotten, niche gamer. You have completely forgotten. What they did is they gave Jill Valentine pants in the remake. And if you pre-ordered, you got the original outfit, but they cucked you because it was a skirt instead of a skirt. So you've forgotten. They will not make it available. It seems that by default, her rather famous skirt is gone from the game. However, this may not be surprising to fans as the VR version of Resident Evil 4 was censored to remove certain dialogue for modern sensibilities. The ballistics line, no! This included her line, should the player attempt to look up her skirt even though her animation still remained? Why would you remove her chastising him? You're gonna keep her like covering her crotch, but you're not gonna include the chastisement so that the player knows he's done something wrong? What the fuck is wrong with this filthy degenerates who want women to have these men looking up their skirts and not being called out on it? Anyway, all right. So a sentence of a bookworm. I'm not going to read this. These are J Novel Club's acquisitions. So young lady Albert is courting disaster.
It has white hair.
It has white hair. Yes. How many? Let's count them, shall we? A cave king's road to paradise, climbing to the top with my almighty mining skills, and then you notice he has a pickaxe.
White
oh, look,
fur.
another slime.
There's white fur.
That doesn't count. Reincarnated mage with inferior eyes. Lance, this is a book for you.
And me.
Don't kill yourself. The Russian government has gone to great lengths to ensure that youngsters know that there is no better world without homework and class on the other side of the news.
The art looks pretty good.
A sentence of a bookworm. I'll do anything to become a librarian. Okay, well, I'm sure the barrier to entry is not that high. So, a royal rebound. Forget my ex-fiance. I'm being pampered by the prince, also known as hypergamy for its short form.
How to be a gold digger.
I only have 6 months to live, so I'm gonna break the curse with light magic or die trying. White hair.
Damn.
The 100th times the charm. She was executed 99 times. So how did she unlock super love mode? White cat.
So cue that gift from the Ballad of Buster Scruggs with the James Franco first time.
Yeah. Survival strategist of a corrupt aristocrat. Is she waifu material though?
That's a Raftalia bootleg, if I've ever seen one.
I don't know, man. And this guy's hair just looks like he rubbed it on a balloon before sitting on the chair.
He totally does.
The apothecary witch turned divorce agent. What the fuck are they writing about in Japan? A pale moon reverie. Also with white hair. Now I'm a demon lord. Happily ever after with monster girls in my dungeon.
And white hair.
Nice.
Endo and Kobayashi, the latest on tsundere villainess Lisolette. Okay.
Good choice in naming. So
isn't there an anime that's airing this season, or was that last season?
Was the previous one had to have been a light novel, and this is a manga now. Of Cave King's Road to Paradise, climbing to the top with my almighty mining skills. I parry everything. What do you mean I'm the strongest? I'm not even an adventurer yet.
Whoa, the strongest?
They spelled parry wrong. P-E-R-R-Y. Commodore Perry.
Okay. That joke doesn't make sense because we haven't covered that yet. All right, in Right Stuff news.
Did you see my note on the private chat?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's why there's only 4 tabs.
Good. Okay, I'm glad.
All right. So the Jackie Chan collection, volume 2, is now up on Right Stuff. So the movies from 1983 to 1993.
Was it effing Anime Addict that was looking at the...
None.
It includes live action City Hunter.
This one?
It was like the 4K ones.
Oh, the one that had the live action City Hunter.
Oh wait, that was Bruce Lee, wasn't it?
No. Jackie Chan. New Gods Yang Jian.
Which is
I
not
was
an
talking
anime.
about the collection.
Whoa! The what?
I was talking about the 4K collection. That was Bruce Lee, I think, not Jackie Chan. I mixed them up. Okay.
Wow, I don't have anything to say about any of these. Super Sentai GQ Sentai 5-man. 5-man and 1 woman.
How has Sentai not made a Sentai label?
Right?
Because it's
then
too
again,
on
the
and
brand
out.
confusion would probably make it hard to.
Sentai releases Sentai. And
Blue Thermal, that thing that I've never heard of.
We have covered it on podcast. We literally covered that Shout Factory was going to be releasing this before we talked about it tonight on Right Side.
Yeah? Well, that's how little I care about it. And how
There
little
you
I know about it is that it's so forgettable.
All right. So,
Are we there
I'll
yet?
remind and invite you guys again that if you are interested in support, if I would love it. So I'm going to change this language around. I would love it if you guys checked out stealthweave.com, and I look forward to hearing how much you love the thing you purchased tonight.
I bought 2 shirts. There's one of them.
One of the fun shit? Yeah,
Yeah.
that exists. That's a fun shit shirt.
The other one's on the next page.
Yeah. You saw these earlier. You saw these earlier. Like I said, though, for this particular one, I am going to be changing the shirt it's printed on. So if you want this shirt from the Slime Diaries, and you like your shirts to be tapered on the sleeves so that they hug, the bicep and shoulder a little bit more, get it now. If you'd like it to be a little looser, I will be replacing it with another shirt in the future. It's going to cost marginally more, like a dollar more, right? Maybe. But it's going to be a shirt that has more colors because I somehow have forgotten, even though I knew about it at the time. Oh, thank you. It's great, right? I actually really thought that one came out great. I'll come back to that. But there is a red shirt in the Slime Diaries. When the scene where he gets this shirt, there's a red version as well. And I don't currently have it on a red shirt. So I'm going to be updating that in the near future. Regarding Capsule Corp, one of my favorite shirts. For fuck's sake, load, goddammit. This one, the Capsule Corporation one. A nice, simple shirt. Comes in all sorts of colors if you want it. Also, thank you, Greenline, for the shout out in your latest video, even if you are factually inaccurate about Brad Bird.
Yeah, sorry, I'll fix that. Yeah. But also, you can blame, Footnum because he didn't catch
Footnum, how dare you not fact check? Now, in addition,
that movie was shot in Canada too, wasn't it?
Oh,
I was 3 when that movie came out, bitch. You think I knew the director's name, let alone the English language?
In addition, if you
My
guys
2-year-old niece knows how to say "fuck you." All right. I'm not saying I taught it to her either.
If you would like to support the podcast, another way to do that is to head over to ocapodcast.com/store and pick up these shirts. Remember, it is because of viewers like you who enjoyed my coverage of Damon Mills' rapings to keep Joshua Seth gatekeeping him off of his podcast. You can show your support.
You should send that shirt to Joshua Seth.
You can show your support by buying an "It Was All Consensual" t-shirt commemorating our coverage.
David, a fan sent me this shirt. He said that you would be able to explain it for me.
Yeah, I'll just say in the future I intend to.
It's a funny inside joke,
a
guys.
Mayonnaise variant as well. I don't know why. I just felt like I felt like the jizz from Frieza's
Frieza
race
had to
needed
be
to be
yellow.
another color. I kind of based it off of the censored blood for Piccolo in the anyway.
Piccolo.
All right, moving on.
What flows in Piccolo's brains freezes.
So Mirage Leonardo shared this, and I just couldn't not share it. The Super Mario Pizza line launching in Germany next month. This has to be for the movie, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these characters aren't even in the movie, but
that you know.
Why? Why are they making this? Triple salami explosion. And this one, the Virkase Deluxe and sweet sprinkles. Like, what the fuck is on this pizza? With the Mario and Luigi pizza, you can expect a spicy mixture of chorizo salami and spicy calabrese style salami cubes for a triple salami explosion.
That's like 3 dicks in your mouth.
Wario and Waluigi. The 4-cheese deluxe combines mozzarella, red cheddar, emmental, and gorgonzola topped with sweet sprinkles. I just picture like fucking ice cream, multicolored candied sprinkles on a pizza, and that sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
Anyway, Crunchyroll once again hates me because I opened too many tabs before. Pardon me. Okay. Bumblebee goes Bishojo for the Kotobukiya Transformers figure. Horns were an interesting choice for a Bumblebee, but I do approve of not covering up that ass.
Those bee stings don't look big enough.
The toy had horns on his head.
I was gonna say that is his design.
I have no idea what Bumblebee looks like.
That looks like Char's helmet right there.
It does kind of.
The yellow comet.
He's called Bumblebee, but he's a Volkswagen bug beetle.
I prefer Cumblebee.
That's why he's a Camaro in the
I am moving right along. Also, there is a wearable beanbag.
Bring nutsack.
You've heard of a Snuggie.
What's inside of it, Alex? Cum? What?
Oh, no. Why
Speaking
is she
of cum.
wearing white? All right. Come on.
Why does he look so happy?
Can you imagine this? Like, this doesn't, you're not even sitting in it at this point.
That's the way to socially
Like,
transition them
literally
to male,
all
okay?
it does is keep your arms up. It gives you an armrest.
Fat people get that for free.
Wow.
And when you're not wearing it, it's just a regular beanbag.
Right.
See,
People
now
can't
that
take it off though.
Fat couples get that for free.
Listen.
You get liposuction, but you secretly miss your fat. We have the
this is
perfect
to
product
make up
you.
for the inequalities and the injustices of fat privilege, okay? Now we can be on an even, equitable playing field with these balls.
All skinny members of the office must wear this beanbag around the office
in solidarity.
In respect of equity, okay?
Yeah. So Japanese genius creates a concept for the ultimate nap chamber by building a section of a subway or a train into it. Did you read this article, Reese?
No.
Okay, I'm not going to read it.
The most popular place to take a nap, apparently.
Yeah. You know what it should be is the it's not like
no,
literally
this could be a suicide booth. Look at those hand straps.
You have to nap sitting down. Like, it's not even shaped in a way where you could lay down. I want it to be like the room that they send kids when they're sick in anime at school, the infirmary. Like, just go to the nurse's office and lay down for a bit. Come on.
Maybe I missed it, but is it not supposed to be a subway?
It is supposed to be a subway. Like you have to sit
Well, it
down.
could be a subway or a tram or like not a tram.
Yeah.
What's the above ground trains? It's just a train.
A train. So yeah, the idea is that the Japanese nap on the train a lot. So he made a train at home to nap in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, also Attack on Titan author Hajime Izayama offers his actual manga desks for. Oh, come on. God damn it, Crunchyroll.
My head hurts.
What? Yes, okay, use cookies, damn it. Is that why?
Cookies make my head hurt, though.
No, you're just out of commission
Okay.
from giving too much head.
For fuck's sake. Okay, anyway, his desk.
They look like IKEA desks.
His
The
desk,
end.
which you can't look at, were specifically made by his father in his hometown of Hida in Japan to limit distractions while creating. His dad is a furniture maker. Wow. I'm so glad I could showcase the desk for you.
Oh.
Also, an anti-insect laser gun turret is designed by Osaka University and expected to work on roaches too.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna screen share with audio so you guys can hear.
Hear the roaches die.
They have these for mosquitoes. It zaps the wings off the mosquitoes.
The wings, I thought it just tastes their whole being and they die.
No,
I think you're mistaking a bug zapper with the wings.
The one that I saw or heard of didn't have the laser wasn't powerful enough to actually kill the mosquito body, but it was powerful enough to zap the wings off.
Like
so they were all alive, but on the floor.
Well, are you sure? Okay, so when I was a kid, so are you familiar with the concept of locusts, like that when they just are absolutely fucking everywhere in certain places?
Yes.
So my cousins grew up in like Cleveland, Ohio, and every summer they'd have these locusts, right? And one summer they found out that if you pull off the left wing, the head pops off. But it's just the left wing, right? So all summer long they were catching these locusts and yanking off one of the wings, and the head would pop off.
Oh,
so
God.
I imagine that you probably what's actually happening is if you send an electric shock through an animal, their wings just explode off of their body, right? Like,
I think it's
that's
just
like tasing a guy and his arm shoots off, right? Like,
Interesting note about.
I think it's just like how like when you get fried, your hair goes on fire. I think it's just the wings are just so thin.
It's because the membrane is so small that the charge goes through it and just evaporates them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably not actually targeting specifically. Like a laser comes out and cuts the wing off, like in fucking Resident Evil.
It just hits the whole thing, and the wings are the things that go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it's aiming at the wings. But interestingly about the locusts, I think they found a way to like stop locusts from forming because
the swarms,
like
you mean?
Well,
stopping the swarms.
But they have to become locusts in the first place. So the way locusts works.
Oh, forming as in like from the larva.
No.
Detroit become locusts.
Locusts are grasshoppers, right?
Uh-huh.
And so they morph into locusts at a certain point, and then swarm as locusts. But it was either a smell or a sound that triggered all the grasshoppers in the area to start morphing into locusts and then swarming. And so
damn, that sounds like a post-apocalyptic movie.
Yeah, so they figured out
all of those videos had no sound. I don't know why I shared it like that.
So they figured out a sound or the smell, whatever, to cause them not to swarm and not to turn into locusts. So then they're just grasshoppers and not an issue.
Interesting. So, are we done talking about the bugs here?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
besides, you just made me think of the nail gun skit from Wise Kids, you know?
I just had the locust scene from The Mummy going in my head for like the last 3 minutes.
I was thinking Mummy too.
So
I prefer the dick
Can
splitting
you guys-
open and locusts coming out.
Can you go over some? I'm gonna step out for just 1 second. I'm just gonna grab a candy bar. I just remembered it's in the fridge. I'll be right back.
I want candy.
Still hungry.
Candy.
Oh.
Working on that dad bod, guys. This is how you do it.
That's how you get to be a beanbag chair for free.
Hey.
Purchase the last copy, Doctor. Oh no. Where's that? It's way up here. Okay.
You're not going to read these?
I want
He
them
is,
live
in
in
his head.
concert, or I watched them live in concert quite a few years ago. I don't know who you're talking about.
What the freak? Never mind.
Well, you guys are streaming. Yeah, okay.
We appreciate your
Video game
comments, and they are being appreciated as best as apparently this podcast is capable of at the moment.
Video game companies can censor later and bait you with early. Yeah, that's a big issue. Is some companies, and
You'll
it doesn't
see.
go the reverse a lot, but some companies will give you the trailers all look like the thing you want, and then like last minute or maybe even slightly later they'll put out a patch that like censors stuff, and it's like, well, I bought the game and I wasn't expecting it to get censored, but everything now is update away from being taken out of the game. And sometimes, yeah, they'll give you the DLC to put it back in, but that is more rare than the other way around. Man, these LNs are absolutely nuts. Okay. He swears this Hunter hat all the time. Hunter X Hunter?
No, not Hunter X Hunter. Hunter.
Won't be getting the cuck shirt
I don't feel like
from Rent a Girlfriend, though. The author might attack me for impersonating his self-insert character.
The fact that you are just getting to like the very first comments that I was expecting you to start with is a troubling sign that
They have
you saw too much.
You're gone for 30 seconds. What are you talking
Yeah. So when I got up, it wasn't. So luckily, I was screen sharing. But I don't know. I don't know if you guys saw anything, but as I got up and turned around, I remembered I had unbuttoned and unzipped my pants.
Oh shit! Was not paying attention.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. This is the No Pants Podcast.
Yeah, I literally did it just to not have it like digging into my gut while we're on the stream. But I was just thinking, like, I come back and I see, as soon as I enter the room, I see the literal comment that would be like, "This is the starting point of." Hey guys, would you check the comment? I see that pop up and I'm thinking, oh, they must have spent the entire time I was gone talking about my fucking unzipped pants as I got up.
Did you fix it while you were out in the kitchen?
As soon as I stepped away, yes.
So I just went back and looked at the VOD. I switched from the website the screen share to this. As soon as you walked out the door, you're literally closing the door, so you're safe.
I was probably putting my pants, like my button on as I left the room.
You are safe.
Oh god.
The OCA podcast merch makes me want to gouge my eyes. Well, okay, well
That's a good review.
No, I meant because of the Frieza just.
Oh. And you show it every episode. Okay. wearable beanie.
He doesn't have anyone showing his commercials. So he has
That is
to,
basically a
do it this
girl
way.
wearing a Bumblebee-inspired clothes. The Bumblebee-inspired clothes, sort of.
I can't
like
wait for Jobby to review
Kabuki
that
wearing
figure.
clothes based off Kingdra, the Pokemon Heart Gold Soul. Yeah, that's basically what the Shoujo thing is. The
I
whole
wonder
line.
if Kotobukiya made that one as well.
That's how the Japanese get around their fat tax.
They get lipo and
I looked up the desk. It's pretty cool.
Hachime Uzuyama's just.
I like the little shelf attachment. Hello, guys. Sorry I'm late. Welcome.
Oh. Hello. I don't know who you are, but I'm glad to see you.
Yeah, it's nice to see a new face.
I think they've
you
actually
have
been in here before, but
Unless this is a more advanced porn bot, in which case, get the fuck out.
have you noticed how they said sorry I'm late as if they've been here before? I've seen their username before. I remember it enough.
All right.
Well, sorry for not recognizing
If
you.
you are
Molly.
new, I hope you enjoy this side of AC mouth raping a candy bar.
You guys
At least
are
it's better
all
than-
welcome. Oh,
At least it's
we
better than
remember
walking
all of you.
away pants free.
By the way, everyone, we have an official seed of the podcast now.
What?
Oh god.
Yes, we have an official
They
seed.
know what's
The
happening.
rape seed. The rape seed is the official podcast seed of the OCA podcast.
I'm
Oh,
really
right, yeah,
bummed.
rape.
Okay.
I forgot about Rapeseed. Yes, okay.
Yeah. So
I forgot all about. I was like,
Reese and
what are you
Fundam have
talking
recently learned of the concept of rapeseed.
No. I've known about this, but I forgot.
It kills
Be
me.
clear.
It kills me that I have already experienced the joy of learning of the term rapeseed, and that it's a real seed that you can get oil from. It kills me that I already knew that. So as you guys were experiencing the joy of learning, seemingly for the first time, I was like in the corner, not engaging.
That sounds like a very twisty.
What anime was that from, Reese?
It was Farming Life in Another World.
Oh, that's going to be a hit.
Now I have to watch this.
It's on High Dive.
All right. Well, he paid
Now
for
I
High Dive. I saw his PayPal payments today.
Okay.
He really, you know what? That's the.
So, I just have to say, although
They were all for you, apparently.
although the no, go back to the thing. although the Ridley Scott smell thing was like the perfect segue here, I kind of want to skip this discussion.
You don't want to smell.
Fine.
I just imagine when he comes up his laptop, that
I
is
just need to
playing
get to
and-
this fucking Berserk watch club.
Okay,
'cause
let's
it's
go.
time for me to be asleep.
Okay, that's the end of the smell-o-visions thing.
No.
Okay,
This tech allows users to smell movies, video games, and anime. The appropriately named aroma shooter.
So
That is not a good visual image.
all I picture is someone
Uses-
squirting coke in their eye.
Uses- it would be worse if it was called the aroma squirter.
Oh, nice. He says as he takes a drink.
The appropriately named aroma shooter uses digitized smells to enhance users' anime and movie watching. Why anime specifically?
Why? Yes, why?
It's
Really,
official.
why? No, why?
What could those possibly smell like? Sweat? The ocean?
Perfume?
The pool?
I was gonna
Gum? Like,
Women wear perfume.
Okay, what is it supposed to determine its smell? I mean, let's be fair, girls do that body.
Honestly, this is going to ruin visual gags where you think you're seeing one thing, but it's not. You'd be like, oh, wait, no, it's innocent.
That's an ass.
What if you just shoot?
That's not boobs.
What if you get a scene where you just all of a sudden walk in a bedroom and it's just like,
boy, I really don't want to watch fucking Golden Kamuy with this Shirai's like asshole.
all right, folks. Here's what
so the ability to smell shows and movies is finally here. The cutting edge tech in question, called the Aroma Shooter, was shown off at the CES 2023 today by a Japanese-based developer, Aroma Join. Oh, kill me. The Aroma Shooter can digitalize aromas and create a new communication channel in the same family as text, images, and audio. Is this an AI where I can type in? I can type in a prompt and it gives me the fucking smell.
Like it's supposed to be popcorn in the hacker section swamp ass.
Oh man!
AI can be hacked. Let that sink in.
When you mentioned popcorn, it reminded me of the Crayola smell markers.
Oh
no!
I got
it. Like that's the best thing to do. Like when
it's non-dairy.
I would smell those, and then you'd always end up like marking your nose with the marker.
Is it gonna be stinky foot smell?
So which brown one did you sniff often?
No, it's the yellow one. The yellow one is popcorn.
The one that smells like piss? Wow. or is it freezes semen?
I wonder if they still even make those markers.
They do.
I can't even wrap my head around that, because think how many shows that you think are just gonna be pleasant to smell, but there's that one scene that you're just like, oh wait, no shit, I forgot
No,
about
seriously. Like, so okay, so something that I've been thinking about tonight is that for example, with Resident Evil, right? Japan is known. Something that is very culturally unique to them is the concept of eroguro, the erotic and grotesque. And they are removing the erotic and just leaving behind the grotesque. Who the fuck wants that?
Yeah.
We need to go in the other direction. Get rid of the grotesque. Give me the erotic.
Right.
So it says here.
Imagine, imagine watching blood souls at work and all you smell is blood the entire time.
Right.
Oh my god!
Imagine
watching
Naruto.
Zombieland Saga and it just smells like a dead body.
Imagine watching Naruto. You're having a good time until Naruto farts on Kiba that one time in the tuning exams, and you're just
dude, the show where he drinks rotten milk.
Good God! Like,
and he talks about the reading the galley. Man, he's gonna be in there for a while.
Oh God, that's terrible.
There's probably going to be a real subtle scent, like you're watching SpongeBob and it just kind of smells like the ocean might be like 10 blocks away, like rather than you're in it.
What do you? Girlfriend walks in and it's like all of a sudden there's like a fart on the screen.
Oh, E. Castro is flirting with obesity here. It would be cool to smell cooking show scenes from anime. They always look so delicious. Bro, you're going to be like in the middle of watching your anime binge. Like, fuck, I got to go to the convenience store. I'm going to get some ramen. I'm so hungry.
It's already like that. It's already like that. You're just
foot fetishists are going to have a field day with this tech.
Keep it away from Random 11.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how much this is going to ruin ass.
Oh God, that one scene. What was that? Like a Kebi sailor uniform or whatever, where she's like clipping her toenails and smelling it.
Dolly, I'm gonna need you to. We are still in random merch news, so I'm gonna ask you to source the anime girl urine perfume.
What about that fucking bath water that?
Belle Delphine, entrepreneur extraordinaire.
Yeah, it's like on her site, she's like, you can pre-sniff it.
That's better than the fart jar NFTs, girl.
Hey,
All right,
hey,
so-
listen. You gotta
No, I
understand,
think the
the crap
fart jar in a T-girl was better because she actually put her body on the line and went to the ER because of it.
She ate too many beans.
She is a real
for her
hero.
health. She had to stop. Oh
She is
dear
a
Lord.
real
Okay.
hero.
All right. So as I said, I want to get through this. We're still in the first fucking paragraph here. So the aroma shooter can digitize aromas and create a new communication channel in the same family as text, images, and audio. If you aren't in attendance at CES this weekend, fear not. You can check out its demo video. Wow. I wonder what it's going to show me. A bunch of people going, oh, and me as a cuck on the couch having no idea what they're smelling.
And that one asshole you hear farting right in the middle of the crowd.
Has anyone other than me been on a construction site and you know you can see these movies
What
where they're
do
like
the
working on the
quintessential
art and things?
quintuplets smell like?
Putnam?
Sorry, what?
Footnum has beaten off on them so much that
Your
they
5
just...
waifus are on here.
What do you
No,
imagine?
no,
What do you
no.
imagine your life is like?
Lance was saying a thing, and then you said a thing, and I didn't catch.
We're all on
I
the
didn't
same
catch the
page
complete
here.
of either.
No, we're not.
Quintessential quintuplets. What do you think they smell like? I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, and you said
We're just
Footnum. They
they-
smell like
they sme-
Footnum.
No. They smell like 4chan.
Oh.
So Random 11, you think you could stomach the smell of this scene?
What can you smell certain parts of the image, or is it just
Is
all
it
at
like
once?
scratch and sniff?
I don't know what this
Okay,
is.
you know, okay, AC, guys. You know those little. My roommate had one. Those little things
And you
that when
want
you
the
walk
feet, you
by
scratch
them,
the feet. You want the ass,
all
you
of a
scratch
sudden
the
it goes.
ass.
Like,
You
is
talking
that what
about
this is gonna
the-
be? The little
The thing
electric
with these-
spritzers.
The thing with these
Is that what-
smell-o-vision things is you're gonna need like all the like
You're gonna need the
printer ink?
smell-o-vision
yeah.
kit.
You need
For
all
the
of the perfume
smell-o-vision
shit.
accepted.
You're running low on stank. Would you like Amazon to fulfill an order?
Refill this shit like an ink cartridge. You get
No,
like
you run out.
quarters.
You run
Yeah.
out of all of the. It's like ink, so you run out of all the colors except black.
Oh my
right?
You're running
You only have the shit smell, so every time it
running
goes
out
to
of that
smell,
the
it's like
urine
that's all you
smell.
smell.
You're running out of the ammonia smell. Why is that so? What's the other one that runs out?
No, that would be the one you have the most of, because it's never used.
No, that's the one that's in urine. That makes it ammonia.
Yeah, but why would
Who
people
says I
use
don't?
it?
I don't put cotton candy in the one that smells like piss. Like
What do you do?
I
Okay, what do
customize
you
my
do
own
with
adventure.
What
Yeah,
is-
like when you have the printer ink and you can like swap them before they had the microchips in them, and it would print out all weird. You start switching them around. It's like, hey, we're doing Harry Potter jelly bean themed smell-o-vision night. Like,
Okay, what they should do to test this to make sure it's going to work out okay is like marathon like 12 episodes of Micro's Dirty Jobs, and if some people could sit through it.
honestly, that would be so much more immersive and
It
like
would be kind of awesome.
that is one of the few places where I feel like it could actually work. Wait, whoa. Oh, that's right. So this is existed, or okay, it says here.
Yeah, it definitely existed.
Well, yeah, but like these specific thing you're talking about, smell-o-vision type products. Oh no, I guess it's just smell-o-vision type. Aren't anything new to the entertainment medium. If you're a millennial like myself, you may have experienced the 40 gimmick in action for the 2003 theatrical release of Rugrats Go Wild.
Fucking Emerald Lagasse's been saying this for as long as I remember him. We need smell of
They
it.
also have a couple rides at Disney World that have it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Rugrats Go Wild. Which one is that?
the first one. Oh no, is that the like
That
the
cannot be
third-
the first one.
The third one. I think it's the third one.
Okay, I was gonna say I didn't.
The one
I
where-
must
the one
have.
where they meet the wild thornberries.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen that one. See,
I
I was
don't think
scared
I've
for a
seen-
minute because I saw Rugrats the movie in theaters, and I'm like, there ain't no fucking way I saw that 3 years before I met my wife. Like, Oh yeah, that featured the Wild Thorn movie. Okay. However, instead of scratching a parchment of scented paper while watching the film or movie, aroma shooter, shoots smells at your face.
Oh God, it's like a fucking projectile fart.
So is this it? Like these lights? Is that them shooting smells at you?
It's like it comes out of the screen, so the smoke
guys, what are you doing? This shit is like functions. You just spray the eye with fucking aerosol.
It's a gimmick. It's not going to actually be a product that you'll ever buy.
It'll be like 3D TVs. It'll have so little support that it's pointless.
Yeah, no, it's literally only for like an attraction thing. That's it.
It's like for the serial killer who needs to relive his how they have the smell.
It's like the person
thing.
Who really likes The Lion King and wants to know what it smells like.
Okay.
All right, let's move on.
Anyway, I'm going to speed read this. The aroma shooter involves the use of two pieces of tech: the shooter itself and the aroma cartridge. Rather than using oils or mist, the aroma cartridge is a solid state device that can apparently toggle between scents in 0.1 second and blend scent permutations instantly with no lingering sensations. So
I got 2,000 cents per second.
Yeah. Like that's going to be the new metric on the Blu-ray. Look, man, I'm just telling you, every advancement in media has come from the porn industry first, so you know that they're utilizing this there. When you combine with the aroma shooter, a device called PC Gamer, described as a wireless gadget that sucks in air and creates the scent fired towards your nose. Oh, sorry. When combined with the aroma shooter, the PC Gamer creates a scent fired towards your nose. You've got some sniffable media.
I think the suck function will be mishandled.
Yeah, I mean, see, you're going the wrong way with this. You don't need smell-o-vision. We need suck-o-vision.
Suck-o-vision.
This motherfucker's
I'm sure that exists already as well.
I think you can buy it. It's called a dildo.
You just need to get to the right website.
Wait, what?
Reese, I think you've got the wrong sucking end.
We know what he can do now.
How come there's no video of somebody actually smelling?
Because no one wants to do
Not
this.
a single person. I feel cheated.
All right, let's move on.
I'm trying. God damn it.
You're looking at an image of popcorn. It smells like popcorn.
Just next topic.
It's like literally they're just holding a piece of popcorn in front of them while they're blindfolded. As the video above demonstrates, users can program the aroma shooters over 100 cents to blast fragrances at their face holes and sync with the TV show, VR game, or anime like Quintessential Quintuplets or Cyberpunk Edge Runners. For those curious, the featured scents are for Quintessential Quintuplets, are cherry blossoms, grapes, and peaches. The Edge Runners demonstration clip featured smoke, caramel, coffee, and clove bud. Okay.
What the hell is that a fucking reference?
Northern Lights Cannabis Indica.
Dude, I can't wait to be in a smoke-filled room in my house.
Like your house is burning down, but you can't tell because you're watching a movie about firefighters or something. In VR. It's like, wow, it's so real. It's like I'm on fire.
It's freaking hot.
It's not breathe.
What technology can do.
Chances are they're still figuring out what cyberpsychosis smells like. You can also create your own scented viewing experience by linking a YouTube video to the software and marking time codes when your techno snoofs occur.
Oh dear.
While I think the tech is impressive in passing, I'm not exactly sold on the daily practical use of it. Although the thought of programming the aroma shooter to its maximum capacity to smell bomb my apartment with gourmet food from my given Studio Ghibli movie is tempting. I can't see myself using this ridiculously expensive device. I'm a lazy bitch who has enough of an imagination to carry me through watching anime characters gorge themselves on food that looks better than real life. Should the day ever come where Elon Musk's Neuralink chips take off and the smells of my childhood memories are paywalled, you know he's thought about it. Then we'll talk. Here comes the catch. The Aroma Shooter 2 package with 6 aroma cartridges will run you $998. Jesus. I don't care how good the steak smell is. That's too much money. I'll just make my own. Should you have enough disposable income to require more individual cartridges, they're going to cost you $54 each. Currently, Aroma Join is working on crowdfunding a VR/AR attachment for its smellerific device as well. Well, Aroma Join, if you would like to sponsor the OCA podcast watch party of the one, I would love to experience the VR/AR attachment with smell-o-vision of Jet Li fighting himself.
That's great. If you want someone who can chill better than any damn body else, is this guy. Would you like to smell your
why go with that sponsor when you have a perfectly good sponsor already in the form of a collaboration with Rapeseed?
No, it should say enjoy the sweet taste of rape for decades and decades and decades.
For decades to come.
You should put that on the adult consensual shirt. Sensu bean. Like instead of someone putting a sensu bean in someone's mouth, have them putting a rapeseed.
Via their pelvic thrusting.
I'm just gonna have to pour a little bit more whiskey.
Here's all consensual.
All right. So, an art subreddit has banned an artist whose style appears similar to AI-made art.
How do they? I've been. Never mind.
AI draws better than this. I'm just saying.
Heatro's Cryon.
He used the dolly for he used the dolly for the poor man's dolly. That's the phrasing. So the art subreddit on Reddit has permanently banned an artist solely because their style looks similar to AI art, or at least that's what one mod thinks. The artist, who goes by the handle Ben Morin Artist, submitted his painting A Muse in Warzone to the subreddit of over 22 million subscribers before being banned. The unnamed moderator on the art subreddit explained the decision to ban the artist through the site's anonymous mod mail. I don't believe you. Even if you did paint it yourself, it's so obviously an AI prompted design that it doesn't matter. If you really are a serious artist, they need to find a different style because A, no one's going to believe you when you say it's not AI, and B, the AI can do better in seconds. What might take you hours? Sorry, it's the way of the world.
It literally has a YouTube video of himself painting the thing by hand. Like, fucking day, you asshole! I painted it. Fuck you.
I think there might actually be that might actually exist. Believe it or not. Most shocking here is the art student's flippant response regarding the artist's style. Or sorry, the art subreddits. They go so far as to say that even if the art wasn't AI generated, that the artist should change their style because of the similarities. Since the artist went public about his ban, Reddit users have reported being similarly banned for publicly questioning the decision or even memeing about it.
Oh God!
One user reported using the phrase "Sorry, it's the way of the world," catching a ban. Presumably from the same moderator.
On his shirt.
Wow, they're censoring them for talking about it.
AI art has been a point of contention ever since it became readily available to most consumers. Projects like Novel AI, Stable Diffusion, and more have put the potential to generate artwork based off simple written prompts in the hands of anyone, even us. Oh no. At the time of writing, the mod staff of the art subreddit has yet to make a public comment about the seemingly erroneous ban. In the meantime, you can see the full picture on our drawing. Oh, that's good.
Do you have the update? Do you have the update?
No.
No.
Is there an
Okay,
update?
so the update was that the mod team came back and basically said we're not going to unban him because at this point there's a mob that's telling us to unban him, and because he showed the Photoshop files, and they said, well, now a mob is telling us to unban him, and if we listen to the mob, then we'll be bowing to a mob, and that will cause issues in the future. Because
turns out this guy just fucked the mod's girlfriend or something.
Probably.
Or like the reason he's banned is because that's clearly the mod's girlfriend, like in the painting.
So I Mount Doom over there looks like they just found it on Google because it looks weirdly lower res than the rest.
It might have been a kit bashing, whatever it's called, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes
Kit
with the
bash.
is that the term? Sometimes people.
I just know that term is a Warhammer thing.
Yeah, sometimes people go on Google and like take images and then like basically collage it into their work.
Make a composite of everything.
Look, I'll be honest, it really does look like a AI generated.
I'd ban them too.
Yeah, people were like zooming into the belt there.
Yeah,
and
the belt has like a level of detail to it that just doesn't feel cohesive around the rest of
else. Yeah.
And the eyes look hazy.
But
She's
I
on
think
drugs.
like you're not going to be able to tell. So why care?
I didn't use AI art. I used mushrooms.
Like there's a couple tells.
I didn't use the AI network. I used the fungal neural network.
There's a couple tells. In AI
Hello, art refugees. You are welcome here.
That's a giveaway. But if you're if you pay close enough attention and you go back in with Photoshop afterwards, you can clean that up. So as long as you clean up the little artifacts that happen in the AI art, it's not going to be able to be noticeable to anyone. And then you have things like this happen.
But see, that would require you doing more work, which you're using the AI to get out of work, and some people aren't going to think of that.
Well, this is only if you get caught.
Well, there's
Like
a
I
difference
said,
between Lance, there's a difference between being able to paint that from scratch and knowing enough Photoshop to go and fix something that looks a little off.
Oh, there's a big difference between the two things. Yes, there's a huge
Exactly.
difference. And the person who's so damn lazy that they don't want to draw anything and they just throw something in there, they're not going to. It might not register to them. It might not register to anyone who knows who you are to actually go, okay, I need to fix these little details. You've thought this stuff out. I wonder why, but no, you've thought this stuff out. Most people probably won't, that dude. Like most people probably won't, and that's what I'm saying is, I don't know.
Anyone posting on art,
not because I don't much
whatever that has like any amount of like previous posts is gonna know enough to edit a photo. Edit a photo
You
in
would be
Photoshop.
surprised. Who would be like,
fix
oh,
the
this is her bam
thing. Anyway, moving on.
No, we're not moving on.
Oh shit!
I am bringing up an old meme. I am bringing up an incredibly old meme here.
We're going back 2005, motherfuckers.
This meme is 36 years old.
You're kidding me.
That's older than AC.
Is it? How old are you, AC? That was my whole joke.
34.
Ah, damn. This meme is 34 years old.
Soon to be 35 next year.
Oh, damn.
This looks shopped. I can tell by some of the pixels and the fact that you and I are dinosaurs. I just like the original meme is just this bottom part with different text, right? It says this looks shopped. I can tell by some of the pixels and the artifacting or whatever. So I just like this is going to be the new thing. Like this looks AI generated. I can tell by some of the artifacts in the fix, like, and the kit bashing. Anyway.
Oh, I'm sure it's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with those articles of the AI art winning art contests.
Oh no!
My friend's debut album artwork was kit bashed. Like they didn't know it was from some guy from Indonesia that was like $150, which is a good value even for
good
kit
value
bashing.
for getting cheated out of like non-copyrightable work. I gotta ask you guys something. Is it the end of Japan's conveyor belt sushi as we know it?
Yes.
Does anybody give a shit about this at all?
No.
Well,
Not
I
particularly.
mean, do you heard what happened?
Like a thing where they go to somewhere and it just turns around.
I've just got to say, nobody gives a shit about this at all until you read the Sankaku Complex article headline. Conveyor belt sushi chain Sushiro's market value drops following saliva terrorist attacks.
Yeah, I heard about this story.
Wow. Why not have
I don't
that?
like. Honestly, I don't think I'll go to a sushi train.
I read this headline and I'm like, yeah, I'll pass. So let's see what Sankaku Complex has. I'm like, wait a minute, is this the same topic? So conveyor belt sushi chains in Japan face a new threat with the emerging trend of saliva terrorist attacks in which individuals upload videos of themselves touching sushi and other items with their saliva, with the major chain Sushiro taking a 5% drop in market value following the latest viral incident. Look, these are just the people who are filming themselves. I guarantee you, some guys are sticking their dicks all over the shit. I promise you that's happening. I promise that's happening.
Scheme here somehow, guys. Somehow.
There was a few years ago. There was a whole thing about people going in.
That held my quarter pounder.
Licking the ice cream.
Yeah, into grocery stores and licking ice cream, and like people lost their shit over that.
Oh, I have a true story. I went to a Walmart and I was walking up and down. You know they have like the condiment aisle.
No.
And this dude and his girlfriend and someone else, I don't know. All I was able to ask from the situation was this dude and his girlfriend. This dude was opening the fucking bottles of like Dijon mustard and all the little fancy shit in the smaller area with its overpriced.
Did they have Dijon
tasting the shit
ketchup?
on the aisle. I have no fucking idea that's a
This
thing.
happened at a Walmart?
Yes, and I was
about
right.
Right.
My landlord gave me a ride that day. He was on the frozen section. I was like, "Give me a minute. I'm gonna walk down here. I want to get a jar of fucking mayonnaise." So I was like, "Give me." So I had to stand there, and like they were like taking up the aisle and everything, and this was enough to give me like 10 minutes of nothing but entertainment. And I turned around, I walked over there, and my buddy was like. My landlord, my buddy were like, "Why'd you get the mayonnaise?" I was like, "Look, I'm not getting anything off of that fucking aisle."
We're in
So
decline.
there's
As
that
the cool 2T put it, this is the end of the high trust society. Japan,
That's
decline.
Yeah,
Mega
that's what
decline.
I was just quickly. That's what I was gonna say. With this story, like, I would not trust the conveyor belt thing in America. No way. In Japan, I would have tried it. Not anymore.
Well, they don't really do conveyor belt sushi in America.
I think there is one in Toronto. If I remember hearing.
Oh, you're talking about North America. I see. I gotcha.
Oh,
you're claiming part of the
He's starting his own
part
country.
of our glory. I get it. All right.
It's fucking North America.
America.
America is a trademark of the United States.
Okay.
Wait. Cannot be used without express written permission from the president. Motherfucker, no.
Get better.
He's saying as
there
a
in
hat.
America.
But all jokes aside, dude, if any of you guys were to see someone like fucking eating out of fucking like ketchup, mustard,
eating out of what? Yeah, no, seriously, like
that shit's illegal. You get arrested for it.
You remember in Fight Club when he's like pissing in the soup?
Oh yeah, in the hotel.
Yeah, apparently in the novel it's like way worse. And I
well, there was the line to like, you tell him what he did. Don't tell him about what he did to the lobster bisque. It was like you get the idea. It's like jerked off into the lobster bisque.
I had a friend in like elementary school who told me that Chuck Palahniuk, the guy who wrote Fight Club, had said in an interview or something like, I wrote that in my story as a joke, and I cannot tell you how many people who work in wait staff have come up and told me, oh, I love that when you wrote that in your book. I can't tell you how many times I do that shit on my job. It's like, such and such actress has tasted my jizz twice. Like, fucking hell, these people. Like, oh my God. Anyway, so
hi guys, would you like
5%
cream pie?
5% drop in market value. He's such a beta bitch about it too.
Who is?
I'd have so much more respect for you if you just whipped your dick out and just slammed it on the conveyor belt.
Here you go.
Oh, I'm touching it. Oh, I'm licking it. Oh, I put it back. I feel so naughty. Anyway, so the incident took place was reported by Chinese news. Food and Life Companies, which owns the largest conveyor belt sushi chain, Sushiro, is a popular company overseas, and its market value saw a sharp decline, estimated at almost 12 billion yen, following the report. There were also voices of concern about travel to Japan on Chinese social media. Sushiro's stock price saw a drop of about 16.8 billion yen by the afternoon. Japan's food industry has been suffering in recent years due to the declining birth rate, and it has been looking for an engine of growth through the overseas market. However, the constant upload of similar videos have been negatively affecting corporate performance. Several charts show Sushiro's sharp decline in market value following the viral saliva terrorist moment.
I wouldn't want a person in this
I'm
video.
just saying, now's the time to buy, right? I mean, buy those stocks. Like, this is the time. I'll buy it right fucking now. What's the trading symbol? I mean, it is after hours, so it's not going to go through until the morning, but
it is the morning if you buy it on the Tokyo Exchange.
Yeah, can I do that? What app do I have to download?
Okay, do that later, though.
I'm looking it up.
Do it later.
Just drunk enough to do it now.
It's late. It's 3 a.m. All
right. Anyway, jokes aside.
How far are we into the articles? Because I'm blacking out here. Like I'm starting.
Right, see you
later, you need to leave. I will not judge you for it. I will.
Hey,
not
yeah, you were more than happy with me not even being here. So.
Yes, your audio has been AIDS this whole time.
Everyone's house.
Good night, sweet prince.
Right,
if you leave, I will invite you to go to streamyard.com/upload in order to finish uploading your local recording. Anyway, so a little round out on this. The sushi has stopped revolving at Japan's biggest revolving sushi restaurant chain. So they took a $16 billion or billion yen hit on their stock and just cut that shit out immediately. No more revolving sushi. Honestly, it would have been just as easy to just hire a guy to police it, or put cameras or something. You know what I mean? Just put the fear of God back in these ports.
Yeah,
you will be raped if you
cameras
sign this waiver that says you will have wasabi shoved up your asshole if you're caught doing anything.
Up your nose would be worse. You don't have any feeling.
Every single orifice will be filled.
Note time stamp 5 hours 41 minutes. Random 11 says there is no feeling up your asshole. All right.
Well, you can't taste shit in your asshole.
So I am
going to wasabi down those Chinese boys' pee hole, whether they want it or not.
All right, I'm gonna skip a couple. We're gonna get rid of that. Okay, I'm gonna
I
skip
can't
this
leave
one
right now. I have no idea how to go to that fucking site, so I'm
and
here.
this one. We'll come back to
You
these.
could just
later.
leave. It's not a big deal.
We're gonna cover these last two. Groper arrested in Japan insists he did not grab both breasts, but just one. There is no mistake. Wait, there's a tiny mistake.
There's
only one.
I'm not a big pervert. I'm just a little pervert. That's all.
He only grabbed the one, starring Jet Li. And Japanese language quirk made charges ambiguous.
What would the sequel to the one be? The one, two.
The other one. First lefty and then righty.
It would just be the one again, but it would be written in like a square root sign around it. The one divided by one. Japanese language quirk made charges ambiguous, but he probably didn't help his case by clearing that up. On Tuesday night, a criminal incident occurred in the town of Nikko, as appropriate for Chojin Month, Tochigi Prefecture, a mountain resort famed for its beautiful natural scenery and historical buildings. Nikko is a popular destination for leisure travelers in East Japan, and on the night in question, a 24-year-old woman from another part of Tochigi was at a hotel in the city, no doubt expecting to have a pleasant evening enjoying the local hospitality. Unfortunately, a 60-year-old, 24-year-old woman, 60-year-old man, who was also at the hotel, decided to enjoy himself by squeezing the woman's chest without her consent. Details are still scarce, but the exact location within the hotel where the groping took place, any events leading up to it, and whether the victim knew the man or not are all unclear. What does seem clear, though, is that the touching was unwanted, as the police were summoned and the man was arrested on suspicion of forced indecency, the customary legal charge for groping in Japan. The vast majority of the time in Japan, criminals admit to their wrongdoings when caught. In this case, though, the man was denied the charge. The man has denied the charges, or at least he half denies them. When told he was being arrested for grabbing the woman's breasts and body, he asserted, "I touched her breasts, but I did not touch both of them." Odds are that declaration was met by baffled silence by whichever law enforcement member was taking his statement. But Twitter commenters had the following to say: "What? That's his defense? Well, at least he's honest. How can you live to be 60 and still be so dumb?" So if it's just one, does he think it's okay? I like the idea that there's like 12 counts of murder. It's like, no. Not 2 counts of breast grab. 1 count.
It was like,
jail time is half.
It should not be plural, Your Honor. Singular.
There's a.
How do you plead? Half guilty.
There's a TikTok trend where usually a father will make a bet or an agreement, whatever, with their kid, and say like, "Oh, I'll give you $100 if I can smash 2 eggs on your head." And they're like, "Oh, okay, cool, I want $100." So they go to the sink, and the father will smash 1 egg on the head, and then
walk away.
Not smash a second egg, and they'll say, "Well, where's my $100? Like, aren't you gonna smack the second egg?" And they'll say, "No, I'm not gonna smack the second egg. I said I'd smack 2 eggs for $100, but I can choose to not smack the second egg and not give you your $100." Yeah. So
well, you're
like
teaching not to trust you.
So like this guy, he's like, "Well, I didn't. Clearly, I only get charges if I touch both boobs."
Yeah,
So
we lost. Rip.
Ba-da-ba-ba-bop.
Yeah, ruined my story there, but whatever.
Sorry.
I was wondering, he like
you and your children and your heads.
In the StreamYard thing, it shows you the little video, and he was drinking his whiskey there in the
And he
little
was just
video,
frozen.
and he's frozen. And I was like, is he just
a long drink?
yeah? Is he taking a really long drink, or is he just holding his hand there for a joke? So maybe it's related to him getting disconnected. I don't know. Let's go to the comments again.
Sup, chat?
Foot fetishes are gonna have a field day with that tech. I imagine anime of this sort would smell like anime girl urine. Are any of you aware of an official release perfume that's supposed to smell like anime girl? No. Although I did see a TikTok about a men's cologne that smells like WD-40.
I am aware of the.
I
Sadly, I
am
am aware of perfume.
Wait, what?
Like
you should buy WD-40 and just spray a little bit on your hands and just rub your neck.
It's just giving me a headache thinking about it.
That's what I was going to say. Also, Ren, Green Line, they might want to know where you found this from.
I found it from. I found out about it by Aki Dearest, the YouTuber, and I found it through. I've seen it through various websites.
For people to believe you're a serious artist,
okay.
Does your art style need to be like My Little Pony or something? Well, I mean, I remember like in whenever I took like art classes, I used to like art, and I didn't really take many art classes, but I took a couple when I was younger, and then some of my friends were wanting to go into art school. And there was a university specifically that is in Toronto that's known for art. And like you had to make a portfolio of all your art to submit to there and stuff. And one of the things was like no anime. It was like spelled out in like very clear text. It was like no anime. We don't want to see it. Like basically that's not art essentially. So I wonder what the community would think of anime in general over there on /r/art. This is the end of High Trust Society. Yeah, okay, we covered that one. Mustard
is Brad gone for the night, or is he coming back?
Sealed, so check before you buy. Yep, sealed groceries is.
I assume he's coming back, right?
A must.
I was creating food, which I'm still in the process of, but I mean, if he's not coming back, I guess we're not doing Berserk Watch Club.
Oh, he sent a voice message in the fast line. His internet tapped out apparently. He's trying to like rejoin on his phone just to finish the article or something, but I don't know.
Okay.
Well, we can wait a couple minutes, I guess.
Yeah, we can wait a little bit.
See what happens.
So, how's everybody else doing tonight?
Pretty good. I'm getting kind of tired because it's getting late, but pretty good.
That's back.
Quackers, there you are.
Let's end it at that. Article. Save the cock member for later. Cock murder for later. What?
There's a story about a knife-wielding cock murderer.
Oh, okay.
Or knife-wielding cocks murder 2 men.
Okay.
A knife-wielding cock murderer.
The no internet collector is also the no video collector.
I just had to turn off Wi-Fi on my phone because that's the problem here. So that sucks ass. Can you guys finish reading this article? Here we go. I got it. Can you at least screen share it while I read it?
I gotta find the article first. I'll screen share.
It's the second to last one in miscellaneous news.
Is it? We're on 213, right? Yeah.
213.
Yeah, I gotta add that to the front page. The website.
Sure is a wonderful night for internet to cack out on me when I'm
miscellaneous. Teacher comes bomb threat or Groper arrested. Groper arrested.
Why did Lance have to take the internet with him?
Groper arrested. Yes.
Open link in the new window.
He was also having internet problems. That's why he left.
Yeah, so we're on
so
Groper.
it's probably affecting the bottom half of the states. Your American internet is just shitty. Although Green Line's
because that
been
Chinese
good.
balloon finally detonated its nuke over wherever it was in Montana.
They shot it down though.
Yeah. So what
No,
were
they
we?
didn't.
Yeah, they did.
Hold on. Are you talking about the explosion?
No, they shot that fucking thing down with a fucking bullet. A couple days ago.
Did Carrie Lake shoot it with her shotgun?
No, there was like 2 planes went up and shot it down, and then China bitched and was like, "Oh, I can't believe you shot down our weather balloon. It was a civilian aircraft."
Yeah,
now
in our airspace, asshole.
In our airspace, bitch.
So then they said, well, now going forward, we'll take similar action if it ever happens to us. So they're being dicks.
So
about it,
China
obviously.
officially just set up their sinking of the Lusitania moment. They're
And there is another balloon found in like Latin America, and I think there was another one that might be over Canada now. But they're not talking. They're like, I don't know why they're not saying where the third balloon is. So I don't know.
Are you talking about?
Welcome to World War III, everyone. So can we full screen this, Reese? I'm going to read it.
All
right. So I left off on, well, at least he's honest. How do you live to be 16 and still be so dumb? So if it's just one, does he think it's okay? Is there some sort of custom in Tochigi that it's all right as long as you're just grabbing one breast or 2? I'm pretty sure it's still the same. And yes, that last comment said is correct. What the last commenter said is correct. Anti-groping laws don't operate under American pro football. It's not a catch if the receiver doesn't have 2 feet down logic. And so it's not a grope unless you've got hands on both breasts leeway. Somehow I need to turn that into a shirt. I don't know how. Linguistically, the accused does have kind of a point, though. In the Japanese language, there's generally no difference between singular and plural nouns. Ringo, for example, is the word for both apple and apples. And mune can be used for both breast and breasts. But what about nipples? So when the man was told he was being arrested for touching the woman's mune, it could be interpreted as either one or both. And he wanted to make it clear that while he was admitting to touching the woman's mune, he denied touching Rio mune, both breasts. Rio. Got it. Maybe he thinks that limiting the scale of the groping to one half of the woman's chest will make it easier to bargain for a lighter punishment. As in the case of the other man in Japan who recently admitted to robbing a taxi driver, but denied that he used impolite speech in the process. Though it is unlikely to go off the hook. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm glad we finished that. All right, I'm going to skip the final article because it needs better internet. Let us talk about Berserk.
If mune means breast, what does ramune mean? Raw mune?
Mm-hmm. So mune means
juice
chest.
of the milk, juice of the chest.
So let's talk about Berserk.
Is that why they have the rounded indentations on both sides of the bottle?
Yes.
That's where you put your titties.
It's even got like a little nipple there.
My internet just came back. That was the magic.
We'll see you later.
Let it finish
uploading.
Shit, how How am I going to let it finish uploading on my phone?
It'll just trust
I'm going to
it.
go to StreamYard.com/.
Just pray.
Hold on. Hold on. It's not actually letting. Maybe it's a false alarm here or a false. Give me a minute. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And a delay. Oh, there he goes.
For some reason, I cannot connect. Okay, I'm going to try to go to the upload thing over here. All right. We do get to cover that article. I'm just going to let it upload here. Uploading. Yes! All right. Uploading off my phone with no Wi-Fi. Cool. All right, here we go.
Love that bill coming in.
Oh,
so
uploading. When did that happen?
Uploading. No internet collectors complete.
In and out.
Yes. All right. That's not where I'm at. I'm over here. Okay. All right, we're gonna cover this. My internet has returned. I feel like this is an important topic before we talk about knife-wielding cocks murder 2 men. Once again, Sankaku Complex with the absolute perfect imagery. A paid fight between 2 cocks with the intent of having them murder each other ended in a way many were probably not expecting, as the cocks, which had knives tied to their heads, ended up killing 2 human males in the area. Probably too rich. And sure to have some labeling the incident.
This is some weird alternate universe Chainsaw Man bullshit.
Have some
Isn't there
labeling
that
the incident
manga
just
with
deserves.
the big
Cockfighter?
rooster as yeah.
Cockfights were held in the Kakinada and East Godavari districts of India recently in honor of the Hindu Makar Sankranti festival, and in 2 separate instances, 2 unlucky men were slashed by the knives worn by the cocks, with both victims succumbing to their wounds. In one case, the 43-year-old
one chicken killed
I
2
don't
guys
understand
at
how
one time.
a fucking chicken with a knife stuck to its head could at all get an angle with enough leverage to do any damage with a knife.
He probably just like just freaked out. The guy picked it up and it was calm, and it just erupted.
Depending on how sharp the knife is, it doesn't take a lot of force to penetrate the human body.
I don't think we're talking about samurai sword level cutlery here when we're talking about Indian.
Random 11, you don't understand.
I know.
Understand. While you hosted this podcast, the cock studied the blade.
He's been to honing his ability this whole time, waiting for this one moment.
All right, so
more.
In one case, the 43-year-old Gande Suryapraksha Rao, Jesus, your name, who you deserve to die for that name, who owned one of the cocks in the fight, bled to death after being stabbed by his own cock.
Oh my god.
Rao affixed a sharp knife to his cock for the paid match. And it was said the animal became flustered by the crowd, causing it to fly up and land on Rao, deeply wounding his leg. Rao was brought to a hospital, but unfortunately still died from the incident.
How many times did he get stabbed?
A different cockfight taking
It probably
place
caught them like one of the arteries in his leg.
Yeah, it got him right in the carotid artery or something. A different cockfight taking place in East Godavari district had a random spectator serving as the victim, as K. Padmaraju died from blood loss after one of his hand's vital nerves was slashed. Cockfighting is claimed to be illegal under India's Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, but in this case, it was real cocks. No.
Justice was served.
But it seems this is not commonly followed by the citizens. Wow, that was rewarding. I'm glad we got to cover it. Who wants to talk about Berserk?
I'd like to give an impression of Random 11 watching Berserk, the movie trilogy. Oh God! Oh, the CGI! Oh, that looks so bad! Oh, why did they animate that way? Oh God! And then here's a recreation of what it was like for him to watch 2016. Oh, fuck!
Is that at all accurate?
Not at all accurate. Because
Mom, I need.
I like the CG in 2016.
If you recall, I skipped the movies pretty much entirely.
Yeah, that's why you skipped it, because it's just like I can't stand this. And then
I watched the third one mostly. But yeah, the first
you watched it for that Griffith Peen.
And
he watched
the
Griffith Peen.
Yeah, so for the 2016 one, I think by the time, because I had watched the movies and then I started watching the 2016 version, I think I was just, numb to the fact that it was shitty CG anime, and I was just watching it. There were a couple scenes where it's like, it's fucking bad animation. But for the most part, I just well, no, there was the whole thing was bad, but like there was a couple where I was like, even still, I was like, oh, that was super bad. But I mean, there was a couple good ones, like some giant.
Hey, super bad is great. Shut up.
I'm sorry, but I don't know how we're gonna work this in. But there needs to be merch with Seth and Evan from Superbad as Griffith and Guts. That needs to exist as soon as possible. The CGI was super bad.
I'm sorry. There were big
hold on.
boobs,
Before we get too deep into this, I should have addressed this real quick. Dolly Geeky says, for people to believe that you're a serious artist, does your art style need to be like My Little Pony or something? When I showed my drawings to my teacher, she noted that they're similar to anime, so she seemed skeptical about it, but she was somewhat accepting of it. Okay, let me answer this question. When I was in school, I went to art school for college, and they treated anime as an inferior form of art due to the fact that in anime, the prominence of anime came about in Japan due to the low budget, meaning that there are lots of there's not a lot of real animation, quote unquote, in it at the time, compared to Western animation from the 50s or whatever, like Tom and Jerry and shit that they were showing in school, as like Tom throwing Jerry in a paper airplane and it goes really close to camera and then really far away. And then, oh, it's so beautiful. Animation is the most amazing thing. So they poo-pooed anime as an art style. And I'm sure that your teachers and whatever are as well. But I would like to point out, once again, that Japan is now having a supply chain issue over the fact that the Chinese are too sick from the coronavirus to do the work, and they're now outsourcing to other countries. So your skill is now in demand. So I don't think you should listen to them. Draw whatever you like. Fuck them. Who cares? Moving on from there, E. Castro mentioned it was shot down over the East Coast with a missile, referring to the balloon. You can see the video of it on YouTube. And chickens can essentially super jump several feet in the air. All you would need is to get slashed once in your thigh and get hit in an artery and you bleed out. Or your cock. Like, you could get cocked.
You're just fucking done, man.
Cock on cock action.
You just take that cock and slit your own throat with it.
I want the story to be that the rooster jumped up and cut off the guy's cock. And they're like, do you want to live? Like, that's how he died.
No, just end it here.
All right, anyway. So back to Berserk. Sorry.
I like the idea of, like, your art teacher shunning like art or like anime and manga, and you just slam down, and then you just slam down Berserk on their desk and open it to any friggin' page. Okay, is this not art?
Let's be clear. The real reason they do it is because when they're giving you an anime drawing, it's because it doesn't perform to what you're learning. So they want you to learn proportions and stuff like the human eyes and all that stuff. And at the time in high school or whatever, some of you are kind of just learning to draw, and you start with anime, and you're not learning the lessons they want you, especially values and shading.
They're trying to make sure that your artwork doesn't come out looking like this.
Exactly.
Peak performance. They don't want you to surpass them with peak performance.
Okay,
feel free to share your art that your teachers hated in our Discord. Link in chat.
Yes, in the creations channel, which, by the way, currently says no videos or whatever. I'm revoking that rule. Shameless plugs is where videos should go, but we give Cosmic Dawn a special exemption because Cosmic Dawn is sharing work in progress for a movie or a series that he's producing. Okay. Just a heads up there. We should.
I think a better stipulation is that if it's something like, "Oh, I made a video, a YouTube video. This is my channel."
YouTube like reviews and stuff should go on shameless plugs.
I just wanted
to address to everybody, so I have a timestamp here. Cosmic Dawn is not breaking the rules. Cosmic Dawn is okay. Anyway.
The distinction is he's making like a cinematic, media. It's not. This is my video. Check my channel.
Right. Well put. So a shameless plug is obvious what it's supposed to be. Yeah, the art teachers are trying to teach fundamentals, and they have the image of fine arts in their head. And since they shop at Michael's, the only exposure to anime they have is the awful how to draw anime books they perpetually stock there.
And I own some of those books.
If that's all they know, I don't blame them. Yeah, so back to Berserk. So, and just to be clear for the audience, we're covering Berserk 2016. In a future podcast, we'll be covering Berserk 2017. Okay. So, I have put off watching Berserk 2016 for a very, very long time.
I'm still putting it off. I've only seen like 2 episodes. I
have read Berserk mostly through what 2016 covers. There is a character in it that we've talked about. Apostle Muska. What was his name?
Who are you talking about?
The priest guy with the flat face.
Yeah.
Oh,
Muska or whatever.
No, not Muska.
The bondage priest.
Grunbeld was his apostle. No, wait, that's not who I'm thinking of. Not Grunbeld.
That was his persona.
Mosgus.
Dude, Ray Chase killed it. I know you're not thrilled about the recastings, but the castings that weren't recasted, like Ray, god damn, was that beautiful.
Who are we talking about?
Mosgus.
The guy you just
but that's not a recast.
Yeah.
That's just a cast.
I know. I that's what I'm saying.
A sin is still a sin. That guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So previously on the podcast, I had covered his apostle form. And I talked about him having like the Mecha Ude Queen K style thing, and I hated it in the manga when I hadn't gotten that far in reading it, but I had seen the imagery, right?
I thought his mechanic of having a gajillion fists of his feathers, I don't know, that was just kind of cringe.
Well, I hated it when I saw it in the manga, just on the concept. But in the anime, when you saw him get the wings first, and then the wings fold together into fists, it made a lot more sense.
Yeah, seeing it in motion makes it make.
Yeah, I actually
if I can give Berserk 20, and maybe if I had gotten that far in the manga, I wouldn't have felt, oh, it looks cringe when he's got like these big like fists coming out of his back that he's punching with or whatever. But if I can give Berserk 2016 anything, it made me forgive my previous preconceived notions about the way that looks in the manga. So I'll give it that, right?
I'm actually glad I watched the anime first before reading that, because again, it is a little bit hard to understand that that's what actually happens in the manga.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The manga is at points hard to follow in terms of like visually what you're going
what
from
you're looking,
one thing
like,
to the
look,
next.
like you see this huge thing, like a 2-page spread, and like okay, what am I looking at? And then okay, you find Guts here, and then it's like you go off for like Guts, who's like really freaking small in one end of it, and you can basically okay, what's next? And then just like work out from him to figure out what the fuck you're even looking at.
Mm-hmm. So,
but I thought it was a masterpiece. No,
it is.
It is. It absolutely is. It's just that sometimes in the comic medium, occasionally it can be hard to follow one shot to the next, because in movies and stuff and anime, you can cut for a half second to something that bridges the gap, you know. But I'll just say that let's just address the CGI. The CGI in Berserk 2016 is fucking atrocious. Guts, I've called the episode like always skip leg day and whatnot. It looks fucking horrible. And I feel like as I was watching it, and I saw Fernace's helmet, I thought, you know what? I could understand if her helmet was the literal fuck it, let's just do it in CG. They already did the movies. You know what I mean? Like, her helmet is so intricate in design. It makes sense to me that they would do it in CG, right? The problem is, and occasionally there's like hand-drawn shit. Did Lance just come back? Hello.
Which
man.
I think is pretty much mostly the Blu-ray edits.
Possibly. Yeah.
AAC uploading out of disk space.
What?
You're recording, uploading out of disk space.
It's said that literally all night.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, it has.
No.
Every time I checked it, it said that.
Whenever I look
out
at
of disk space instead of running low on
Yeah.
disk space?
Yeah, it's red, not yellow
okay,
anymore.
Okay, I'll be right back. God damn it.
No, AC left us.
Was it 2016
there
or
isn't a
was it
single
2017 where like in the second, I want to say the second episode, there's like big CG boobs.
Yep, second episode for sure. Or are you talking about big as in particularly big? Because I don't know. Maybe that's 2017.
No, in the shot, big. That takes up the entire shot.
You lost his internet again.
No, I didn't. I just decided to come back while I let it upload.
Oh, okay.
Brad,
that moment your phone camera looks better than your laptop camera.
Was it this? Is it this? Is it 2016 where in the second episode there's a big focus on CG boobs that like take up the whole screen at one point?
That's possible. I'll tell you that last night I was looking for the quote for the horny goat thing, which is actually the one we titled this podcast after is the manga line. But the blonde girl who has like the herpes or whatever, and is part of the death cult with the Satan orgies.
She doesn't show up until like halfway into the practically like 3 or 4 episodes in, so definitely not the second episode.
Okay, yes, I'm just saying when I was trying to get the quote that we used as the headline from the actual anime, which is different from the manga, which we eventually used. I remember seeing the part where she runs up to the camera or whatever, and the CG boobs are like wink a wing, you know, like kind of bouncing around.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the main girl.
Casca?
Like,
or
no, not Casca.
Farnese?
Yeah. Oh, right. Because of the boobs in the.
Well, yeah, that happens when they get to the rape horse.
the rape horse. Yeah.
Oh! The other elephant in the room. Let's address that. Me and Reese discussed. Very disappointed that rape horse didn't actually rape anyone, so I can't call him the rape horse. He was the attempted rape horse.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they can't
0
show.
out of 10.
So real
They
quick, I wanna go
can't
back
show
to my-
giant horse dong in the anime like they did in the manga.
Yeah, or the fucking full on clit in like actual semen seeping out of the woman in the sex rape Satan
And
orgy.
the orgy scenes and
Yeah.
the dude's double penetrating the one. And you
That
literally see
happened in
shaft.
that happened in the in 2016 technically, but in the manga.
In the
Yeah.
manga.
They showed all that.
They show all of that.
I sent you. I sent you
it is-
pictures from the
Pick
manga.
up your
Graphic.
copy of Berserk at your
It
local
is
Toys R Us.
pornographically graphic in the manga.
I sent you pictures of it in the fast.
I didn't.
lane.
I'm just saying I didn't realize that was part of that because
Look
you
You
told
definitely
me
go
that
to Toys
before
R Us
I
and see
watched.
if those books are something.
The Toys R Us ones are wrapped in plastic.
They're all wrapped in plastic, no matter where you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, so I just want to say though that I hated the CGI in terms of like I understand I think why they did it, but it looked awful. And so many characters that are like fucking Guts looks terrible in 2016. In the first episode of 2017, he looked way better, like way better. But in 2016, there are a bunch of full CG characters that are like background characters, and it's like legitimately, it would be more effort to model this character for the one fucking scene he's in than just draw him. And
yeah,
do you remember the part with the wheels?
The breaking wheels?
Yeah, the breaking wheel. So when they first introduced the breaking wheel, there is an audience watching the breaking wheel be used on an individual. And they're supposed to have us, like, as you hear the guy screaming and you hear the crushing and stuff as they're breaking him with the wheel, there's supposed to be like this feeling of dread. Like it just keeps getting worse, right?
But
And
everyone's
keeps watching.
derped NPC pose.
But instead, it seems like they're getting aroused. They're like,
I didn't pay attention that hard.
It just keeps getting worse. Every step is like
you could literally like you could literally put in do we still have that picture in the brand?
Maybe they tried to do that intentionally
one?
because they were like, oh, they're absorbed in the cult. So this seems like,
The
oh,
one
yes,
with
the
Aaron
sinners.
yelling, and you see like him, like it looks like he's ejaculating. Like you literally, like just Photoshop like a stream of jizz coming out of it, and it wouldn't look any different.
I don't know if that's in there, but yeah, the point is that
we must have deleted it.
The point is that there's a terrible disservice to the show based on the fact that they skimped out on so much of it, you know. And there are iconic moments. So there are some parts that are really cool, like when Puck goes to get Guts during the Satan orgy, like
When he goes
zombie
supersonic,
sequence.
like in the background behind us.
What? Yeah. During
goes supersonic.
the scene right after.
I'm just moving stuff around so people can see it behind it.
Yeah, it's not really helping. But the thumbnail of video, the header image on the doc, if in that sequence after he goes and gets Guts, when Guts is zipping past all the guards at like light speed, it's super well animated. Like it feels like the energy is there, and then it gets to a part where Guts.
That was the only well-animated sequence in the whole show.
In the whole show, yeah. And then it gets to a part where he shows up and he lands in front of Casca, and there's an iconic pose from the manga that they recreated in the anime, and it just feels like imagine like So I have a thing about figures, right? Where there's either the figure that's not posable and it looks fucking cool from all angles, or there's the posable one, and the posable one has like the joints and it looks derp. No matter what you do with it, it just looks derp because it's an action figure. It's not a figure. You know what I mean? And so it looks like they took the shot from the manga and just posed some fucking action figures with their fucking hard, pre-rendered, like pre-sculpted clothing robes of Casca and everything. Just bend their arms of the action figure into the pose and recreate the sequence and kind of take a picture from the similar angle. And it just like it is such a piece of trash moment for the for having read the manga up to that point and knowing that sequence and knowing what it feels like, when you're reading it. And I'll be real, the shit after the eclipse, like, it's not good. It's not a good part of the story. The Black Swordsman arc is the worst part of Berserk for me.
The whole thing with
what's
Casca
suitable then
being,
that
like,
has
Casca being retarded is like,
that sucks so
kill
much.
me. And it's just, it never fucking ends.
She was still like that at the end of the 2017
Yes,
thing.
It does not
Spoilers!
get better. It does not get better for a long time.
She recently got her mind back, and that was like
Yeah, and literally the thing that's so irritating is that the only reason she's even mind broken to begin with is because
of her trauma.
No, is because it's a plot device to make a story where freaking Guts has to protect her.
Babysit.
Yeah.
Berserk
And
has
so-
to babysit her.
Yeah, it's fucking awful, and so I just, it's not the best part. Like, the best part of Berserk is the Golden Age, which is why they told the story so many times,
So it's only downhill now?
Well, it is, there are some good moments, but like,
who was it that was saying it just gets better and better? Was it you, Brad, or were you lying?
No, I'm pretty sure I addressed this previously about
Man, that's
it being...
the best as it gets because it kind of like ends on
No,
such a sour note and then
there are
devolves.
parts in it that are really good, like just artistically speaking, but the choice to make Casca like a vegetable with Goo Goo Gaga brain was just fucking awful, right? And it makes her like they could have done more with. If you want Guts to be suffering over this, then make it like show him suffering over her in this state versus just it's an escort mission now, time to slay some demons, kind of like it just doesn't feel right, and then the actual like 2016 adaptation of that part of the manga just feels like shit in terms of how the everything was dumbed down for the sake of making it easier on these people who were already relying on CGI for absolutely everything. I cannot believe, like, what is it about certain properties that are so well beloved that we just aren't ever going to adapt them? Or when we do, we give you the shittiest, most awful adaptation possible.
Hallelujah for Vinland Saga.
No, but I don't just mean like in terms of anime, but like, when we're gonna give you a live action Dragon Ball, it's Dragon Ball Evolution. You know what I mean? Like everything is we're finally getting a Mario movie, and Seth Rogen has the "You die now." Ooh, like terrible line.
I mean, we got great JoJo's adaptation, so we gotta be thankful for
True.
that. At least.
I guess we count our blessings. Count our blessings. Boy, this thing is still at 0% on my upload. Is my like computer actually like dead on space? I mean, like, is it completely empty?
I mean,
I
it'd
don't
be
know.
completely full at that point.
But I've gone over this with Footnum. I don't know why they didn't bring back the original cast. They had to bring back 3 fucking people. 4 if you count Rickett, if Rickett even showed up in this series.
He did.
Then 4 fucking people. You had to bring 4 people back. Like, how hard was that? And they got
one
LA
job.
actors. They could have gotten like what the hardest reach was Kevin T. Collins. That was like the hardest reach for them. And
so let me ask you, between the '97 anime and the movies, did they get back the original cast?
Yes,
they did, right? So the only new character really was Sintra Nicholas or whatever his name is. Isn't that fucking Skull Knight?
I think
so.
So.
What is Skull Knight's name?
Is that the same Skull
Jameson Price.
Jameson Price.
Yeah.
Bryson
Was he in Golden Age?
Is guts, right? Sorry, the alcohol's hitting.
Yeah,
so
Mark Grayson.
All of these choices for the new dub, I've hated. Right? What did you guys talk about? You talked about like whether or not it should be pronounced Casca or Casca.
I was asking that because I'm like
Casca.
I swear they pronounced it Casca before because Casca's sticking out like nails through my ears.
Right? Like it is so irritating.
Like I thought we were past the age where the white man didn't know how to pronounce Japanese things over here.
Well, she doesn't even have a Japanese name.
Yeah.
She has a fucking name of a store. It's Kafka.
Well, that's the only way I can think of it actually making sense that they're like, this is the correct pronunciation, is that it is some sort of other origin.
It blows my mind how often, that has got to be companies in Japan stepping in. No, her name is pronounced Nagisa, Clanad. Not Nagisa. What is that? No, it's Nagisa. Can you pronounce it more retarded?
Can you put an animal in there? Gisa?
Yeah. So
maybe it's a Nagisa.
Oh, damn.
Her name is Karen. What are you calling her Nagisa for? Anyway, so I just thoroughly disappointed. Everything that could have been a moment of like a character. First of all, there's a Deus Ex Machina like every 5 seconds.
That's what I was saying in chat.
Oh fuck! What's the name of the horror?
Which one?
The one I call the good whore.
What do you call like the hob
hides in the...
I'm so drunk right now. I'm trying to come up with like what do you call like the boss character in the RPG? Like there's the goblin. Is it the hobgoblin? Is it like the hoblord? The boss lord?
The whore lord?
Oh.
This is gonna be the best word. The whore lord, yes. The brown-haired girl,
Luca,
who fucks that one guy who ends up betraying Fernese to help them.
It's Luca.
Luca, yeah. So she's like, she was insufferably like, her whole shit was fucking annoying.
The whore
At least she was the most attractive out of all. So.
Hold up, we're talking about the whore lord. I thought she was the best of the whores, which doesn't say much, but she was like the most competent and composed.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave the call here.
Hence why I referred to her as good whore in the messages, because she was the one that wasn't crazy, brain dead, or whatever. Oh, damn it, Brad wasn't listening.
Sorry, say that again. You thought Luca had the best ass?
No, I was saying that's why I called her the good whore, because she was the only one that wasn't gone crazy, brain dead, or whatever else it is. She was the only competent one that was composed.
And she gave away her pearls.
Yeah. And apparently wasn't the one who was diseased like the other one. Like Curly.
By the way, okay,
much.
So
too much alcohol.
I guess I didn't mean to get into this point yet, because I still want to say something about the dub briefly. But The what is it? So Reese told me that they cut out an entire chunk, like before this thing even like to bridge the Golden Age to the Black Swordsman or whatever. They cut out an entire chunk or whatever, which would have been very helpful. So the whole thing about like
there's an arc with a bunch of the fairies.
I think that happens at the beginning of the 2017 one.
Nope, it's entirely skipped. There's an entire the Lost Children chapter.
Okay, so footnote. The thing you sent me earlier on Facebook with the 2 years of animating or whatever.
Yeah.
That guy animated the arc that Reese is talking about.
Wow, really? So I can just watch that and have the complete
No, seriously. Like there is a fight scene between Guts and a character that we saw a brief glimpse of in, I think, the movies. That's like the Fairy Lord. And he did a fight scene. I see it on Reddit all the time, on the Berserk subreddit. And he animated it like
Rosine
pretty fucking well. Yeah. So does that take place there? Really? Does that take place after Black Swordsman and before the Muscus stuff? Huh.
So what I'm getting at is that the major thing that I didn't that I wouldn't have seen is that the thing that's chasing Guts is the thing that was him and Casca's baby that was tainted by Griffith and all that.
Yeah, that felt weird that they never addressed that.
Yeah.
So
and that's also apparently the thing that's saving her from danger.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's kind of confusing.
Is that in the manga? I don't remember that saving her.
In the Iron Maiden or something.
Yeah, does that happen in the manga?
What do you mean saving her?
Actually, no, I don't think it was with her in the Iron Maiden thing.
When I read the manga, I remember her birthing this fetus that was all deformed, like fucking that thing in 300 that wants to be a Spartan, but he's all deformed. And that's like the perfect description of what that baby looks like, right?
Yeah,
that's what that baby was.
Absolutely phenomenal description. Yeah,
right. It broke my heart too because I had no fucking clue.
Yeah, that's the baby. So
it's a pretty important thing, isn't it?
So Guts and Casca had sex after they fell off the.
Oh, they did.
Or whatever.
When Guts comes back and they're in front of the waterfall.
Yeah,
he comes back into her.
Yeah,
they do it. They do
when
it
you
twice,
first
at
meet
least
in the movies.
Yeah,
he had just screwed Casca, right?
And then they do it again afterwards.
Yeah. So he crams that jizz all the way up in there. And then shortly after that,
he uses other Dragon Slayer to split that.
Shortly after that, Griffith makes sure to jam it even farther up there with his giant tentacle.
He's like, nah, mine's making it to the finish line first.
So in raping Casca, he like perverts and destroys the fetus.
He corrupts it. He
corrupts it. Right. So in the manga, after the eclipse,
it just falls right out.
Gives birth to this baby thing, and that's what causes her to like lose her mind. Right.
Wow, it's even more important.
Well, she loses her mind before it happens.
Is it before?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I lost my mind when I saw that shit happen in the manga. I'm just saying that shit traumatized me.
It broke my heart because for years, I thought, it's Griffith and Casca's fucking weird ass like demonic fucking kid. Didn't realize it was Casca,
which is even worse. I would.
Which is worse. I was like, you motherfucker! I hate you.
So it literally is the nail in the coffin on the eclipse when it happens in the manga.
It's
like every part of the eclipse is fucking awful. And then on top of all that, Guts was going to be a father, and this kid is born, and it is like a fucking monster that is creepy
because
and everything.
Of freaking Griffith.
And then I was confused as fuck because this is like right where I do not remember this part of the manga. I read it once years and years ago, and I don't recall anything past the fetus.
right? So when all of a sudden that fetus is like the holy baby saving Casca from the Iron Maiden and all these other things, I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I have seen bits and pieces of Berserk in my life after that, so I am aware of the fact that the what do they call it? The Star Child or what the fuck? Like
they call him the Moonlight Boy.
The Moonlight Boy, yeah. So there is a child that Guts and Casca have in the manga later on. I don't know if it's the same baby or not.
I've been spoiled by this, but we see at the end of 2016 the big Bayhut thing like eats the baby, but it acts like an incubator.
So it is the corrupted fetus, right?
Yeah.
But then turned into Griffith or something.
No, shit gets so fucking weird because the baby is like some foretold like savior or something. Like it just gets really out there. And right now in the part of the anime I'm at, because I just got into 2017, they're going into the arc where he meets like all the, like, it's so funny because when Berserk starts, like chronologically speaking, Guts is a little kid and he grows up into 27, 28 maybe. He's probably like 32 or whatever by the time 2016 is.
Are you sure? I think he's still in his 20s.
Well, whatever. At most, I'm saying he's like 32 at most, right? And then, like, so in that time, he has befriended Corcus, who's like 47, something higher, right? Pippin, Rickard, who's young, Judo, who's, probably in his 20s, Griffith, right? So he's been around peers that are his age, right? And then all of those people die except for Rickard in the eclipse. And then he forms a new party, but it's like, he feels like the kid in the classroom who got held back for like 7 years. And all of his friends are like 5-year-olds, in kindergarten. And he should have graduated like years ago from high school. And he's just like this big kid in the class with his new team of mages and fairies and shit.
He got the Fisher Price edition of his party.
Yeah, effectively, yes. And so, like, it's like, I don't dislike most of the characters, but it just feels weird. And it's like, on the one hand, from like an emotional standpoint, I feel good for Guts because he gets his family back, because everything that he's gone through in the series has just been so heartbreaking for him to finally...
it's like the light of hope.
No, because literally, think about this. Raped as a child, and all of the problems he had growing up, a father figure that didn't want him, a mother who was strangled, like his actual legitimate real mother was strangled and he was birthed from the corpse, right? All of this shit has created a person, because of the rape, he doesn't want to be touched. So he doesn't let people get near him. And so he has a really hard time making companions, right? When he meets Griffith, he finally starts to warm up to these other individuals in the Band of the Hawks, even to the point where it's like, even though he doesn't really know how to show the affection, there's that moment that they cut out of the movies.
In 2016, he's 21 years old.
Okay, well, regardless of that,
yeah.
In the scene that they cut out of the movies that they put back in the Memorial Edition, the fireside thingy, right?
Campfire of Dreams.
Campfire of Dreams, right? He talks about how he knows the hopes and dreams of all the men that serve under him because he has actually taken the time to get to know all of these people. And he takes, like, it's important to him that they're that they have this fire inside of them, that they have something that they want to do, right? And so he grows attached to them. Then they all, in one fell swoop, get murdered except for Rickard in the eclipse. And then he finally is starting to get that back with this like weird group of children, effectively, and fairies and shit, right? So on the one hand, it's like it feels like I get to watch him actually get
some companionship back. But on the other hand, it's like it's just so weird because he's getting the social rejects. You know what I mean, so to speak. Like
he's getting the fucking retards.
It just feels like he was a member of the A team, with like Mr. T and all them, which Pippin kind of acts as the Mr. T character, right? And then now he's with the F team. And so one of the things that I really despised about 2016 is that in the Berserk 97, which I appreciated and I was okay with this in 97, they cut out Puck entirely. By the way, I think Puck is the only character that has a perfect casting for his voice in
2016.
In 2016 one,
it's a slight bit off. It has too much of
it
pitch.
Is slightly off, but I can't picture who would have done better. But it when I hear it, I think like this person is nailing what I pictured, right? In terms of like switching between the rendered full high fidelity version of Puck versus like the chibi version and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So in the 1997 anime, they removed Puck from the story altogether, right? And that's fine. Like I expect
it would only been for like one episode and like maybe
just
3
been that
minutes.
one episode. It would have literally just been confusing, right? I appreciate it. They took another character that they cut out of the show and made her the object of his rescue instead. I get it. But in 2016, when they finally give me Puck, they include Isidoro in there. And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want this kid coming in here now. Like, you're ruining the entire... Literally, in the fucking scene, he saves the fucking kid. Or how does it go? Does he save Puck or the kid? The way that they tried to cram it together, it doesn't make sense anymore. Like
I thought that whole scene made no sense because he comes in.
No fucking sense.
Well, hold on. He comes in. I assumed, he's gonna save Puck, who was the lady.
Yeah.
But it seems so arbitrary. How did he barely even saw this fairy on the wall, and he doesn't.
It's
even
like he
acknowledge
didn't
the
even
fairy.
know he was there.
Yeah,
right?
it's so.
And he
pointless.
saves the kid instead, right? He saves Isidoro. And then Puck just like, well, I'm eternally owed you my gratitude for saving me. He's like, what the fuck? He didn't even know you were there. Fucking terrible.
Yeah,
Right?
I was like, I'm like, wow, this is rather disappointing. I thought this was supposed to be the start of the legend or whatever.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that frustrates me about the Black Swordsman arc is that Puck in the Black Swordsman arc in his rescue is one of the only places where you actually see that Guts has humanity left, right? And that's one of the reasons why I do not like the Black Swordsman arc. Granted, you just went through the eclipse. I get it. It's going to suck ass, all right? But it just feels like the virtue of a character that is supposed to be the hero. It's like, look, I can understand the hero having some bad days, so to speak. But for example, when we were doing that thing where we were going to watch the Snyder Cut, and I watched the Batman v Superman or whatever. It's like, I can get Batman is upset. I do not understand the branding where he started branding the villains with the Batman symbol. That never made sense to me, Mm-hmm. And I feel like it's the same thing with the Black Swordsman arc is that Guts has this virtue still in him. And you see it when he rescues Puck, when he goes out of his way to rescue somebody who is being harmed. And it's partially evoking the fact that he was once a helpless child who was sold off to butt fucking by Gambino or
Donovan.
Whatever. Donovan is the guy who sold him off, or
Donovan's the one. Gambino sold him off.
Gambino is his like father figure, right?
Yeah,
he
gets sold him.
Donovan.
He sold to Donovan. Yeah.
So he understands this fragility and inability to overcome much bigger foes, right? And so like it feels virtuous and like there's a part of his humanity still there in the Black Swordsman arc where he takes the time to actually save this fairy figure. And in the manga, it's actually great because Puck is like, oh, thank you. And he's like talking to him and he literally like flicks him off his shoulder and like, fuck, get the fuck off. I don't even care, And it's like, it's funny. Like the way the interaction between them is a sense of, there's like a camaraderie there that comes about. Right. Yeah. And Puck really in the manga, his role is the same thing as the exposition spewing demon vampire hand from Vampire D. Is that Vampire Hunter D is supposed to be a silent stoic type. So the thing delivering all the stuff you need to hear is coming from the hand. Well, Puck is the same thing. Puck is the character who says the stuff that the main strong hero doesn't say. Like, he doesn't show fear. He doesn't, you have to have this other vessel in order to convey to the audience, the extreme nature of the situation, or to say something, show uncertainty because you're entering a forbidden forest, or whatever the fuck it's going to be, right? And so it feels like that's the one thing in the Black Swordsman arc where his humanity remains, because the rest of it is like, clapping demon cheeks and blowing their brains out, like it just doesn't feel right to me.
It's just another Saturday night.
But for me, it was Tuesday.
So the thing that I failed to actually get to about the whole thing about the baby that Casca and Guts birthed or whatever, where I was going with that is that I was under the impression, because you were like scrolling through manga panels like weeks and weeks and weeks ago, and I saw that, and then you guys explained that to me. I'm like, and I felt the same like huge weight on my shoulders of, oh my god, that is horrible. And I had huge expectations, and half of the thing that I felt was that maybe Costco or someone was going to be like opposed to like killing it and all that stuff. And then the other moral character would be like, no, we must do it. It's corrupt and evil and stuff. None of that. She's brain dead. So she's just sitting there in the manga, kill it then. Like, who cares?
Hold on. In the manga, she recognizes it as her child, and she goes to grasp it.
She goes to swaddle it and hold it.
And it just disappears.
It just evaporates in front of her.
That happened.
Like literally in her arms, it just kind of like is gone.
Yeah,
the manga is way better.
There's a lack of a moral dilemma. I mean, at least from what I've seen, I should say. But I expected it to be way more complex. But it's just like, so like, if someone wanted to put it down, it's pretty easy.
I am the perfect level of drunk for this conversation.
Also, the short thing I was going to say about the dub is that Kaiji Tang, like, he has a fitting voice in a way, but at the end of the day, Guts. At the end of the day, though, 90% of his voice acting for Guts was whispering. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go up to
literally the saving grace. The entire time I'm suffering through this series. My only thought is, oh fuck, at least it's not Chris Sabat. like the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole fucking time. That's what I was thinking.
You hear that, Casca?
Right. Yeah, and I'm watching OG Dragon Ball Z, and Sabbath plays like every other fucking dude, and I'm not even kidding. Like,
he does.
He plays what's that one henchman he plays? He plays
Jace.
He plays Jace. He plays Raccoon. He plays. There was Zarbon. There we go.
Zarbon. He plays Yamcha. He plays Dende or whatever. Like,
doesn't he play Jace though?
No, he plays Guru.
Who plays?
I don't think he played because Jace has an extremely convincing Australian accent that I don't think Sabbath has the range to pull off. I'm just saying, Luigi the Metal 64 be damned. I like Australian accents thrown into my Yu Yu Hakusho and Dragon Ball Z. I'm just gonna say it. Or no, it's an Irish accent. In Yu Yu
I
Hakusho.
think you can.
Yeah, I love it.
Was that Jerry Jewell who did
Was
that
it?
in
Yu Yu Hakusho? Fuck, I love that voice. Like that was like. That was the best part.
I don't mind that voice for the wind guy in Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah. But when the anime starts doing the fucking southern voice for Osaka.
For Osakan accents? Yeah, that is really annoying.
Drives me nuts.
I'd rather them just sound like a dumb bitch. You know?
I think for me, I think
Catch
it's
me
actually.
outside. How about that? Like you get like Dr. Phil level. Stupid white bitch.
No, I think we would get FDM's impressionist concert.
What'd you guys think of the music?
Whoa, real quick.
Not as good as the original.
Before we get into that, this wiki page indeed says Funimation dub Chris Sabat and Jason Lebrecht is Dragon Ball Z Kai. So indeed, it is Chris Sabat who did Jace.
Okay,
You're gonna have to live with yourself now.
Anime News Network is kind of. I'm typing it right now.
I don't know. This wiki could be wrong for all I know.
I would almost trust the wiki more than Anime News Network.
That's true. Also, I think Australian accents and all these exotic accents and dubs, you can actually get away with it pretty well with like Aliens, kinda, or
no. I feel like you can't get away with it with Aliens because they've never been to Australia. But because of every fucking like sci-fi series like Star Wars where they all had British accents in space, like yeah, I guess there's a precedent. All right.
Well, I'm just saying that it's like it's so out there that they could have their own dialects.
Oh my!
We had this conversation about the aliens seeding us. Do you remember?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, I gotta show you what I have just done.
I just listened to a clip of Jace or whatever. It's definitely Chris Sabat, 100%.
Holy shit! Where did all of your range go? Did you sell your range and your soul?
He left it in Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my god! And he was Kuwabara as well. Like, man, dude, you had all this talent.
And then you just Chris Sabated yourself.
I just want to point something out here. I typed in Jace, and I thought to myself, fuck.
Did you spell it right?
No, I spelled it right. He's right here. Right? And I thought to myself, damn it, I can't see. They didn't credit the guy. Oh, no, he probably just voiced a bunch of... It's fucking Chris Sabat. Holy shit. Holy shit! He is literally every other character in this show. Oh my god! I'm gonna read this list. This is fucking unbelievable. Professional crane operator, Amaze Spectator F, Amaze Spectator L, Angela's Crush, Apule's Race Soldier B, Astounded Competitor A, Baby Dinosaur, Bank Robber E, Respectable Monk.
They didn't get a fucking dinosaur to play that character. Shame on them.
Remember, he also voiced the black character. This is fucking unbelievable. Future Android, Future Piccolo, Future Vegeta, Future Yamcha, Garlic Senior, Giant Fish. Okay. I don't know how many. Gorilla Fighter.
Oh, Jesus.
Scott McNeil was a better Joyce or Jace, whatever.
Jace is Scott McNeil the one who voiced him with the Australian dub?
With the Australian dub? I don't
the
know.
Australian accent?
No, that's Chris Sabat, you coping AIDS lord.
How do you spell Jace?
Jeice.
Jeice.
Anyway, so back
Chris Sabat definitely did the accent for sure.
Chris Sabat, Scott McNeil.
Scott McNeil also did it.
Scott McNeil is
Scott McNeil also voiced
Dragon Ball
Piccolo.
Z.
Best line Piccolo ever had is when he fuses with Nail and says, "I can do this! I can win! Yes, yes, yes!" Like,
I'm pretty sure Scott McNeil did the voice first for Jace too.
Lebrecht does Jace in Kai, and Chris Sabat does Jace in.
I can't wait to go to bed. It's 1:20.
Oh yeah, he's got. Oh, okay. Redskin guy. Where's the Redskin guy? I'm trying to go through all these freaking
I'm
roles
on
my
behind the
list.
voice actors page right now.
Okay. Yeah, he did.
Sabat,
okay, so yeah, Sabat does
Sabat has
Jason
done
Kai.
it always.
We officially have 4 sources saying it's Sabat. Can we?
Oh
please
no!
move on?
Sabat did it in Kai.
Scott McNeil did it first.
Okay.
Yeah,
Scott
but
McNeil
hold
did
on.
do it first because he's from the Ocean dub.
Yeah.
So E. Castro says the manga shows him folding the wingsuit from Magus.
It looks like he didn't do it in Kai, actually, there, buddy.
Wait, what's the?
Ernesto Jason Libret.
Yeah,
Jason Lebrecht.
dude, okay, they got Lebrecht on Kai, and Sabat on Kai as well.
Well,
All right, guys. I don't think it matters.
All right.
Behind the voice actor doesn't have Sabat up for Kai.
Back to Berserk.
Back to what Random 11 asked. Wait, what?
E. Castro says Casca only was cured from autism.
Oh wait, Kai 20. Sabat did Jason Kai
Shut
2014.
the fuck up! E. Castro says Casca was only cured from autism 2 chapters before Miura died.
So she was effective.
Thank God he got that out before he died. Can you imagine if she stayed autistic the rest of the whole series?
Well, she effectively has. By the sound of that comment, that sucks. What's the?
She'd be autistic the whole
autistic.
Autism?
Autistic. Oh no. There's some fantastic parts, stuff in the later parts of the manga. To be honest, Conviction could have been a better point to cure her of that, then build up the raid party afterwards. I agree. She could have been like a main player in the story after the Conviction thing. I don't think she should have been autistic at all.
To be honest, the autism was a bad move.
Hold up. Doesn't Polygon Pictures like isn't Tsutomu like the big shareholder in it or something?
Yeah.
Isn't that
I've got to say, as much as I would love to see, some of this stuff not in Polygon Pictures' hands, they did a really good job on Knights of Sidonia and what's the other one? Ajin,
yeah.
Fucking, they're both great. So, 13 King Style says lazy equals more money, aka GTA Online DLC. I don't know what that's a reference to, but Knights of Sidonia and Blame, those are the ones he did, were far worse for the CGI, and heaven forbid if they ever decide to adapt any of his other stories. The fetus does save her in the manga on multiple occasions. Well, I don't remember it, and it was cringe when it happened. Gus doesn't see that happen, so he keeps thinking it's evil. Yeah, I do know that. I do recall that.
Well, why are we told it's corrupted and evil?
It would have made sense if Casca wasn't brain dead, because then it would have been like Guts and Casca as the Brady Bunch parents for all the new characters.
I thought that this could be like a moment for them to like rebuild their relationship.
I will allow it. And Ann B. Davis as Alice. Chris Sabat Guts would have been no fuck, man.
Listen, hold up. Guts 2016. Yep.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
We're going to use the synthesized AI to Chris Sabat his voice into the 5.1 track.
No.
We're going to get rid of
yes.
We're going to stable diffusion Berserk 97 over 2016. And we're going to make that a reality. It'll be released on the channel. I'll find how to get the rights somehow. Maybe we'll just release it on the website. We'll drive traffic to the website.
We'll release it on Pornhub. The orgy stream
on our
qualify.
And we'll have to synthesize Mark DeRison's voice, or if you fund us on Patreon,
we can get up to 5 free voices per account,
Jameson
right?
Price.
We only need the 4 characters they failed to recast.
Yeah, fuck it. That was a tragedy that Skull Knight wasn't still voiced by Jameson Price.
No, it was the same.
He was. Well, I was asking that. I don't think
he didn't have the same effect.
Is he the same?
He didn't have the same like gravelly effect in the echo or whatever. I don't know the proper
So he's the
terminology.
same in the Golden Age movies as he is.
He's not in the 97, so he has to be.
I said Golden Age movies.
I know. So I'm saying it's not that he's
It's
not
Golden
in the
Age-
97. Therefore, if he's the same, it could only have been from the Golden Age. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
So, out of the two themes, what's better? The I
Tell me
have.
why. 100%.
I don't know. I think the new one's good.
The new one is good, but tell me why I like it more.
I kind of don't care about either. I'll be real, but
That song, when you think of the lyrics, it prepares you for Casca's autism.
Oh god!
In the 2017 one where he gets the armor and shit, and that music starts playing, it's like fuck yeah.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to seeing that part, and I think that's the other reason why they went full CG. Is they're like, nobody's gonna draw the berserker armor every frame. Fuck that.
That's got to be the main reason. The track that played on the disc menu, I actually really liked it. The kind of heavy one. They only play it like 2 times in the whole show, but I liked it. But I don't think that any of that stuff is really fitting for Berserk. Like I didn't like most of the new stuff because it included like electronic bull crap. I think some sort of like a symphonic whatever, medieval timey music is the most appropriate for Berserk. Where you going?
I am way too drunk to make sense right now, but I had an idea. You know how they made that isekai reincarnated as Yamcha from Dragon Ball Z?
Reincarnate as Guts?
No. Like, just imagine all the characters who get killed.
Reincarnated as Casca?
In the eclipse. Get reincarnated in some other story where they get to live on. Like... Reincarnated in modern Japan as the Band of the Hawk.
That sounds fun.
It's a wholesome story about them getting jobs as salaries.
No, it'd be like Attack on Titan Junior High with the Band of the Hawk.
Berserk Junior High after they've adapted the other 3 seasons in CG.
Anyway,
and it has the best animation out of all the adaptations.
So now that we're at 7 hours, I think I've said everything that is constructive for me to say, and I should probably just leave.
Okay. I think the only thing that I really got to bring up is how, to nail more home the whole point of the Ex Machinas, because that was a huge thing for me. I said to the guys, I'm like, did Miura have this many Ex Machinas in the manga? Because holy crap, like I can't tell if they designed it that way in the anime studio, like they deliberately like made everything like build up, like, oh, it's the last second. Oh, she was saved by the autism.
If I can be honest, I think I like the 97 series more than the manga in terms of story. Because I like that they cut out the monsters from the vast majority of it.
Yeah, it's like the only thing we saw was Zod, and then
all
the
eclipse.
It's the eclipse.
So I like that more personally.
Yeah, I also do.
One of the things that I really just do not like from the story is the Kushins. I just do not. I just don't think it's that interesting. In the manga, it feels like. Look at this aerobatic guy, and whoa, Guts is up against it now. It's like Guts has fought several literal monsters by this point in the story, and I just do not give a shit about this guy who has like circular blades. I don't give a fuck. Nobody cares. And like Guts doesn't even have trouble with it. Just like. It's annoying, right?
And then we see him again, like following them around.
They're like mosquitoes.
One of the things that I don't like about the manga is that they have this tendency where Guts will get out of situation A and immediately fall into situation B. Like there is not even a chance to breathe in the manga.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like Guts narrowly escapes problem A. But wait.
Problem B is around the corner.
Which is like
find out next time.
Which is one of the things FDN brought up was like at the very start of 2016, where he gets taken down so easily by by Farnese's men. It's because he was wounded and worn out from the freaking Lost Children arc fighting the Fairy Queen.
I just want to point out again that Guts stayed up all night and slayed 100 men. You know?
Yeah.
And like one of the things that like I don't think they did a good job in the anime portraying is the fact that every single fucking night since the eclipse he has fought demons all fucking night. You know, because of the brand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if they had done a better job illustrating the exhausting nature of having to swing the Dragon Slayer around the entire time just to fight off these demons, right? And then Farnese's men catch him, you know, it could have been
and not being able to sleep during the day.
I mean, he has to sleep at some point. A nap here
but
and there.
barely at all.
Barely at all, yeah. You know, that's why he looks like he's 100 by the time he gets the little patch of white in his hair. You know, like old man Guts.
He gets his rogue stripe.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, and then one last thing, I want to ask you guys: what did you think of the sound design for his sword?
Awful. I want to KMS every time. I'm like, it's the same like wash pan hitting another pan.
Having read the manga and seeing the dodon constantly, I kind of like I did a tweet about this where I simultaneously love and hate it because on the one hand, I can feel what they were going for. But on the other hand, I can also see that they clearly missed the mark. Like,
you know what they're going for, and they tried it, but it didn't quite feel it.
Like I feel, I can appreciate the effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ekash says the sword sounded like a piece of tin every time he hit something. Yeah, but like it's like it was so close. And there were some aspects to it that were nice in terms of how
I don't think there was any thud though. They should have had like a thud for the bodies it was hitting because it's a more blunt sword.
Yeah, it's a slab of iron. Anyway, I think I'm gonna peace out here because I do have work in the morning, and in order for me to continue to do the show, I do need to make money. So I am going to I'm gonna peace out. Unless you guys have any statements.
I think I want to end it here so we can get
Me too, because I also work tomorrow or this morning, so I'd like to.
All right, and we can continue this discussion when we finish
with 2017. Yeah,
2017.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna have this
good talk,
sponsor
Random
to
11.
go out. We're gonna have this.
It's nice to see you're multitasking.
Yeah.
Why calling me out specifically?
Because I wasn't sure if you had fallen asleep or not, and I have learned the proper way to call you out is to confuse you.
Did Lance just leave?
Yes.
Hours ago.
I thought he was still here.
He was, but he like.
He's paused. Oh. So you
on his upload. No, this is the last episode I can get away with before I have to start deleting them from the from the download.
I noticed that because it's like at 38 or 32.
Yeah, we're at 38 hours and it's currently like we have a cap at 50. So
yeah,
so I have to download. I mean, I've downloaded all the other ones and I could have probably just deleted them, but now that we have this function, I'm really paranoid that I haven't gotten the full thing.
I'll have to message Lance and get him back in here tomorrow or something.
Yeah, we'll just send him the upload link. Anyway, audience, thank you for being here. I love you very dearly. And I'm gonna
very long time.
I'm gonna give you which outro do I give him? The China Smash. I have the power of God and anime on my side.
Whichever one is the shortest one.
All right.